Good morning. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America. Somewhere outside of Columbus, Ohio, home of the Ohio State Buckeyes, #1 ranked defending national champion college football team. Somewhere outside of Columbus, home of the team. My name is Brian Engelman. Today is Saturday, December 6, 2025. And this right here that you have found is called the TNAM Daily Show. TNAM, what does that stand for? The New American Media, TNAM. The News Always Matters. The New American Media, TNAM. That's the TNAM Daily Show. I'm Brian Engelman. Today is Saturday, December 6, 2025, as I told you. Welcome. It's Saturday. Didn't necessarily have a show planned, but I realized that I did have some stories that I had already pre-prepared, so let's cover it. Will I be watching the Buckeyes game and tweeting, or will I be live streaming it in real time? Not entirely sure. Actually, let's check it out. When is the game? 8 p.m. tonight. BYU playing Texas Tech right now. Western Michigan, Miami of Ohio. It's football. So it's going to be 8 p.m. on Fox. 8 p.m. on Fox. #1 Ohio State versus #2 Indiana to become the champion of the Big Ten. Of course, both teams are going to the playoffs. So it's changed the urgency factor of what college football used to be. It's definitely changed. In the previous college football universe, everything was one and done. If you lose one game, you might not have a chance to win a championship, and that was just the way it was. So it's a new era. Last year, we saw the Buckeyes stumble into the playoffs after losing to that team up north, and then went on the most historic 4-game winning streak you've ever seen. Just an epic season. Needs to be turned into a Disney movie or something. Or I'm sorry, an Angel Studios movie. Make it from a good company. But I digress. We're here so that we can talk about the things that are happening in the universe, see if there's any update with Candace Owens versus Turning Point USA, and any other odds and ends in the world of news. Hit like, hit subscribe. Join us in the comments section. Say hello. And without further delay, let's begin the special weekend edition of the TNAM Daily Show, a division of the Agree to Disagree show on the New American Media.
Your guide to the truth, thenewamericanmedia.com.
I love the intro to our show. And every time I watch it, I'm like, oh, I need to add this. I need to add that. I have all these ideas. What I need is the team. I need to be able to say, go through the 1,900 videos that we've put out. And let's get the biggest names, the biggest conversations we've had, and pepper them all through here. We have so many more. I watch this, and it's interesting, and I'm like, that's cool, but the 15-year journey of the New American Media is so much more than that. Not that like that's not enough. It's just, and also we have a new graphic, kind of like this one. This one's pretty all right. The TNAM Daily Show with Brian Engelman on the New American Media. The only question was, can you read TNAM clearly enough? I think you can, barely. Check out our show, Strictly Football, from this week. We discuss betting trends for the upcoming weekend. That's Strictly Football. Myself, Mike Barra, Jim Mitchell, and Ezrael Robinson. We broadcast this show weekly. Sometimes it's all done in one day. Sometimes it's Tuesday and Thursday. You know, look, we're juggling the schedules of multiple people. We make do the best we can. Thanks for following us. Welcome to my bar. We're going to discuss all of the things that you... there we are. All the things that you see on the TVs behind us. Thanks for being here. I'm your host. I'm your bartender, Brian. Tip jars at the bottom of the screen. It's Christmas season. If you want a mug, it's black and white and red all over, just like the newspaper. You want to get your news? What's black and white and red all over? Why, that's a mug that says the New American Media. Shoot me a Venmo at Brian Engelman. Include your address, and I will send this out to you. $40 includes shipping to anywhere in the continental United States. If you want some Ohio-made wooden coasters for the Unhappy Hour Sports Show, they're $30 for 4. They're thick. They're wooden. They're Ohio-made. 2 for $50. And the pins are super cool. They're $25. So if you want any of this, shoot me a Venmo, and I will send these out to you. Merry Christmas. Remember those dark days where it felt like you weren't allowed to say Merry Christmas? What a weird time we emerged from. All right, let's get to the things that people are talking about. Let's go ahead and refresh our Instagram feed and see what stories previous Brian set up for current Brian. Share the screen. Let's get into it. We'll go side by side. Oh, there we go. Tim Walz. Yeah. Here's a throwback to when Tim Walz changed the state flag of Minnesota to show that it's been conquered by Somalia. Oh, his little game he plays for personal profit, says solo traveling babe. Oh, hold on. Let's go back to it. Why is it muting?
Whoa, wait a minute.
There we go. Wait a minute. I need to be a good little boy and remove our state flag. Now we've been conquered by Somalia. Pirates have invaded and conquered Minneapolis in the state of Minnesota.
There, that's better. Whoa, wait a minute.
It's, that's better? Better than what? Comment. I bet his wife has a boyfriend. Oh, tampon Tim. Democrats in all their glory. 2% of the American 50 states have been conquered by a foreign nation. Somalia has taken Minnesota. What do? What do you do now? Tim Walz, what a happy little traitor. What a great little foot soldier for the traitorous movement. All right, let's check in with Candace. Because this back and forth, why was this complicated? Candace wanted to ask all these questions. Turning Point was like, all right, we're going to set this up, but then Turning Point won't set it up. Air all your grievances. Have your conversations. Clear the air. Or don't.
That's how it's supposed to work. If that's ever in the history ever of people setting up debates, if that's ever been how it's worked. That someone just arbitrarily picks a time and a place, and you admit you had no time and you did not have a date picked. So there's no reason you couldn't come to me and say, here's 2 dates that could work, and allowed me to do that. And by the way, I would still like for you guys to do that. Okay. And one more thing that I want to put out there, because your 24-hour demand is ridiculous. It's silly. Okay, let's strip it. Let's stop pretending that there's some buzzard that got hit. We can still make this work, and I would like to make this work, and I would especially like to make this work if you are saying or implying that Erica Kirk is going to be there. Because the reality is, that would be a game changer. I think that's a game changer. I think it would be very powerful to have her there, to represent the viewpoints in a way that they're maybe not being shared by Blake Neff, who is incredibly unlikable, and speaks down to people. And I don't know why he does that. It's not coming across clearly from your spokesperson, Andrew Colvat, who seems to be on the road and isn't course correcting in the attitudes that are coming out, or at least telling people not to be like late night tweeting like Tyler Boyer. And yeah, it would be great if you are saying that on the 15th, Erica Kirk, as you are insinuating that she's going to be there, right? She's directing this thing. Are you implying here that she's going to actually be in the chair and she's willing to allow me to bring things and to go over timelines and stuff? Like, can you make that offer through the proper channels? Can you actually say that, since you now have more details about how it's going to work, and reopen that offer again? There's no way in hell that George can make the 15th work. And he just said it. No, he shut it down immediately, and for a very valid reason. And it is not my inclination to go to Phoenix without having my team with me. And my husband is very much a part of my team. But I will say that I will raise it further with the Supreme Court of George Farmer. If you are insinuating, and actually if you can confirm that you are saying that you will allow me, as you said further in this, to bring whatever it is, because it would be more authentic if it was face to face. If you're saying that I don't have to deal with you, and this is actually going to be very open and I can ask every question under the sun, I might beg, I might beg. So I would love to hear from Turning Point USA, and stop pretending 24 hours was some like demand that had to be met, because that's ridiculous. So ball very much back into your court. And like I said, I want to make this happen. I still think you guys can open it up for a live stream. Like you're doing that right now. That seems ridiculous as well. Let's make this work for the people. But that's how it.
Yeah, in our comment, every podcast host has to confirm availability with our guest. Why is TPUSA acting super weird about scheduling this? Doesn't need to be weird. TPUSA has made it weird. Well, to be fair, Candace has made it weird, but setting up, all right, we're going to hit record. We're going to talk in the same room. We're going to sort this shit out. You schedule it. If you're scheduling a show with the guest, the number one rule is find a time and date that works for both parties. TPUSA, well, we're just going to do it without her. Super sketchy red flag vibes. Super sketchy red flag vibes. You want to have a chat? Have a chat. Do it. Or don't, but don't pretend you want to and then expect us to believe that we're not seeing what we're seeing because we're seeing it. Just schedule it. In my estimation, it seems like TPUSA is being super weird here. All right, major breaking news. Tim Waltz and Ilhan Omar linked to a $40 million fraudster. Here's Kristen Sokolov sharing this report from Fox News.
All right, this news just breaking moments ago. Fox News has obtained photos of one of the Somali illegal immigrants wrapped up in the Minnesota fraud scandal, posing with several high-profile Minnesota Democrats, including Congresswoman Ilhan Omar and Governor Tim Walz. The man pictured is Abdul Dahir Ibrahim. He entered the country in 2000 and has had an order for removal since 2004. He also has a prior conviction in Canada for asylum and welfare fraud. ICE tells Fox News Ibrahim was granted temporary protected status for 10 years, but should have never been eligible. We are going to have more on this in our next hour. All right, this news just breaking moments ago.
So many scammers. So many scammers. So many to deport. Such little time. Kick into overdrive and remove the invaders. Oh, check this out. Just tell me how you can't love this moment. Trump spotted firefighters saluting his motorcade. It's got a little bit of music, so I'm gonna mute it. They say something, I want to hear it, but I don't want to hear the piano part. I'm just here to see the other part. Yeah, got to break up those piano notes. But the motorcade just stops here because some firefighters stopped to salute. There's a security. I would have loved this without music so I could play it for you without pausing it. I can just mute it here. There you go. President Trump. I mean, that's how you do it, right? This picture, they'll never forget that moment. Comments on the post limited. Weird. It's an account I'm not following. Anyway, pretty cool. Okay, here's Patrick David here. He's going to show us a mind-blowing chart. Ken says, this is Democrats buying voters with tax dollars.
One of the charts that you had up a minute ago, which
Steve says liberals literally vote against their own interests.
was phenomenal, showing who's getting entitlement benefits. Check this out. This
Entitlement benefits. Alexis de Tocqueville wrote, the American Republic will endure until the day Congress discovers that it can bribe the public with the public's money. Damn.
This is family receiving welfare. So purple is illegal headed households.
Illegal headed households. 59% of illegal headed households are receiving confiscated money out of your pocket.
Red is legal immigrants. Blue is U.S. born headed households.
U.S. born headed households coming in last. Looks like with housing, it's pretty much 554. It's just call that a wash. In every one of these charts, U.S. born headed households are receiving less benefit from illegal alien invaders. Unreal.
The people we want to give the welfare to,
people you
citizens.
want to give it to. And when you look at this, cash, go with a food. Look at what food looks like. Illegal, 48%. Legal, 38%.
Anyway, you see the chart. I told you the chart. They started playing Money by Pink Floyd, so I'm going to bounce on the segment, but you get the point. Okay, this is... I know this guy, but I forget his name. Oh, is this him? Bradley? Here, I'll just follow him. He's talking with Charlie Kirk.
Saw Candace Owens. You're friends with Candace, I would imagine.
Yeah. I'm laughing because Candace and I, she actually worked for Turning Point for a couple of years. She was our communications director. So yeah, I know Candace. She's a really good friend. She's phenomenal.
She's a really good friend. She's phenomenal.
Well, I just saw a video of hers. A lot of my friends were sharing out.
Every video's got to have music in the background. I wish there was that would be a good app. If you could run these videos through something that would remove the song out. Ooh, that's a good app idea.
Just recently, I don't know if you saw it, but basically she's saying, people, you better stand the fuck up real quick. That sounds like an alarmist, but at the end of the day,
no, I mean, that's every day is the best day to stand up.
How real is that?
Look, Candace is exactly right.
I agree. Brad says Charlie supported Candace's relentless pursuit of the truth in the past, but do you think he would now?
If people don't wake up and start to do something and start to stand up and honestly say, I don't care kind of what you call me or.
Yeah, you have to. It gets easier to stand up when you realize that there's no hiding. There's no place to hide. So speak boldly. Fart proudly, says Benjamin Franklin. The context here is this is a conversation they were having about America in 2021.
What, pejorative you throw at me, or how you mock me or ridicule me or slander me, I'm going to stand for truth.
And you speak what's true. We have that as a birthright. It's not, well, we have the right to do it. No. We have an obligation to speak truth.
And I know it's right. And it's a very decent American principle, which is you should be able to succeed and to take risks and be an entrepreneur without having this kind of overwhelming totalitarian fear.
But we do have it because it is happening. We want it to stop, but it won't stop.
That has now set in. So I have to say, I agree with Candace.
I saw.
All right, here's Laura Logan talking with, who is this? Dr. Timothy Schindler, Colonel, U.S. Marine Corps, federal whistleblower, reminding viewers that what Lincoln once told Chief Justice Taney matters today.
Hear a funny story?
Sure.
President Lincoln was sitting in the White House, and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, a man by the name of Taney, walks up and says to Lincoln, "You cannot do what you're doing, sir. You cannot do this." Posse comitatus, right? And Lincoln looked at him and said, "Sir, if we do not have a country, you won't have a job, so you can just go back to the farm." Lincoln said, "If we do not have a country, I'm not here to be lectured by a Supreme Court justice, because we won't even have a country, let alone a Supreme Court justice that says it's okay to say all men were not created equal, endowed by their God with inalienable rights." Our president, this president we have right now, is the closest to Lincoln-esque you'll ever find. He is having his Lincoln-esque moment right now. He's trying to save the economy, he's trying to right the ship, and he wants meat eaters.
Yeah.
He needs people who are going to stand up and fight.
Okay, but what you have documented here is that this president, in spite of his best efforts, has not yet fulfilled this duty to hold people accountable and to stop the weaponization of the government.
And if somebody,
he's being subverted, and blocked.
Yes, and if somebody is withholding this information from him, I don't think I want to be that public servant.
Such a great phrase. Public servant. Gotta move faster. Department of Homeland Security put this out. Merry Christmas. DHS.gov put this picture out. It's the Humvees and the ICE team in Santa Claus hats and Christmas trees and Christmas lights all over the riot shields and across this picture. I don't know if this was added afterward or if this, I can't really tell if this is a real photo shoot or not. Maybe it was just photoshopped. I think it was photoshopped. It's tough to tell these days. But the caption says, "You're going ho, ho, home. Defend the nation from the invasion." I'll type that. Defend our nation from invasion. Button. You're going ho, ho, home.
You guys,
I'm here for it, and I'm 100% in. We lost. Somali pirates have seized Minnesota. Number one, get our state back. Number two, rinse and repeat 49 times in the other states. This is a very coordinated plan. So, coordinate back. Nick Freitas shares us a video of a Somali immigrant. Take a look. Or an invader.
see this video from a Somali immigrant. He's telling us what's what.
meel kasta wax soo galayeen baa loogu daata dhalinyarada loo yaqaan mega ee loo soo gaabiyay Make America Great.
Says they're all over social media. The team known as MAGA, Make America Great Again.
Again, team Trump aha ay kala bahdile dagaalku ha socdo.
They got humiliated. Let the fight continue.
Sasa lagu wado. Minnesota
Keep fighting this way. Minnesota is ours. America is ours.
anaga iska leh. Maraykan anaga iska leh.
Well, there you have it. They've taken Minnesota, and they're going to take out the rest of America too. And you have got to admire the confidence, right? That is a lot of bravado, especially when you consider that none of that confidence or bravado helped them to take Somalia. And just a quick tip here, sport: if you don't have what it takes to take out a couple of strung out warlords, you do not want to dabble with rural America, because we got a lot of country boys and veterans that, quite frankly, they've been itching to get back into it. You guys,
It's go time. Speaking of go time, Right Angle News Network says a Portland jury has acquitted a black man named Gary Edwards of stabbing a white man after claiming he heard the victim use a racial slur, ruling that the attack was self-defense. What happened to sticks and stones? Despite Edwards' prior assault convictions, including a 2020 stabbing. So this guy goes around stabbing people. Have you stabbed anyone in your lifetime? Have you stabbed multiple people in your lifetime? But the problem is the person who got stabbed, realize where we are. The part of this meme that's I mean, it's sad and it's infuriating, it's enraging. But with the funny part, there is humor in it. Scott Adams, people started adding this because I don't know, a year or two ago, Scott got canceled. His publishers dropped him, and they removed his comic from syndication and newspapers. Do people still get those? Because he was doing his podcast and he was talking about how specifically how black Americans, with Obama and his race baiting, his agenda, it's the Sharpton, Jesse Jackson, Obama agenda to constantly push divisive, racist, anti-white hatred for shakedowns in political power and monetary gain at the expense of destroying our nation, just spilling poison into the swimming pool while everybody jumps in. Obama does that. Not white America doesn't do that. Obama does that. It's poison. And so Scott Adams was talking about how BLM and you pick your favorite group, your anti-white hatred group. It's known as the Democrat Party. But Scott had a segment where he talked about, you have to realize where you're at. People watching MSNBC and CNN and listening to Democrats, they've been conditioned, they've been brainwashed to hate you, to use violence against you, to steal from you, to end your life. So my advice to you, if you find yourself in an area where a majority or a significant portion of that community falls into the category of people who have been brainwashed to hate you, get the F away. Get the F away. That's common sense. That's what do they say in Pulp Fiction? If self-preservation is an instinct that you possess, I suggest you do what I say when I say. My help isn't wanted here. Best of luck to you, gentlemen. No, Mr. Wolf. It's okay. It's okay. No, we do appreciate you. We do need your help. If self-preservation is an instinct that you possess, GTFA, away. A multi-time black stabber is able to stab a white guy because he's a white guy. There is no word that could be said that allows somebody to stab you, and you certainly don't get to claim that as self-defense. Now, this story could be reported inaccurately, in which case I would change my opinion. And I will admit that I'm not super familiar with Right Angle News Network. Martisha says to leftists, words are literally violence, but actual violence is not violence. And narco-tyranny. Oh, this person says the alleged slur was said after he got stabbed. Wow. The jury is a slur on humanity.
Police announced that 42-year-old Gary Omar Edwards was arrested on assault charges. It stems from a stabbing that happened on Northwest 5th Street just after 9:30 yesterday morning. Police say a person was stabbed in the shoulder area and went to the hospital with serious injuries. Edwards was arrested by the Central Bike Squad. There's no word on the stabbing victim's condition. Police announced that 42-year-old...
Okay. If you find yourself in a violent spot, it'd be best to maybe get out of a crazy violent spot. And Los Angeles was a tough spot. There were like 2 drug houses that were bringing 99% of the problems to the community. It took a long time. A long time. Far too long to get that cleaned up. Far too long. Okay, what's this? There you go.
The deep, sick, and demonic irony is, of course, that by claiming genocide...
Okay, we're talking about the claim of genocide. You hear the Palestine chants and the songs, and Israel's... It's a genocide. They're genociding us. It's a genocide. Okay. Interesting choice of words, because we also hear you saying what?
Where there is no genocide, you take away the power of the fact that calling from the river to the sea is calling for an actual genocide.
100%. That's... I've always seen it this way. I don't hate Israel. I don't love Israel. I don't hate Palestine. I don't love Palestine. I hate stupid, pointless fighting and stupid, pointless death. I want us to get along. You want to go live in Sharia law? Do it far away from me. I don't think it's cool. You're genitally mutilating people. You're trying to conquer the globe and in a caliphate and force people to do things your way, or else you're going to slaughter or enslave them. It's not every person who practices Islam, but that is sort of at the core of it. But if there's a Muslim majority nation that wants to do their thing their way in the Middle East or in Africa, I'd rather we had the Iran before what happened in the, what was that, the 70s? Before a Muslim cleric took it over and forced women to walk around in black burlap in 147-degree heat. I think that's inhumane. If you can't control your actions around a woman because they're just too doggone appealing, then look in the mirror and ask yourself, why are you acting like an animal? Somebody else's attractiveness doesn't mean you get the right to grab and do what you want. That's heathen behavior. You don't force a woman to walk around in a black ghost costume because you can't control yourself. I'm not cool with that. I don't want it in my community, wherever my community is. But the chance of from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. You're saying, we're going to take this state of Israel. We hate that it happened. The Rothschilds, the banks, World War II. You just over exaggerated this thing and you called it a Holocaust, is what they would say. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. They want to wipe it out, wipe Israel out, remove all of them. Glass factory, calling for the genocide of that nation state. Delete. That's a call to genocide, because you don't like that happened in 1948. 70 years ago. You weren't there. 75 years ago. 77 years ago. What am I at now? Trying to do the quick math. I think it was 48. Those are calls to genocide. Oh, and by the way, butchering 1,500 people at a music festival sort of seems like that's exactly what you're aiming at. And that when people say they're trying to conquer your nation, that they're trying to destroy you, wipe you out completely, you might want to take them seriously as a self-defense threat. But then they say, oh, they're retaliating. Now they're fighting back. They're knocking our buildings down. They're killing our terrorists. It's a genocide against us. Huh. I wonder if your repeated calls for genocide of them and the openly aggressive act of starting this war at that music festival, I wonder if those actions of yours might have led to this.
That's what it means. That's what the word came from.
Yes.
From the river to the sea. It was in Hamas's doctrine.
Hamas doctrine.
The
All right, there you go. Jesse Kelly says January 6th was a Fed operation designed to give the communists the justification they needed to do what communists have always done: arrest their political opponents. Every new detail we learn about that day confirms this. Sean Davis says, pretty wild that Christopher Wray was able to hunt down Granny McMeemaw using nothing but a pixelated photo of a partial shoe print and DNA analysis of a single strand of fiber from her hand-knit scarf found at the Capitol steps. But he couldn't find the J6 pipe bomber, despite having his license plate, cell phone tower pings, purchase history, or video of him walking right by the RNC and DNC. Andy No said there wasn't a recent breakthrough in the FBI investigation into the January 5th, 2021 RNC and DNC pipe bomber. The agency collected all the evidence in 2021 and 2022. Now the question is, why did Christopher Wray not do anything with that evidence years ago? CNN's Jake Tapper skewered for calling a black DC pipe bomb suspect named Brian Cole Jr. a white man on air. Jesse Kelly says, we all know why it was ignored. It ruined the narrative that communists were building to justify arresting all their political opponents. It's not complicated. So changing, for anybody who's all out on Trump, you're mega black pilled, nothing's happening, everything's going so bad, this sucks. I knew Trump was a loser. I knew Trump was taken. He's being controlled by Wiles. Susie Wiles? Is that her name? Susie Wiles? His chief of staff. Always being controlled by Netanyahu. Always being controlled by the banks. Always being controlled by Wall Street. Always being controlled by the neocons. Or I don't know. People claim all their things. There's a lot of validity to a lot of these complaints or assertions. I get that. On the other hand, there's a lot of good that's happening, and I'd rather focus on the good. Try not to be black-pilled, please. And if you find yourself being consistently negative, can you challenge yourself to find something positive? Can you challenge yourself to find something positive? And keep working on things that you think are negative and keep calling them out. But, come on. The J6 pipe bomb thing has been allegedly figured out now because Biden was removed. That's a win. Now it's time to unravel all of the stuff. Nothing is happening fast enough, though. No, where are the 1,000 people getting arrested in one day? I've been calling for this for years. Saturday night, 3 a.m, a global sting. 1,500 well-known politicians, media voices, celebrities, all taken down in this massive grand conspiracy. All arrested for collusion, subversion, treason. Oh, speaking of that, Gavin Newsom. Here's Halle Berry from the great state of Ohio. But she's talking about my great state of California. Well, you're an Ohioan, aren't you? Aren't you? She went to school in Ohio. Anyway, here she is.
My great state of California, my very own governor, Gavin Newsom, has vetoed our menopause bill, not 1, but 2 years in a row.
Why would white man, why would Gavin Newsom veto a menopause bill?
But that's okay, because he's not going to be governor forever. And with the way he's overlooked women, half the population, by devaluing us in midlife.
By devaluing us in midlife. She stuns a crowd at Wednesday's New York Times Deal Book Summit by nuking California Governor Gavin Newsom. devaluing us in midlife.
He probably should not be our next president either. Just saying. I need every woman in this
She didn't get the applause line that maybe she was hoping for.
country to fight with me. But the truth is, the fight isn't just for us women.
Yeah, when you turn it into just a woman thing and you go, it's a human rights thing. And I'm trying to learn more about this. Something about menopause and something about, you know what? Let me look it up. I would like the context here. Context of why Halle Berry upset with Gavin Newsom about menopause bill, TLDR version. Let's see what Grok has to say. She founded Respin Health in 2020 after her own rough perimenopause experience. Slammed Gavin Newsom at the New York Times, became furious because he vetoed AB 432, the bipartisan Menopause Care Equity Act, for the second year in a row. It would have mandated insurance coverage for menopause treatments, including hormone therapy. Oh, yeah, anybody in perimenopause, they will tell you hormone therapy, HRT, hormone replacement therapy. Ooh, just got real sneezy. Sorry, guys. I went full screen and I muted and I sneezed. I did pick up my cat and he might have some dander on here now. I'm actually allergic to cats. I love my kitty cats, but you know. Shnikes. All right. Grok. There we go. Different screen. Hormone therapy and require doctors to get specialized training on it. Yeah, just saying that this is something that's very helpful. So let's do it. His office says he supports better access, but vetoed it to avoid hiking premiums for families, claiming it limited cost controls that keep care affordable. He wants to work together on a fix. Sleep loss, brain fog. If men faced similar symptoms in perimenopause, it would be considered a health crisis like COVID. I'm with Halle Berry. What are we doing?
We need men too. We need all of the leaders, every single one of you in this room. This fight needs you. My great.
There you go. Bless you, Halle.
My great state of California.
Everywhere you
April says this will make your day.
everywhere you want to go.
Right now.
Okay, let me hold.
Okay, so after being snubbed by the Nobel Committee for the last decade, Trump just received the FIFA Peace Prize in front of an audience of 1 billion people.
Fantastic. Excellent. And you will receive everywhere you want.
Good. Finally, some flowers for President Trump's efforts to stop the global war machine. Bless you all.
Everywhere you want to go.
do, 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 do. So this is what they call a fishing boat. I think this is a photograph that's been released by the U.S. government of what is being taken out off the shores of Venezuela in international waters. These speedboats with double engines to take all of these drugs to poison people. And then this guy, the alleged pipe bomber, they call him a white guy. So this is a fishing boat, according to the lying leftist media, the propaganda media. And here's a white guy, according to the lying propaganda media. You are fake news.
She's a great friend.
Charlie Kirk talking about Candace. This is allegedly 20 days before his assassination.
She's a great friend. You know, look, I don't agree with everything Candace says, but you know what I don't do? I don't stop being friends with people just because people morally blackmail me. I don't do that, and you shouldn't either. Look, I have different views on things as Candace. I have different views on Israel than Candace. I have different views on a lot of geopolitics. But honestly, I traveled the country with Candace. I went to her wedding. I saw her meet her husband. I went to Israel with Candace, which is a fun story I'll tell you at some point. But what I don't like is when people demand, you must stop being friends with somebody. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's a left-wing tactic. Don't do that. I'm not saying you do that, but other people do that. We should never resort to that. In fact, if you believe what I believe, shouldn't you want me to be friends with people that don't agree with us? Shouldn't you want me to also be a tool of influence? And so I think the world of Candace. She's a great mother. She certainly
He thinks the world of her.
Has very, very fun opinions at times. And she's a great talent. She says a lot of stuff that sometimes I don't agree with, but that's what makes our relationship and our friendship interesting. My advice to all of you, you might not like somebody, but never tell somebody like me to stop being friends with somebody on an interpersonal level just because of disagreement. It's bad. It's what the left does, and we should rise above it as conservatives. Thank you so much. She's a great friend,
20 days before they took Charlie Kirk off the board. So I'm all in on supporting Candace's right to ask as many questions as possible and get as many answers as possible. That's it. No, I don't think she's completely.
She's a great friend.
Turning from the USA. I don't think Charlie would be this or that. I just, I've said this before. If somebody takes me out, if somebody takes me out, I hope I would have a friend that would be that loud and just asking every question. And everybody's grieving too. So cut Candace a little slack. Oh, she's making wild accusations. All right. Well, it'd be cool. A conversation, sit down and talk it all out. The TPUSA said they were going to do that. And then they said, oh, we've picked a time and a date and looks like Candace can't do it. So we're moving on. No. We're not buying that. What the hell was that? No. That seems so shady. Might not be shady. They might be hurt. They might be annoyed that they have to justify these stupid allegations. Okay, I get it. The whole point of saying you're going to have the conversation is to book a time that works for both of you and get it done. So I just got a text from one of my co-hosts. I won't tell you which one. From Strictly Football. He says, degenerate. I have no chance of collecting on this. Betting the New York Jets. Oh, boy. Straight up. Denver Broncos giving 7.5 to the Raiders. And the Rams giving 9.5 to Arizona. So it was a $20 parlay that could win $144 if those three things happen. I don't really get into gambling. I'm sure it's a great thing if you're great at it. There have been warnings. Isn't it frowned upon in the Bible? Let me ask. Does the Bible frown upon gambling? The love of money is the root of all kinds of evil. No. Greed equals idolatry. Gambling is built on the desire to get rich quick or get something for almost nothing. You shall not covet. Well, that's not really exactly gambling. Gambling is institutionalized coveting. You're literally betting that the other person loses their money so you can have it. I mean, I don't know. You're making a guess. You're guessing an outcome. Wealth gained hastily will dwindle. No, that's not really love your neighbor. Don't tempt or exploit the poor. No, I don't. Roman soldiers casting lots for Jesus's clothes. It was soldiers dividing spoils of war, execution under Roman custom. I don't know. The Bible does not have a thou shalt not buy a raffle ticket verse, but every relevant biblical principle, greed, Coveting, stewardship, love of neighbor, honest labor lines up against the spirit and practice of gambling as we know it today. Christians have strong biblical reasons to avoid it and to view it as foolish and harmful at best, sinful at worst. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know on that one. Because that's with any investment. You're making a guess. You're saying, well, if I put money into real estate, it'll do better than if I buy a CD. If I put them in bonds, if I get stocks, if I get gold or silver or whatever people get. So I don't know. All right, let's continue on. Spirit of Defiance says, just so we're clear, Democrats celebrate the murder of Charlie Kirk, but are upset about cartel members being killed. Okay, got it. Democrats celebrate Charlie Kirk's demise, but then get upset about the demise of cartel members. Once again, Democrats. Once again.
I think it's time we stop.
Nailed it. All right, George Balfour Kinnear shows us Obama DEA official busted in a drug cartel sting and now faces narco-terrorism charges.
This is a Fox News alert. A high-ranking Obama DEA official was just indicted for trying to help the cartel.
Paul Campo conspired, allegedly, to launder up to $12 million in drug trafficking proceeds. Campo and an associate by the name of Robert Sensi are accused in the scheme of converting cash into cryptocurrency to buy 220 kilos of coke, worth about $5 million on the street, and then attempting to launder even more money, almost $750,000 from other drug sales for the Jalisco New Generation Cartel. These two gentlemen have been charged with narco-terrorism conspiracy to distribute narcotics, and as you can well imagine, also with money laundering conspiracy. Campo has pleaded not guilty, and he is in custody tonight. There's a good chance, Jesse, he's not going anywhere anytime soon.
Eyes peeled on all the arrests. Zuby says Western. Which one should I do first? I'll do the bottom one first. From men can be women to borders are racist to prisons don't reduce crime to everyone I disagree with is a Nazi and more. These ideas aren't just stupid. When they become policy, they get people hurt, including women and children. Idiots at best, wicked at worst. Zuby says, Western progressives are mostly idiots who refuse to understand the very basic concepts here. I'm tired of mincing my words and giving them the benefit of the doubt. Their stupidity is dangerous, and it's increasingly putting people at risk. Yep. Amen to that. I cannot suffer fools any longer. Okay, well, I don't know if you saw this story. Here is a Grateful Ed Bombas. He's walking out here, and, well, there was an influencer named Samuel Wiedenhofer who speaks here first. He brought attention to this situation. This is an 88-year-old veteran who was forced to work 40 hours a week to survive after his pension and benefits were taken away from him, while his sick wife was dying following General Motors filing for bankruptcy. Due to the generosity of everyday Americans, well, take a look. This is your feel-good story.
So you can just focus on me. There's a lot of support for you here, man. I want to truly say that your wife is looking over your shoulder. I know you've been visiting her a lot, asking about that, and you still have that $400 in my pocket you gave me. With everyone supporting the room, I want to reveal that this is one of the largest individual fundraisers in GoFundMe history.
That says something. This is one of the largest fundraisers in GoFundMe history.
And yeah, if you want, you will be able to retire.
If you want, you'll finally be able to retire.
Because we've raised you $1.77 million.
No.
Thank you. I know it's unbelievable and I can't believe it. Oh my God. It feels fake, I know, but it's completely real. So we're going to sort out, the best way to get this to you. GoFundMe's going to work with us, and
yeah. Oh my God. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you. What does that mean to you? And to your family, right?
Well, I wish my wife were here.
Yeah, it's the very first thought. I wish my wife were here.
But it's something that dreams are made out of, trust me. Yeah, from my beginnings to here.
I send you so much love, okay?
Thank you.
And yeah, you want that. If you don't want to have to work, you don't have to. Maybe you'll work 2 days a week and still healthy, standing strong,
Well, everybody that came to visit today asked if I was leaving right away. They want to see me around a little bit longer. And I don't know how I can thank a tenth of these people without handshakes and whatever else is necessary.
We all love
Thank you, everybody.
Congratulations.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Congratulations.
Best video of the day, in my opinion. Best video of the week. We're all so focused on ourselves. We are, because we have to be. Speaking of which, my tip jars are down at the bottom of the screen. Rumble rants, super chats, Patreon, YouTube, Rumble sponsorships. We're crowdfunded, as well as Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal. It's all scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Your support matters. But yeah, whether it's Thanksgiving or Christmas, this is a good time to think about how can we give something back to someone else? How can we give something back? So, yeah, not sure exactly what we can do, but it's got to be something, right? There's got to be a little bit more we can do, perhaps. It's got me thinking. All right, let's continue. Checking in on the, I don't know, this person is from the Godfather of Chaos account. But she has thoughts on TPUSA and Charlie and Candace Owens.
Oh, you're watching a political exorcism in real time and nobody's saying it out loud, so
A political exorcism in real time.
I will. Because this isn't a debate, it's a containment attempt. What you're watching with Candace, Turning Point USA, Tim Pool, it's not about schedules, logistics, or in-person versus virtual. It's about control of narrative bandwidth. When a system is scared of someone, they do two things. One, trap them in person where the environment is controlled. Two, avoid real-time fact-checking at all costs. Notice the pattern? Midnight offer, 24-hour ultimatum, refusal to send a simple virtual link, acting like in-person is suddenly holy doctrine. But the same people host virtual interviews every single day.
Thank you. It's so stupid. If I want to have a guest on the program, and I've had amazing guests over the years, a lot of good conversations over the years. Number one, I express an interest. Number two, you accept and say, okay, I'd like to be a part of your program. Let's have a chat. Sounds good. You pick a time. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Tuesday isn't going to work. How about Friday? This Friday's not going to work because there's a thing. Okay. Into next week is Wednesday. We get part of Wednesday, but now I have a window from like 3 to 5. Can we do like 2:30 to 4:30 or something? 3:30 to 4:30, do an hour. You go, well, I'm trying to get a little bit more. No, we can get an hour 30 if we go a little bit. Okay, yeah, let's do that Wednesday at 3:30 or whatever. Okay. Not even knowing the specifics of the complaints and the allegations. Set those aside. You could have heard compilations of things Candace has said and you think she's crazy. That's fine. Anybody can clip anybody to make things sound a certain way. Or maybe Candace has done it to herself and she's been reckless, and in your opinion. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Set that over on the shelf. Set it right there for just a minute. Now what we're going to do is we're going to have a conversation about, well, the conversation. Set it up. And then you unpack all those things. But acting like you're going to have a conversation and then turning around to make it sound like you don't know how to schedule an interview, and there was only one date at one time that worked. So, looks like Candace is out. We offered, you all saw us offer. So, go away and stop asking questions. Not knowing anything about the details of the stuff we just set aside, that looks shady as shit, in my estimation. It's a weird flex.
So why not her? Because Candace is the only person in this equation who can break the narrative in real time and expose the internal contradictions they've held up their empire on. Comment scroll if you're seeing the pattern and get your scroll scan. Look, this is the fear they won't admit. Ask yourself, why does the truth only work if she flies to Phoenix? Whenever a system is cracked, the weakest part reveals itself first. And TPUSA just showed their hand. They wanted her on their turf, on their tech, on their timing, surrounded by their
I like that comment.
handlers with zero room to pivot, redirect, or go off script. That's not a debate. That's an ambush architecture.
Ambush architecture. Okay. I love this comment from McLovin. Go Max. Candace, go Max.
When she says, send a link, they panic because a virtual debate removes environmental control. It becomes pure signal, no interference, and truth always wins in pure signal. This is the part nobody wants to say out loud, okay? This all changed the moment Charlie died. This energy didn't appear out of nowhere. It erupted after Charlie Kirk's death. A moment of internal fracture, donor panic, and collapsing trust, and suddenly allegations, money questions, Egyptian plane references, leadership instability, donor pressure, people demanding receipts. So what do insecure systems do? They target the whistle, not the wound. Candace isn't the threat. The truth is, but she carries it, and they know it. So instead of transparency, we get theatrics. Instead of a link, we get ultimatum. Instead of clarity, we get crisis PR. This is not political drama. It's the collapse of an old power structure trying to stop a truth it can't outrun. Oh, you're watching a political exorcism.
All right. Well, that's where I stand. I don't know the validity of any of the conversations, any of the accusations, rather, but I'm here for the conversation. What's up, Droopy Dog? Welcome. Happy to have you. Ahmed here says the United States is not messing around. Shared from the Snowflake Tears account. Over 20,000 pounds of cocaine were seized by the crew of the USCGC Cutter Monroe. We will protect the homeland. 20,000 pounds of cocaine seized. It's got some random music. I got to mute. And they're shooting. They're shooting. And the helicopter is hovering, and the boat is approaching. Imagine for the first time in our lives, the drug trade might not be rerouted back into the American deep state. From Iran-Contra, guarding the opium fields in Afghanistan, It's just shocking. It's breathtaking. The amount of corruption and misery that's been brought upon humanity. It's not about America. It's not about Venezuela. It's about humanity. These ruthless gangs. They are narco-terrorists. Get around the drug trade and watch what happens when the junkies, the zombies, start roaming the countryside, stealing everything not nailed down, burning things, breaking and entering, violent attacks. That's what strung out junkies, like that's the energy. When you give your soul away to that degree, the demons come in. In my lifetime, I've never seen a situation where it feels like the United States is actually trying to stop the drug trade, but it does sort of seem that way now, which is very different than usual. Eric Metaxas here says it's not complicated. Turn your life over to Jesus. The demonic deception is real. They want to fool you into thinking you can become God. That's what the serpent told Eve in the garden. The demons that manifest to people, they pretend that they're helping us. Choose Jesus or be deceived. So this is an excerpt that he's responding to regarding a conversation purported to be, I don't know if I saw this clip personally, but he's saying it. So either it's, I'm not following Eric Metaxas. I know his name. Why do I know his name? Where's he from? Don't know, but I'll follow. This conversation here, Tucker to Alex Jones. Are people talking about God more than 10 years ago? Alex Jones. Clearly, we're in the end game of a spiritual war. Then he drops the ice cold truth that the tech elite don't want out. Every single person doing high dose DMT or ayahuasca, same entities, same message. Every time, it's too many humans. Depopulate the planet. Then you will become gods. Tucker says, demons literally telling them to K billions of people to achieve godhood? Alex Jones, exact same script, documented in group studies. Mario Knopfel reporting, America's future is no longer majority white. This fall's kindergarten class is 45 to 46% non-Hispanic white. The under 18 population sits at 47.2% and drops another 0.7 points every year. Kids under 5 are already 43.8%. White births fell below 50% of total births in 2014. Elon says it's a fact. When someone posted that white Americans are now a minority at serious risk and should no longer be called the majority, Elon didn't argue. He didn't hedge. He didn't even lecture. He simply said it's a fact. Utah says add on the gayification of young American males as a contributing factor. Young American females too. Texas Bell says, all right, whites, start making babies. Yeah, there's another conspiracy confirmed. I mean, so many people were told Earth is overpopulated. Everything that those demons were saying, Earth is overpopulated, Earth is overpopulated, stop having kids, get on birth control, get on birth control, get on birth control. Abortion, 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 plus you're gay, plus you're gay, plus you're gay. Also, you're trans. You're not a guy, you're a girl. You're not a girl, you're a guy. No kids. Abortion. You're gay. You're gay. You're trans. You're gay. You're gay. You're trans. Hear that every day for 15 years and find out what happens. You might have declining birth rates. David Medina put this out. He says, liberals have their own ideologies turned against them, and it went exactly as you would expect. So let's take a look at this clip here.
It's a problem when they don't speak English.
Oh, I already know I don't like this.
Fortunately, we have a solution.
Allow immigrants to learn English at elementary schools.
I'm not against it, but I thought they were already doing that.
They're not in here. They're not here. So this will help them learn the basics.
Oh, this is great.
So they can integrate flawlessly in America.
So they would be in school with the elementary students at the same
Yeah.
time?
So just to double up, like, so we can save pay on like the teachers to.
I just say no.
I mean, learning with children might be a little weird, but
Maybe children could learn life experience from the older people.
No, thank you.
I wouldn't feel safe with my kids with adults.
Well, we have teachers in the classroom and security officers.
Would you install like TSA metal detectors for individuals like that come into the classroom?
Why do you say that?
I'm just saying, I don't know.
Individuals like him or the kid right here?
That guy makes me nervous. That guy looks like he wants to blow the classroom up. I wouldn't be safe.
No, I don't think you'd have. I don't think you would do that.
He's here to learn English.
How do you know?
He's just trying to learn English.
How do you know?
Immigration is good, but it's a problem when they don't speak English.
Oh, I already know I don't like this.
Fortunately, we
He goes, oh, I already know I don't like this. Oh, I like where they're going with that. I'd like to see some more videos like that. I think you could tweak that concept and keep expanding on it. That's a great. Am I following? No, I'm not. David Medina PDX. All right, I will follow.
Immigration is good, but it's a
Right Angle News Network says breaking: a journalist in Minnesota is trending after spending a day with Somalians in Minneapolis, finding that every interviewee prefers Sharia law and would rather live in Somalia than under American law, stating Somalia has more freedom than America. Yeah, well, bye. Send them all back. Mission accomplished. Be both happier. Both would be much happier.
Okay, we're currently on top of...
Okay, so this is, a fishing boat. It's got 3 onboard motors trying to go really fast and avoid capture. I mean, it's just barrel after 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 barrel. You see all these blue containers full of drugs.
We're currently on top of what appears to be 2 launches heading basically eastbound.
Adventurous Coast Guard 6506. Okay. 6506, Adventure 6506, updated position.
Not this guy going to the next one. Yeah, we got one schedule. It's about our
0906.
4 miles away, dead south of us.
So many
Adventure,
such little time.
Omaha 370.
One, you're going to be hero.
Omaha 370.
Yes, sir. The 2 folks that we're looking at, Marine ride-along guy that we got with us has looked and said these look more suspicious. We do see a couple flags in the bow of one, but there are several large packages in the bow of the other one. They're both running together. They start and stop basis. One I'm looking at right now has 3 persons. Okay, we're current. Okay, we're
getting more information about all these things. Danielle D'Souza Gill is sharing this, allegedly a quote from singer Ed Sheeran saying literally every area of London is dangerous and sketchy as he relocates to the United States. Quote, the nice areas are sketchy, the bad areas are sketchy. This is what leftist leadership gets you. Just talk about the invasion of America. We've lost Minnesota. The The mission to save Minnesota is in full effect right now, to reclaim Minnesota from the Somali pirates who have overthrown the state of Minnesota. And there are serious problems in our other 49 states as well. So let's have a serious conversation about it.
Just so we're clear, if a foreigner comes to your country and demands that you accept their culture as your culture, or demands that you change your beliefs, that is not a foreigner. That is not an immigrant. What that is an invader. That is someone that is coming over to your space to take over and invade it. So when you sit there and you look at what's happening in New York, you look at what's happening in Texas, you look at what's happening in the places where these people came from, you look at Somalia, you look at all of these individuals who are being put into a position of power who support this type of invasion, you need to understand what's coming next. They will take away our weapons. They will tell us that we cannot eat certain foods. They will tell us that we cannot go to certain places. They will tell that our women that they have to wear certain clothes. They will tell them that they have to dress modest. They will force them to do a lot of different things. You will have to deal with
thanks, but no thanks. Go home.
People praying in the middle of the street while you're driving and stopping you and invading your movement, your space. You need to understand what's taking place in America so that you can understand that these people are not coming here with good intentions. This is not me saying that I hate people. This is me basically saying, look, if you like the fact that America is a free place where you get the freedom to believe in what religion you want to believe in, if you get the freedom to decide what you want to,
it's not freedom to demand that everybody do things your way.
Do as long as nobody is getting hurt. If you love,
that's hostility.
That part of America, the freedom of choice part of America, you need to understand when people come over and they say that you don't have a choice, they probably should go, because you don't get to tell us what to do in our own country. It's not being rude. It's just saying, hey, look, this country was built in a way where everybody can come here and feel happy and feel blessed and enjoy.
Yeah, it's a great nation if we can keep it.
Enjoy the fact that this is a free nation, not a nation that will be enslaved by any foreigner invading it.
There you go. It's pretty well said. Pretty straight to the point.
Just so we were clear,
all right, let me go over here to our X account. Share this tab instead. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. Follow the New American Media at American_media_ on X. Underneath is our Patreon link. That's where you can sign up to be a monthly supporter. This is our conversation with Mr. John B. Wells about God, Trump, Biden, Deep State, World War III, and more. J. Michael Waller says something really reeks about the J6 bomber issue. Imtiaz Mahmoud says this is a usual day in one of Hamburg, Germany's parks. Germany looks nice. This is Germany. This is Saudi Arabia, it looks like. By the way, do you see, by the way, do you see these crumpled bags of things laying by the side of the road, by the walkway? That pile of stuff, that pile of stuff. That's what I was referring to as trash all over the place. By the time I said trash all over the place, that was no longer the photograph, or that was no longer the image. I said this, and it's just people. No, I wasn't calling all these. Saying. I mean, this is Germany. They've invaded and overthrown Germany. Hamburg, Germany? Okay. Guy Benson. Well, hold on. Stephen Moore says massive Obamacare fraud uncovered. In 2023, 1 in 3 subsidy recipients. $21 billion total, used social security numbers that didn't match IRS records. Fake applicants in 2024 and 2025. Most were approved. Guy Benson says 1 in 3. This is a disgrace. Elon talking about the importance of freedom of speech. It's everything.
If you don't have freedom of speech, you don't have democracy. Okay, because if you don't have freedom of speech, people cannot make an informed vote. If they're just being fed propaganda, and there's no freedom of speech, democracy is an illusion. So freedom of speech is the bedrock of democracy. That's why freedom of speech is the First Amendment. Once you lose freedom of speech, you lose democracy. Game over. That's why I bought Twitter. If you don't have freedom of speech,
yeah, I hope we all appreciate what taking Twitter and turning it into X has done. It was a big deal. Elon, more on freedom of speech. This one is from his conversation with Don Lemon before he realized Don Lemon was, well, you know, like Tim Walz.
I acquired X in order to preserve freedom of speech in America, the First Amendment. And I'm going to stick to that. And if that means making less money, so be it.
There you go. Fox News report about Minnesota's Somali fraud may reach, we're up to $8 billion now, not just $1 billion as first reported. Oh my God.
Fraud investigators are finding in Minnesota is growing by the day. Kelly Loeffler, who leads the Small Business Administration, says in the 2 days her agency has been investigating the state, they've uncovered at least $1 million in PPP fraud just 2 days in. Several of the whistleblowers in Minnesota have also told lawmakers they believe the total amount of fraud could total up to more than $8 billion. Governor Tim Walz, who is up for re-election, is under fire for all of this happening under his watch. But he says they have paused these programs. They've brought in outside auditors to get an idea of how far-reaching this fraud was. They're taking steps to keep it from happening again. And he's defending his management of the state while also taking shots at Republicans and the president.
And in spite of the headwinds we're up against, Minnesota ranks economically, economic growth, happiness, number of people insured.
Happiness. Talk to the people who have left Minnesota. Talk to the people who can't stand Minnesota anymore. No. You're not happy. Maybe people that are stealing $8 billion are happy. Wouldn't you be?
Education levels near the very top. So I'll tell you what, I have no interest in having this state look like Oklahoma or Mississippi. And if folks are going to commit crimes here,
look like Oklahoma or Mississippi. What do you mean?
The very top. So I'll tell you what, I have no interest in having this state look like Oklahoma or Mississippi. And if folks are going to commit crimes here,
what the hell does that even mean?
Thinking because our generous spirit and our programs that we have is going to give them some kind of cover, they are sadly mistaken.
Yeah, Minnesota is also now home to the single largest pandemic fraud scheme in the country. And Republicans argue that...
Yeah, for now. Wait till you get into California.
Walz and other Democrats opened the door to this.
Whew. Basil the Great says, this is the moment that a judge in the Netherlands hands out a punishment to the migrant care of a little girl. An illegal alien invader ends the life of a little girl. And this is the punishment this lady thinks is appropriate.
Based on the foregoing and considering the penalties usually imposed for similar cases, the court is of the opinion that Verbarkten should be given an unconditional community service for the duration of 120 hours sub judice per data hecticus.
They're bringing people in to butcher your babies, your children. Community service. UK, a child? A little girl? No, that's not 120 hours of community service. That's maybe, well, 120,000 volts shooting through your body. Kenneth, what's up? Asks, what of Oklahoma? Oklahoma. Pinkies up, everybody. Cheers. A friendly reminder, hit like, hit subscribe. If you want a mug, shoot me a Venmo with your address. $40 and it'll include shipping. It'll be there. Promise you. Kenneth can attest. They do get mailed out very promptly. And they arrive gloriously. Thank you to John for them, by the way. I think that's all I had for you today because I did cover these yesterday. And it's the weekend show, so we don't need... It's the freaking weekend. A little... Ooh. Anyway. All right, everybody. That's all I had planned. I am likely to do a live stream for the Ohio State-Indiana game. Let me square it away. Not a promise, but keep your eyes peeled. I might do it. I'm leaning toward doing it. We'll see how it shakes out. But for now, that's what I had for you. What I would like to do, though, is let me play you yesterday's program. There we go. We'll play yesterday's program about Venezuela stealing the 2020 election from Trump. Huh? Oh, there's reports. You thought we just picked Venezuela out of a hat for no good reason? Oh, there might be a reason. And it might be way more interesting than you're giving it credit for. So I will make the switch here. Hit like, hit subscribe, share the show with a friend. Let me take the graphic off the screen so it doesn't double up. Let me take this graphic off the screen. I'll leave this one on. I'll go full screen over here. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I appreciate you. I love you, and we'll talk to you again soon. Maybe in a few hours for the Ohio State Buckeye game. We shall see. Good morning. Thanks for being here. By the way, on 3, 2, 1, I would like to make a request. 3, 2, 1. Let me try that a second time. That was weird. Save. Saving. Saved. Reset. Refresh. Would you please refresh your browser if you've just now watched the show? If you're watching live, I had to enable monetization. Don't know why I can't just press a button on YouTube. Maybe there is a way. If anyone knows a way to press a button on YouTube where everything you do will automatically be monetized, that would be great. I've been doing shows for years only in the Restream infrastructure, dashboard, command center, panel. Ecosystem is what I meant. I don't even think to go over to YouTube to press the button. But to be fair, we haven't been monetized a lot over the past 5 years. In fact, Meta, Google, I mean, they've shadow banned, censored, deleted, demonetized, restricted, and really just full out assault on our company, on our voice. So I'm not used to it, but at least I'm not on mute today. Welcome to the program. You know, I said that I'm going to allow myself a little bit of grace when it comes to when I start the show, because life happens and sometimes it makes more sense to do the show at a better moment. Yeah, that's all well and good. Fine. But I do like consistency. I do like being able to just say, oh, still not down all the way. Wait, hold on. Okay, we'll let that go. I do like the consistency of saying we're Monday through Friday at noon Eastern time, so that the most amount of people can follow our program. But that being said, the internet wasn't connecting. I had to reboot the whole system. You know, and that was one of the biggest lessons. We did our show Strictly Football yesterday. That was yesterday at 3 o'clock, but then we had technical problems and Mike and Jim worked something out and it took us an hour after. And so we ended up losing Izzy, who had something to do. We're rolling with it. Everybody has moving schedules. We do the best that we can. But one of the things that I said during this was, 70% of the issues, setting up Strictly Football yesterday. It was a technical issue. And one of the big things was, let's reboot this entire system. It wasn't my system that time. It was one of our, and that'll fix 70% of the problems. Just hit a full reset. Programs start cross paths. Something's borrowing resources. It gets in a weird loop and you just hit reset. And that's what I had to do here. I couldn't get onto my internet. I went and unplugged the devices, plugged them back in. The devices were fine over there. Devices were fine here, but not this device. I had to restart this one. So that was part of the reason why today's show was a little bit later. And I need to let you know that today's show might be interrupted. Let's see how we can do it, and let's see when I'm needed. But I'm now officially in the window where I may need to restream yesterday's program and then jump back when I'm able to. Timing, you got to be able to call some audibles in life. So let's not delay. Let's start today's program and start acting like a bunch of little trash pandas, rifling through the rubbish, separating fake news from fact. That's essentially what we're doing here. That's essentially what we've been doing for the past 15 years. Thank you for being along for the ride. Today's TNAM Daily Show here on the New American Media starts now.
Your guide to the truth, thenewamericanmedia.com.
Hello, thank you all for being here. This is Nimbus. You know Nimbus. He's a little, he's being bitey. He just can't help himself. Can't help himself. Hello, Kenneth. Hello, Marion. Who else is in here? Hello to everybody in here. Danette, yes, we are live now. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, internet problems, as I've discussed. Good, I'm not on mute. Let's jump into today's program. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. Let's talk about all the things people are talking about. President Trump doubles down on Somalians in Minnesota. Mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Frey, is saying that he's actually, well, here you go.
Jacob Frey is saying that he's actually proud to have the largest Somali community in the country, and his police chief.
Well, then he's a fool.
Well, his police chief is also saying.
I wouldn't be proud to have the largest Somalian. Look at their nation. Look how bad their nation is. It's not even a nation. It's just people walking around killing each other. Look, these Somalians have taken billions of dollars out of our country. They've taken billions and billions of dollars. They have a representative, Ilhan Omar, who they say married her brother. It's a fraud. She tries to deny it now, but you can't really deny it because, you know, it just happened. She shouldn't be allowed to be a congresswoman, and I'm sure people are looking at that. And she should be thrown the hell out of our country. And most of those people, they have destroyed Minnesota, okay? Minnesota, you have an incompetent governor. You have a crooked governor. He's crooked as hell, but he's incompetent. Waltz is...
I don't know that he's incompetent. I think that he's highly corrupted He's controlled by a lot of bad people. I don't think he even makes his decisions. He's told what to do. Oh, and he's absolutely an asset for the enemies of America. Well, the reports and the accusations that military documents for a brand new weapon. It was tank manufacturers, my understanding. I don't know that I have a story in the stack about it specifically, but my understanding is that there were people, I think there were multiple reports that were passed along saying that they suspected Tim Walz was giving China our military secrets, and then China shortly after developed a weapon, developed a tank that's just like the one that those people who blew the whistle on Tim Walz allegedly gave to China. Guy that's been to China a whole bunch. I mean, you can't call it incompetence when that much money is being funneled through Minneapolis. It's very intentional. It's highly intentional. It's 100% intentional. By the way, if you haven't already, please hit refresh on your feed so that it can put the ads up at the bottom. I did not do that at the beginning of today's program. If you have not done it yet, just hit refresh on your feed, and it will allow you to toss some pennies in the wishing well while we hang out today, discussing the news. Yes, we are live now. Thank you. No, Kenneth. Reboot equals hair of the dog. No, I don't. No, that ain't me. I ain't no military son, no. It ain't me. Love that band. Droopy Dog, hello, how do you do? TNAM family will be listening out in the shop making knives and flutes. Droopy Dog is a mythical character. Bees and merchandise. Hey, speaking of merchandise, if you want your TNAM coffee mug, you can put any sort of beverage in here. Black and white and red all over. We are the new news. If you want a mug, go ahead. Let me put this up on the screen. Shoot $40 over on Venmo. That's at Brian Engelman. It'll be scrolling at the very bottom of the screen. $40 includes shipping in the continental United States, and I will send you a mug. This Christmas season, get yourself a gift and bless the show at once. Venmo. Oh, get yourself a gift and bless the show by going on Venmo. $40 to Brian Engelman at Brian Engelman, and I will shoot this out to you. Mail it. That's good coffee. Making knives and flutes. All right, pictures or it didn't happen. Tag us on our X feed. Kenneth has his merch on a perch. Yes, Kenneth has his merch on a perch. Mailed one of these down to Florida. Florida. That's pretty nice. Yes, Nim busted. Oh, why does he say dinette for two? It's a dinette. I know a lot of times Kenneth's slant wordplay. I had one of my friends ask me, and she said, hold on, what was that about? It was on a different thread. I think it was something Kenneth posted on Facebook, and I had to decipher it. And I'm like, all right, I think I got it. And I did. I figured it out. But yeah, Kenneth is a wordsmith. Back to President Trump. I mean, he's going all in on this. And if you don't even understand the gravity of how a foreign nation seized control of one of the 50 United States. Do you understand that 2% of our nation has been conquered by a foreign country? That's what's happened in Minneapolis. You don't carry Minnesota without carrying Minneapolis. Minneapolis, according to the 55 reports that I've gone through in the past couple of weeks, an absolutely conquered. You know what it is? You know what it is? Look at me. I am the captain now. The Somalian pirates have overthrown one of our United States. You think I'm being hyperbolic? Exaggerating? I am not. That's 2% of our country has been absorbed, conquered, stolen, overthrown, a coup, an insurrection. So interesting how the deep state accuses the good guys of what they've been actually up to. But we're finding it now, and it's all being rooted out. I am so anxious. I am so tired of waiting. I want all of these people arrested, indicted immediately. But we've had to wait, and now people are questioning whether Trump's one of the bad guys. I get it. No matter how much you understand this Minneapolis story, it's so much worse. So yeah, you might take issue. Oh, President Trump, he's going really hard in the paint. Yeah. If a foreign nation overthrew one of your states, what would you do? You might be a little pissed off about it.
He should be ashamed. That beautiful land, that beautiful state, it's a hellhole right now. And the Somalians should be out of here. They've destroyed our country. And all they do is complain, complain, complain. You have her. She's always talking about the Constitution provides me with... go back to your own country and figure out your Constitution. All she does is complain about this country. Without this country, she would not be in very good shape. She probably wouldn't be alive right now. So Somalia is considered by many to be the worst country on earth. I don't know. I haven't been there. I won't be there anytime soon. I hope. But what the Somalian people have done to Minnesota is not even believable. It's not even believable. And a lot of it starts with the governor. A lot of it starts with Barack Hussein Obama, because that's when people started coming in. And you have to have people come in that are going to love our country, cherish our country. They want to kiss our country goodnight. They talk about our country. We want them to pray for our country. This is not the people living in Minnesota. And she's a disaster. She should not be, and her friends shouldn't be allowed. Frankly, they shouldn't even be allowed to be Congress people, okay?
Can we get the momentum past that? Term limits for Congress, and a new law that says in order to serve as a mayor or a governor, you must be born in the country. Nationwide. Do it now. Treason most foul.
Mayor of Minneapolis.
This isn't just, it was, things were sloppy or lazy, or they just didn't check hard enough, and I don't know, things got stolen. No. They were orchestrating every single component. Pull the thread, watch what happens. Pull the thread. I just keep yelling at President Trump and Kash Patel and Dan Bongino and Pam Bondi and Janine Pirro and the whole laundry list of people. Pull the thread already. The Clintons, the Obamas, the Bidens, Harris, Waltz, Mayorkas, pull the thread. Pull the thread, pull the thread, pull the thread. This should be a slam dunk case every single day. Every single day. More and more is being discovered. More and more is being identified. Minneapolis gets more repulsive by the moment. And it's been happening right under your noses. And when that political group of Somalis became large enough, and the money, the theft, the piracy. Don't forget when Jefferson had to deal with the Barbary pirates once before, the Somali pirates off the coast of Africa. They came into America and conquered a state. So what comes next? I can't believe President Trump has the National Guard on the streets. He can't have the National Guard on the streets. Our country has been overthrown. There are 40 million illegal alien invaders pre-positioned across this country. What would a commander-in-chief do? I guess it takes time. Good Lord, hurry up with it. The waiting is the hardest part, said Tom Petty. All right. This is going to be on the Blaze, talking about Trump's greatest post of all time. Let's break it down.
President Trump dropped what they're calling the greatest post of all time. You've got 50.
The official United States foreign population stands at 53 million people, most of which are on welfare from failed nations or on prisons or from prisons, mental institutions, etc. A migrant earning $30,000 with a green card will get roughly $50,000 in yearly benefits for their family. The real migrant population is much higher. Somalian gangs are roving the streets looking for prey as our wonderful people stay locked in their apartments and houses, hoping against hope that they will be left alone. The first world, it's not normal. The state of man is betrayal, corruption, barbarism. The more of that comes over here, the more we have of that over here. So Trump just fired the starting pistol of reverse migration, remigra. Send all of these people home, a permanent halt to third world migration. This is a matter of national survival. 1950 Detroit was the wealthiest city in the world, the Paris of the Midwest. People could walk the streets without getting their throats slit. For the third world, and is humanity stated? I'm sorry, I can't do this. I'm done. I'm bailing on it. You get the point. There weren't enough long threads to catch up on. And by the time you were reading the word, it was moving to the next one. Not doing it. I would have played it, but there's music, and I can't trust that their background music is going to get through the YouTube censors. So to any content creator out there, don't think you always need music. I don't know. Maybe I could play loose with the rules now. It seems like now that I've disputed most of the content, a lot of the issues have been settled. And I think if you get flagged, but the problem is if I play it the first time and it gets flagged, all of the revenue disappears. It would say, go to a content creator or something and say, so-and-so has a music claim on it. Then you can use an edit button that would remove the background music from the video during the time that was identified, which is all well and good if it works, when it works. But when it works, the majority of your first day views, live views, none of those get monetized. And so like, why am I going to work if I can't collect a paycheck? You know, this is work for me. I love this. It's my favorite part of the day. Don't get me wrong. And I'm blessed to have this. And yes, I do rely on all of you, the kindness in your hearts, your donations, your ability to share the show, tell your friends, invite other people in, buying merch. It all helps. So I can't really make that decision recklessly, but I could try it. Maybe I could run like a test show just to put all sorts of music in and just kind of see how it goes. If I don't know, I just hate it. There's no point. It doesn't need to be this way. I understand protecting musical artists with their proprietary, with their, their copywritten information, their copywritten songs. I understand because I am a musician as well, and I've got songs, copywritten songs, and gone through that process. But anyway, that's why I can't play it. And it's frustrating to me because I don't think it needs to be this way. Anyway, here is Real AF Show. What's this guy's name? Anthony Frisella, maybe? He says they're losing their power and they know it. And
closing in. Yeah. And these people don't like it.
Oh, and there's music to this. Ugh. They've lost their grip on power. They realize the walls are closing in. Influencers with podcasts aren't the joke that they thought they were, right? They're starting to realize that everybody's against them in the deep state. They're tired of them. We're sick of them. We're tired of being on the take and subverting the law, letting them do it. American citizens are tired of it. Not the left, not the right, not the middle. Everyone. And they're losing their grip on the power structure they've had for the last 40 years. And they don't like it. That's what's going on. That's why you have Mark Levin throwing a shit fit every 2 seconds. They're all panicking. They realize, think about it, dude. If you've done a bunch of bad shit and then you're losing control over the ecosystem that allowed you to get away with that and kept that secret, you're terrified. You feel the panic from these people. You could feel it, dude. Okay, that's great, but keep going. Move faster. Ada Lutch says Paris has canceled the iconic New Year's Eve concert. I don't know how to pronounce this. At the Champs-Élysées due to escalating security concerns and crowd control issues. This is what happens when you import third world migrants into a first world country. Tragic. Let me see on X. Paris cancels NYE. Joey Manarino, do you know what they won't cancel? Ramadan. This is the new Europe. This is the price you pay when you're a minority in your own country. They're expecting 1 million people to be there. It comes after France bolstered security at the Christmas markets over very high terror threat. French Interior Minister Laurent Nunez ordered state officials to treat festive gatherings as high-risk targets and mobilize intelligence agencies accordingly, source The Telegraph. All right, that does appear to be accurate. Wanted to check on that one. Unseen here says, at this point, I'm just going to assume that any American who is upset about Trump trying to stop the drug trade that kills around 100,000 Americans a year is either a drug user, a drug dealer, or making money off of drugs in some fashion. What do you say? Would you agree or disagree with that assertion? All right, let's check in with Candace and what's going on, because we thought they had set up a live debate, and that's pretty much, you feel like that's what Charlie Kirk would have wanted, like more conversation, more discussion, lay it all out there. Let's check in with what's going on. Candace yesterday versus Candace today.
No shame. We're going to find out. You can pick the place. You can pick the time. I say we do it tomorrow. We don't need to plan for this. We don't need lawyers in between us, lawyer statements. It's not how I roll, okay? I don't care about any of that. I want it to be authentic. Like I said, you can take the money. We can raise money live for this conversation. That is how badly the world is demanding it. So I accept it. With whistles and bells, everything, I fully accept. I say, have you no shame? We're going to find out.
Candace says, kind of weird how Turning Point, she's talking directly to TPUSA, kind of weird how you didn't email or call me to ask about times or availability and chose instead to tweet this confirmation out at midnight. Why am I learning about this on X? December 15th does not work in person, and 2 p.m. Pacific time is also literally the time that I do my podcast live every day, which you knew. But we will happily cancel the daily podcast and join you guys virtually instead of the live stream on the 15th, if that works on your end. Star is saying, I stand with Candace. Don't go there. It's so sketchy. Done Right podcast says the last time Candace did a live interview on CNN, she got dominated by a low-level staffer. This is why she wants the support of producers. She has no problem missing shows to go to Dollywood. If she really cared about her friend and the truth, she'd do it. Should Candace back up her trash talk and go to the TPUSA Live? She can't debate. We've known this from watching her for years, says AJ. Sean says Candace is right. I mean, this is really like a 50-50. Like, people are picking sides, and it's very split. Tammy, I don't blame her for not wanting to go there. They didn't work with her to schedule something that made sense for all parties involved. They dictated a time and date and expected her to abide by their demands. Yeah, that's goofy bullshit to me. 906 says, I wonder why all of a sudden so many creators are talking about Candace. Someone mail out a bunch of checks and a script. My whole feed is so many creators saying the same thing. Oh, there's a lot of that. Absolutely. Nick Fuentes too. You watch him for a little bit. It's an entertaining show. It's a little bit like Alex Jones. You'll listen, and maybe 9 out of 10 times you're like, it doesn't mean you agree with 9 out of 10 things. You you understand what's going on. You get the perspective. There's not a lot that's like, huh? But then like maybe 1 out of 10 times you hear something that, huh? Hold on now. Maybe 1 out of 100 times, 50% of the time. I don't know. But that's kind of the fun, right? If you don't get some wackiness out of your show from time to time, you know, you should be malleable. You should be maybe not malleable, but you should be versatile as a listener. And as a content creator, I think versatile. Try to deliver some different stuff. We've taken trips. We went to do a documentary through Southern Virginia, Western North Carolina, and into through Northern Tennessee and then into Western North Carolina for Hurricane Helene help on the way. We've been to January 6th. We were out at the inauguration last year. We were at January 6th. We've been at Bundy Ranch. We've been to the Democrat convention in Chicago, the Libertarian convention in DC, the Republican convention in Milwaukee. Like, we've mixed it up. Yeah, we've mixed it up. Kenneth says he has $20 on Candace. There you go. So we'll see. I'm here for it. TPUSA is not looking the best on this, though. All right, what's her name? Warwick report. Jade. What's she got to say about what's going on in Britain? Have you heard this one?
The UK is cooked with very little seasoning. John Richelieu Booth was arrested for posting a photo of him holding a gun while on vacation in Florida. I'll repeat that for those in the back. His crime was he posted a photo of himself holding a gun.
There's no universe where that's a crime. Every human should have the right to be armed. You don't have the right to be violent. You have the right to be armed to protect yourself. This makes no sense. I think we need a global Bill of Rights for all citizens, for all humans.
While on a birthday trip in America. Upon returning to the UK, the West Yorkshire Police paid a visit to his home. Their concern was that those images could cause distress to people.
Images could cause distress to people? The fuck does that mean? That's not a criminal act. Any movie or television show could cause distress to people. You don't arrest people that make all that content.
John proved those photos geotagged locations, but that didn't matter. He was arrested on August 24th, 2025. Later released on bail, police have been harassing him, his neighbors, and his family ever since. This is what happens when a country gives up their guns. The UK gave up their firearms in 1997 under the Firearms Act. And now, in 2025, citizens are being arrested for posting pictures of guns. So, from this expat Brit turned American, God bless America. God bless the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, especially the First and Second Amendment. And I really hope my Scotland Yard agent loves these photos. Okay, thanks, bye. The UK is...
Fantastic.
Folks,
UK is fallen. Europe is fallen. They've been invaded, and they got people in office that hate them, and they're being abused. I mean, at what point do you need to liberate the people of Europe from the totalitarian regimes that are abusing them? Everybody has a right to self-defense. Every human has a right to self-defense. You got to be kidding me. Pray for them. Pray that they're going to stand up and find their spine, that they can figure out their balloting system so that the people can have their voice back and to correct this stuff. All right, check in with Dan Bongino. He's going to tell you what it's like to work with a president who, well, maybe a different kind of president.
This is what it's like when you work for a president who tells you to go get the bad guys and stop focusing on other extraneous things not related to law enforcement. This is what happens. We had a great team. I know it's said a lot in this business. It was a team effort. It becomes cliche, but cliches are useful for a reason because they matter. And this was a team effort. The director and the attorney general emphasized that it was not a new public tip this was our internal work at the FBI. And I want to just really express my sincere gratitude to this Attorney General and this President for allowing us the latitude. I spoke with Ms. Bondi very early when we, maybe day 2, and I said, we're going to get this guy. And she said, yes, you are. And we did. Folks, this is what it's like when you work for a president who tells you to go get the bad guys and stop focusing.
Well, this is about the J6 bomber. Here is Jack Posobiec discussing this with Trisha, Ohio. Trisha.
President Trump, of course, made comments
Talking about Minnesota, Minneapolis.
regarding new raids that he's been looking to really emphasize and prioritize regarding Minneapolis, the community up there, this fraud community. We've seen a lot on Twitter, social media, people saying that this is going on, that this is happening. What can you tell us about what is happening in specifically this community in Minneapolis?
Well, I can confirm that ICE is on the ground in Minneapolis. USCIS has been doing a ongoing and really robust investigation, in particular on visa and marriage fraud. What they found is almost half of immigration cases that they've reviewed have had some sort of fraud or exploitation. So, of course, those are going to be turned over to the Department of Justice for charges and for arrests. As far as ICE being on the ground there, I actually just looked at a report right as I was getting into the chair, Jack. Some really heinous arrests that were just made in the last 24 to 48 hours on the ground there in Minneapolis. We're talking about multiple child pedophiles, people who do have terrorist ties, people who have been involved in gang and criminal activity, and of course, the fraud and the marriage fraud that we've known and heard about.
President Trump, of course, made comments regarding new raids that he's been looking to really emphasize and prioritize regarding Minneapolis, the community up there, this fraud community. We've seen a lot on Twitter, social media, people saying that this is going on, that this is happening. What can you tell?
Kenneth, yeah, we talk about that on How I Met My Mother, How I Met Your Mother, the TV show. Major arrest. They've had a major arrest. They look at each other. Major arrest. Yeah, but it's just good general practice. General practice. All eyes on Minneapolis, everybody. It's kind of loud. I can't turn it down, but I guess you're going to hear some honking. Graham Allen says these people are the worst of the worst. The radical thugs of New Orleans are literally blowing whistles to alert criminal illegal aliens of ICE. We will not bow to this chaos.
Necesita mover este carro que está en el driveway. I'm sorry. They must move it. Thank you.
Okay. They're inside the gates, people. So let's jump back to Minnesota. Former Minnesota Teacher of the Year, Somalian Abdul Wright, was recently sentenced to 14 years in prison for sexually abusing a student for almost a year.
Minnesota Teacher of the Year, Abdul Wright, was sentenced to more than 14 years in prison after he was found guilty of abusing a child when she was his student. The 39-year-old is a former Harvard Best Academy teacher and was named Teacher of the Year back in 2016, and that's around the time the victim said the abuse began. She was in 8th grade then, and said Wright groomed her and sexually assaulted her multiple times, often in the classroom. After the sentencing, I spoke with the victim's father, who told me that this is the sentence he earned. It's a long time coming, and that the family feels vindicated, but it's just one step in a long healing process. The former Minnesota Teacher of the Year, Abdul Wright, was sentenced.
Minnesota is an absolute cesspool. This comedian's pretty good. Pete Holmes. Breaking. Trump says, we're saying Merry Christmas again. And isn't it weird that we used to think that like saying that was verboten? Like the past couple decades have just been a horror show. We're getting back to normal, it feels like.
Merry Christmas can go either way, and I hate to offend people. So this whole last holiday season, I didn't let out one Merry Christmas. That's true. Instead, I said, may the birth of the one and only true God Jesus Christ bestow a blessing of grace and peace upon your household to the belittlement of every other false religion.
Yeah, go watch Pete Holmes. That dude's just, dare I say, too much. Really good stuff.
Lest you be gay. That's what I say. Merry Christmas can go either way, and I hate to offend people. So this whole last holiday season,
Hang on one.
didn't let out one Merry Christmas. That's true. Instead, I said, may the birth of the one and only true God.
It's just one and only true God.
Jesus Christ.
Here, this is how you say it.
Bestow a blessing of grace and peace upon your household.
Yep.
To the belittlement of every other false religion. Lest you be gay. That's what I say.
It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. Yeah, go watch Pete Holmes. He's got a really great bit about the creation of everything. I might have played it on the show before. In fact, this might be something that gets me copyrighted. No, that was a Netflix special. You can't. How dare you play a couple of seconds of something to advertise to people that aren't familiar with him that they should spend time and money on his products and go see him live and make him more money. How dare you? So that's how that feels. Kenneth, save Minnesota from the left, please. Yeah, exactly. Pete Holmes, Holmes. That was pretty great. C3 here says, let me set a timer because I have figured out when let's see how much show I can do in 25 minutes. C3 says 995, I don't know, what is that, 100,000 million? That's how much Somalians in Minnesota stole from American taxpayers to fund terrorists in 5 years. Without the government knowing or doing anything about it, they were in on it. I mean, they had to be in on it. They seized control of the government and they seized all the money. We can see it. We know it. Remember, the Biden administration wanted the IRS to know every $600 transaction you did. Sick. Yeah, this is an act of war, says Heathswood. Tampon Tim New. Give us our money back. Kick these pirates out. An entire United States state has been overthrown. So let's go get them. More Minnesota action. This Jason Chaffetz on with Harris Faulkner on Fox.
Let's do this. A survey by the Right-Leaning Media Research Center shows that over the past week, broadcast network Nightly News almost completely ignored this massive fraud story.
If your main source of news is ABC, CBS, or NBC, they are omitting one of the most important stories of all time, that a United States state has been overthrown by the deep state Democrats. A foreign country has invaded and taken over, conquered a state.
ABC and CBS didn't cover it at all, not even a second. NBC spent less than 60 seconds on it. Now, I know you're not shocked by this, but I thought Democrats cared about COVID money and helping people out. Like, you would think that the mass part of this fraud, they would care about.
That's the part of the story that I don't understand from the media and from the Democrats. They believe, you hear Zohran Mamdani and others talk about, hey, we need more government, more resources, because there's no problem in your life, small or big, that government can't solve. But when you steal the money from government, guess what? The recipients of those who actually need it, they're the ones that are harmed the most. And that's part of the story they never, ever tell, because they want to perpetuate this myth that big government, more government, is infallible, and that we need more money, that the cupboards are bare. I would always hear Nancy Pelosi say, the cupboards are bare, we have to spend more. We're spending $4 trillion plus, and they still can't get it done, and then to have it ripped off by $1 billion. That's a massive amount of money, Harris.
Let's do
massive, massive, massive. All right, Candace, here we go.
Here's what Blake tweeted out.
Let's just get caught up on the Candace saga. Talking about what Blake, back and forth, Blake and Candace.
Now, before we went live on this show. Yesterday, we made it clear that we would be scheduling a formal response to allegations and accusations that you have made. We have decided that that response will be delivered during a live stream, as he said, a live stream on December 15th. Thank you for your response, letting us know that you will not be joining the in-person conversation. We will be proceeding without you. Why are you proceeding without me? To have a conversation that is about me. Why am I getting 24 hours to respond? Why do you need me there in person if you are trying to be sincere and answer the very many questions that I have brought up on this show? You guys weren't even sincere in what you said yesterday. You told some glaring lies about things that I have said. So we're supposed to trust that you guys are going to handle this discussion all by yourselves and respond to any and every allegation. And this isn't just some planned PR for once and for all. Like I said, this is so obvious. He is being completely destroyed in the comments because what's happening at Turning Point, and I've seen this happen before, is they now believe that they are smarter than their audience, right? They think they are smarter than their small pocket donors. They can pull such an obviously crappy public move like this and pretend, well, we tried. You know, she said she could make it work and we tried, but it has to be physically, she needs to be in person, even though we have shown that we have people join us not in person and it's live streamed and we both have the tech abilities to do that. If she doesn't make this work within 24 hours, we can now say that it's on Candace. This is a disaster, okay? It is a dumpster fire. That's the only way to describe what is happening at Turning Point USA today and right now is a dumpster fire. Everyone can read this for what it is. As I said, they are getting destroyed in the comments. Like, really, guys? Really? You're not going to just send us a simple live stream link and let us join you? We've had people on this show live streamed. We could have them tomorrow. I said, in response, I said to them, I'll make this work. I also attached to that tweet any day leading up to the 15th. We can do this virtually any place and any time. But no, they need to have it in person in Phoenix on December 15th or they cannot have me at all. Is that passing the vibe check for you guys? Or does it seem like more posturing and more of a way for them to simply be in the room with themselves as they all lie without any person in the room to be able to fact check those lies, who have researched those lies and who have kept a list regarding the very many lies they are telling, okay? I maintain that Turning Point is engaged in a cover-up. That is how I feel, okay? And like I said, it pains me to say that because this was once a bright spot in the conservative movement. It is no longer. They are using left-wing tactics, calling us names rather than answering us questions. It's everything Charlie stood against, okay? You don't need to call somebody a racist because they're asking questions about what happened with George Floyd leading up to his death, okay? That is a way that you skip over having to debate logically, is you name call. All Blake Neff did was name call yesterday. All the pastors have been doing, it's demonic, it's possessed, it's evil. How about you simply answer the questions and stop behaving like you're a radical leftist? Everyone can see what you're doing. That's what I want you guys to know. It's very clear, okay? I'm not asking people to defend me. You are just genuinely this transparent. So I am sorry that I cannot arrive in person because it's our last week on air before the holidays. I am still very happy, and I will say it again, to make that date and time and place because I'm here and we have the technological capabilities to make it so, make it work. We can move it around and we can do it even at midnight I will stay awake and I will make that work for you at midnight, anytime. Just send me a link. In the meantime, we are just going to start investigating harder because you're not acting right, okay? You guys are not acting right, and you are not going to be able to get yourselves out of it by trying to be tricky like that. And like I said, the fact that you mentioned the Egyptian plane so many times yesterday without providing a valid answer or reason as to why we should just ignore military planes that are circulating that don't belong to our country, we're going to stay focused on that. And here's what Blake tweeted out just now before we went live on the show. Yesterday, we made it clear that we would be scheduling a formal response to allegations.
It feels like it feels like TPUSA is up to something, and I don't think they should get off the hook like that. I don't like how they handled that at all. Here's President Trump discussing God and Jesus and Christmas. Where are we at the Christmas tree lighting, the national Christmas tree lighting?
This holy season,
Christ is King.
Christians everywhere rejoice at the miracle in Bethlehem more than 2,000 years ago when the Son of God, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, came down from heaven to be with us. And you're right. Full of grace and truth, he brought the gift of God's love into the world and the promise of salvation for every person and every nation. And we just settled another war today. You saw that with Rwanda and the Congo. It's been going on for 34 years. Millions of people killed. Could be 20 million. They don't know what the number is, and we just settled it today. That was a big one. We're very happy to announce it on this important day. Tonight, this beautiful evergreen tree glows bright on the dark and cold winter night and reminds us of the words of Gospel of John, in him was life, and that life was the light of all mankind. Beautiful words. With the birth of Jesus, human history turned from night to day. His word and his example call us to love one another, to serve one another, and to honor the sacred truth that every child is specially made in the image of God. During this holy season,
isn't it nice that we can finally hear that story now? It's been really weird for a lot of years. A lot of the past 20, 30, 40 years have been really weird. All right, here's Megyn Kelly discussing COVID, what we learn, what we think we learn, what other people are reporting. We don't know if any of this stuff is true. Go to cdc.gov and who.int and cisa.gov/rumor control for countervailing views on anything regarding health and elections. Go get your countervailing views there. But here's Megyn Kelly.
Alex Berenson reported this, and I have been reliably informed that we are fine to go with this reporting and that this will be borne out in the coming days. His headline is, and it was an exclusive to him, the FDA may add a strict black box warning on the mRNA COVID shots for kids and teens, millions of whom have already been given this thing, a black box warning. He reports the FDA may soon place this warning on the vaccines to alert physicians and parents of their link to childhood deaths. This is the strictest an agency can impose, this kind of warning. It's generally the last step they take before forcing a manufacturer to stop selling it. They're also considering an alternative, forcing Moderna and Pfizer to stop selling them to kids and teens, period. The potential move, he reports, follows the FDA's report on Friday that its reviewers had found COVID mRNA jabs killed at least 10 children and adolescents, and likely many more. He said they'd asked the FDA for comment, waiting to hear back. My sources tell me this is safe reporting. This actually is under consideration, and we're going to hear a report confirming this within days from the highest level.
Okay, it cuts off there. It doesn't keep going, but these are the reports that are circulating, and you need to know about them. The experts got it wrong again. CEO of Ford admitting. Well, take a listen.
Improvement for U.S. customers. What you should know is that this is a victory for affordability and common sense. As the president said, we will be able to offer more affordability on our popular models. And
basically, President Trump removed some of the over-the-top restrictions that Biden, through Obama, put on the automotive industry.
We'll be able to launch new vehicles built in America that are more affordable because of this rule change. Frankly, CAFE was totally out of touch with the market reality. We were forced to sell EVs and other vehicles. We're not going back to gas guzzlers. We have a lot of EVs and a lot of hybrids at Ford. But now customers get a chance to choose what they want, not buy what we force on them. Improvement for U.S. customers. What you should know is that this is a victory for affordability and common sense.
All right, so affordability is coming back to the auto market. Here's Candace again.
The day before Charlie died, in which he wrote out to you, and not just to people that work at Turning Point USA, but also security guards, that he thought that they were going to kill him tomorrow, explicitly. I find it highly unusual that you wouldn't share that information at all, or that you would sit by and be quiet, or at some points attack people that are trying to explore who they is, because I don't think anybody believes that Charlie thought that a trans furry kid who had never been on UVU's campus was going to kill him tomorrow. The day before Charlie died, in which he wrote out to you, and not just to people that work at Turning Point USA, but also security guards, that he thought that they were going to kill him tomorrow, explicitly. I find it highly unusual that you wouldn't share that information.
To the TPUSA staff and the security detail, they're going to K me tomorrow. Is that accurate or not? She's claiming it. Yeah, that's good, Kenneth. Ford ability. Well done. That's perfect wordplay right there. So let's see the receipts on that one. All right, Hard Pass says, oh no, Ash Farms. Which one did I? First they came for the Mexicans, and Ash Farms typed this. First they came for the Mexicans, and I did not speak out because they were here illegally. Then they came for the Muslims, and I did not speak out because they were here illegally. Then they came for the Somalians and Haitians, and I did not speak out because they were also illegal. Then they came for the criminals, and I did not speak out because they were criminals and deserved it. Then they came for me, and they let me know that I could go outside because America was safe again. Damn. That's a powerful post right there. Fisher King says a nation of immigrants is a contradiction in terms. Yeah, you're either on the same page or you're not. They've been just saying these tropes for decades, just using the same tired lies over and over. Well, yeah, diversity is our strength. No, you need to be on the same team, speaking the same language with the same shared values after a proper vetting process so that only the best are coming here. So that you're coming here to help, not be a hindrance. Come here to be a blessing, not a burden. Bula says, at least we aren't speaking German. You'll hear that in Europe. Bro, I can't leave the house without hearing Spanish in 3 different dialects of terrorist. Did England really win the war? Did Europe really win? Leading report, breaking, Afghans in America are now living in fear per CNN. Hard Pass says, imagine how Americans feel. Have you thought of that? Memetric Sisyphus says, what is this one? I think something the left has never really been able to accept is that for tens of millions of Americans, nearly all their federal tax dollars are simply taken from them with no direct and very weak indirect benefits. It's a constant imposition, and there is no thank you. Instead, there is constant rhetoric about how evil and exploitative you are for not wanting to give more or allow them to steal more. The only rhetorical tool they have is that you're a bad person if you don't give me your money. This is oddly paired with a constant assault on the institutions that used to bind us as countrymen, such as religion and civic societies and shared culture and history, to the point that the neighbor demanding my money is little more than a stranger with the same color passport as me. Seamus says, it isn't immigrants, it's billionaires. A billionaire stole your social security number and crashed his car into your family while driving without insurance. It was a billionaire. This is a great drop. I'll do a chef's kiss. That one got me thinking several different times. I like that. Am I subscribed to whatever site this was? The Pretty Patriot. Okay. I am subscribed. Nick Freitas.
I get it.
Talking about Candace with Tim Pool.
Yes, but what do you think about what Candace did? Or was it like, look, I got no problem with people that want to question the official narrative. No problem. You know, I got questions about the whole, you know.
By the way, at any moment, I might need to play a replay of yesterday's show. I do intend to get to the Venezuela story. You can find the other stories I want to get to on X at American_media_. Hit like, hit subscribe. Consider dropping a Rumble rant or a super chat or signing up to be a member as a monthly contributor on Patreon or YouTube or Rumble. Just find the New American Media. And of course, if you want any merch, we have coasters for $30, 2 for $50, a pin for the Unhappy Hour for $25. So that's $75 for all these, or break them apart. Just shoot me a Venmo at Brian Engelman and tell me which one you would want and provide your address, as well as the mugs. The mug's in the other place now to get some coffee in it and bring it back. So please consider all of those things. But yeah, if I got to bounce real fast, thank you for being here. But I think what I'm going to do is play yesterday's show as a replay, do the thing I got to do, and then maybe finish up the show on the other side of it. It might be an hour. It might be an hour and a half. It might be 30 minutes. It might be 2 hours. I'm not entirely certain how long I'm going to be indisposed. But that's the plan. Should we bounce into that territory? Here's Nick.
30-06 caliber, and is this real?
He's saying I have questions about, can a 30-06 caliber, like what damage would that do? Is that actually the weapon or not? He has questions.
Like gonna, you know, do the damage, etc. Sure. What I don't understand though, and I worded it to someone this way once. I said, if I spent my entire life building an organization that I truly believed in, and I built a life with my wife, who I absolutely loved, and somebody came out and started making accusations that both the organization that I built and dedicated my life to and the woman I dedicated my life to were somehow complicit in my murder, I would hope that they had real receipts before they were willing to put my wife or my organization, my life's work, on the line for that. Again, you can ask all you want, but I would hope before people would believe that, you would actually be bringing something fairly concrete. I get asked about, what do you think about?
Yeah, bring something concrete. That's fair. I agree with that. That's a fair statement. Kristen Sokolov reports that Somalians are now hiding. Take a listen.
Haven't been leaving their home for work, or
people haven't been leaving their home for work
or making a living. So it's very unfortunate and very sad.
I feel like it's sad to see everyone inside right now. This is very empty for this area, especially this place, to be this quiet, nobody walking around, I think is insane.
A lot of people haven't been leaving their home for
Kristen says, when one immigration enforcement announcement clears out a Somali community hub, it begs the question, if everyone's here legally, why the Mass Vanishing Act? Huh. An ICE alert turns a bustling Minneapolis mall into a ghost town. Why hide if you're legal? How bizarre.
I don't even know why I'm shocked. This just made me physically ill. Please share this. Please.
Fox News alert, we just got new pictures of the January 6th pipe bomb suspect, Brian Cole Jr., who was arrested after nearly 5 years. He's a 30-year-old black man, unless you're watching CNN.
Brian Cole Jr., a 30-year-old white man from the D.C. suburbs, is charged with transporting an explosive device.
Why do they keep doing that?
I don't even know why I'm...
Over and over and over and over again. Actually, let's see. They do this over and over and over and over again. Everywhere. Almost never the other way around. Feels kinda intentional, don't it? Weird. Where would that even come from? Who would have typed that into a... What excuse do they have for that? Tom Homan is having a conversation here, University of Texas, El Paso, at a Turning Point USA event. Border Security Czar, Tom Homan.
Tell me what you want.
People are yelling. He goes, call me what you want.
I don't care. You know? Then, you know, sir, look, I want to take questions. I'll take questions in a little bit, but why don't you grow a backbone, put a Kevlar vest and a gun on your hip and go secure this border? Call me.
Somebody's got to do it. They just think someone else is always going to do it. And it's just hurl insults all day to the people that are doing it. That's a 12-minute clip. Can't play it. Check this out. Mike Benz.
Because you can see all this. So with a camera literally just 6 meters.
It's the J6 pipe bomber.
And he stares straight at it.
Edited.
They put a horizontal blur bar right over the fucking eyes.
Wait, why are we... no music. Come on, what are you doing?
Really, the heat map is perfect. And it's not the full face. You see the mask?
Why are we doing music?
The DNC bomb site is actually 45 feet closer. Yes, I measured it, if you must know.
Because
I actually went to the site. So this camera right here, you were 20 meters away. Here you were only 6 meters.
Why are we doing music? I don't get what's happening.
Get close up with pipe bomber's eyes. They pull plug and exit out.
Yeah, why did they do that? Marion says, I love Tom Homan. He's a good dude. Bad arse dude. Okay. I think there's another story or two. There is, but you know what? I'm going to pause here because this is a good moment. Let me pull up yesterday's program. Actually, that's the perfect time because I did have the alarm set for that. Let me pull up yesterday's show. So that went through all the stuff on the Instagram feed for the New American Media. I'll come back on the other side. That's the plan, at least. I'm going to come back on the other side. To go through the stories that are on our X feed at American_media_. So without further delay, let me share this tab instead. And I'll be back in a moment. Yes, I'm wearing the same jacket. I have a shirt on. Broadcasting to you live from the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America. Oh, by the way, pause, guy, for a second. Can you pause for a second? I asked yesterday for the regulars what was different about the show. The recording device, the camera, is now in a more elevated position. So I'm not looking down. Now I'm sort of looking straight on, maybe even a little up. It's a little difference, but I think it's a big difference if you compare it to like a week ago. But for now, we're going to play the replay. And then when I'm done with the thing that I have to do, I will come back and go through the rest of the news. Thank you all for watching. Please consider a Rumble rant or a super chat or following us as a subscriber on Patreon, YouTube, or Rumble. And I'll full screen this, and I'll be back as soon as possible. Thanks for being with us, everybody. Happy weekend if you got to bounce, but I'll be back. And here's yesterday's program for your enjoyment. So many stories to cover every day. And there's so much to understand in these complicated issues. It's always worth a refresher, but here it is. Where in a nation where football will be played this evening. My name is Brian Engelman, and today is Thursday, December 4th, 2025. and you have found us on the TNAM Daily Show. TNAM, what does that stand for? The New American Media, because the old American media has failed you. How was that? How smooth was that? Whoop. I'm trying to be smooth and I'm pointing in the wrong direction now, of course. There we go. Pointing there. How was that? Yeah. I'm snapping. Yeah. That's the beauty of producing and engineering and hosting and streaming and troubleshooting and chatting and conducting, hosting the program that you see here. The TNAM Daily Show, the New American Media, because the old American media has failed you, of course. We are the TNAM Trash Pandas, a bunch of raccoons rifling through the rubbish, trying to separate fake news from fact. We know certain things, you know, we're trying to tap into the raw energy of reacting to videos in real time, trying to tap into that energy with honesty, with passion, with discernment, with humility, with open-mindedness, with questioning, with wonder, with the love and respect of all of humanity. You know, sort of as a guiding light, a beacon to follow. Whatever we're doing, is it on the path of that? Is the anger over injustice, or is the anger over something else? Is it righteous anger? We all have a right to be upset. We all have a right to see things that we don't like in the world and address it. And that's what we do here. We ask the New American Media, seeking truth, challenging dogma, and having fun. Join us in the mostly civil conversation. If we're going to be expressive, we're going to use all 128 crayons in the back of the... I'm going to use all the weird crayon colors. Let's go. If we're going to be expressive, we have to, you know, try to find a bit of a balance there. Some sort of pocket where you allow some frustration, some... Oh, okay. Speaking of frustration, I'm trying to make sure that we're still streaming on Rumble and YouTube. We see things that are happening, and we want to stop the bad stuff from happening a second time. That's why we can't stand these blue cities letting out violent, crazy people to keep harming their community. Who could possibly be against innocent people suffering at the hands of someone that really lost their free-range privileges a while ago? That's sort of the agreement we have. Nobody's perfect, by the way. I don't claim to be. But that's sort of the inherent social contract. I'm not trying to get into like advanced libertarian ideology or parsing out the meaning of words. Well, that depends on what your definition of the word is. You know, in a lot of ways, Shooter McGavin is a lot like Bill Clinton. Hey, Slick Willie here. You know, I did not have sexual relations with that woman. You know, there might be a lot more about Bill Clinton coming out real soon. Real soon. A little bit of Matthew McConaughey. All right. Speaking of high school girls, wow, that joke wrote itself. Thank you all for being here. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. But yeah, we try to have a real conversation. It's so bland when people say that. I can't stand when people say, let's have a conversation. It irks me, so I don't want to say that. We try to be as honest of an interpretation vessel as possible. We're trying to honestly interpret with no false motivations. There you go. That's the key. I want to have a conversation. Shut up. No. Put that. I can't stand that phrase. I apologize. I like art. Wanted those words back. Why did I say that? What I try to provide on the TNAM Daily Show is an honest interpretation of what I'm seeing. There's a lot of abusive shit happening, and there's a lot of dangerous pitfalls, and there's a lot of question marks, and there's a lot of concern, and there's a lot of frustration. There's a lot of energy floating around. There's a lot of it. By the way, speaking of energy floating around, if you want a mug, money is energy. Thank you, John, for the donation of some mugs. He created these. They're black and white and red all over. We are the news. John, you didn't have that in mind when you made these mugs, did you? Black and white and red all over, just like that. Hey, see, what's black and white and red all over?
Gee willikers, I don't know, fella.
Well, that's a newspaper, son. Sonny? Yeah. That's a newspaper. Yeah. No, it's a nun getting pushed down the stairs. That was the other version of that joke. Black and white and red all over. And actually, that joke would get really gross and really weird because kids would keep trying to come up with different versions of things that would be, okay, 2 penguins in a blender. And you're like, what? No, that's not. Why are we? No. Don't. Nah. But yeah, speaking of energy, if you like the show, if you enjoy what we've been working on for 15 years, like I said, please subscribe on YouTube and Rumble. We have Rumble rants and super chats. If you want to toss something in the tip jar, welcome to the bar. I'm your bartender. We're going to talk about all the shit on the news, on the televisions there. Where is it at? Yeah. Everything's inverted. I got like the screen backward. But yeah, all the tip jars down at the bottom. If you want a mug, shoot $40 over on PayPal, Venmo, or Cash App. The address is listed at the bottom of the screen. We just run off of donations, and we get a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit here, a little bit there. It's all appreciated, and it's all awesome. But yeah, $40, and I'll mail you out a mug. It'll include shipping to the continental United States. So just include your address, and we will get those mailed out to you. On today's show, the J6 pipe bomber has been arrested. Or another way to say that is that somebody who is being fingered as the J6 pipe bomber has been arrested. Allegedly, 2 hours ago, a man from Virginia, maybe. There you go. There's your bumper sticker. There's your bullet points. Bam, bam, bam. Who, what, where, when, why. That's all I got. But any moment now, some of this will be revealed in a press conference. They should be ready to have a press conference if they've had this person in custody for a little bit and they had enough forethought to go get the warrant to make the arrest in the first place. So news could break on that while we're doing this show live. So make sure you're following us on X at American_media_. It's a great way to stay connected with us. And if you have stories to share, just shoot a direct message over. And it's a great way for us to grab content that you find relevant and urgent or interesting, or even just, what do you think of that? Toss it in the direct message. X is a great platform, and we hope that you join us over there. We're going to talk about the J6 pipe bomber. We're also going to talk about Candace Owens and Turning Point USA. Turning Point USA has invited Candace Owens for I believe it's a live discussion. Are they going to meet in person? Candace was saying there might be a 9/11 style terror attack, false flag occurring in the second week of December. Is that right around the time that they're going to meet? I think Candace said, let's meet tomorrow, but let's also make sure no strange assassinations of me occur. I think I saw that somewhere. Been doing all the show prep this morning. And actually, if you've noticed, there's a slight difference. There's a slight difference to today's program. So let me ask you, do you notice a difference, a slight difference with today's program? What do you think? Type it in the comments, question of the day. If you think that there's something different about today's program. First caller with the correct answer will win a prize. That prize will be a congratulations. So type in the comments if you notice anything different about today's program. You're still singing the Taliban Banana song? And someone help Danette. She's losing her earbuds and she can't get the chat panel working. Somebody help her. So it's showing the comments, but you can't open it like it's in your personal account to comment. And man, I don't know. Do you need to update the app? Do you need to update your operating system on your phone? Do you need to replace your phone? Are you rocking a flip phone or a dial phone? God, I haven't heard that noise in a while. How'd I do on the noise impersonation? By the way, fun fact, I did get to work on a Western when I was living in Los Angeles, and I was sound, I don't know what they called it, sound effects. So we were there, we were talking, we were making noises, and just this whole wall full of things that sound like things. And so we'd watch the playback, and they'd record the sound and sync it up to the thing. It was awesome. But yeah, if I had a dial-up telephone, now that sounds like that Beatles song. Come together. Someone said you can't hum too many Beatles words in a row, or else they'll actually flag you for it. Similar sound. Okay, so yeah, somebody helped in that. I don't know. But I'll tell you what, Nimbus is here looking for breakfast. We have a show to get to. It's going to have to fly fast today. So forgive me for my brevity, but we're going to be doing a 3 p.m. show, strictly football. We'll be here live. Myself, Jim Mitchell. Oh, hold on. Where's the thing? Okay, there we go. Myself, Mike Barra, Jim Mitchell, Ezrael Robinson. We're going to talk about what we learned last week in the NFL, a little bit about college football, and of course, a discussion about what to make for this week in football. That's Strictly Football today, 3 p.m. Eastern, coming up today. So without further delay, let's get the party started. See if I can give Nimbus a little lunch here. He likes to come out from his nap when he finds out Brian's sitting down. I don't know. He turned the lights on and he's sitting in the corner again. What's he doing? Why is he in the studio? What's he doing over there? Why is he at his desk? And what's the slight change? What's the subtle change between today's show and the other show? Here's a hint. If you pull up a second screen and do a side-by-side, you might see a difference between today's show and the show yesterday. Either way, buckle up. The program begins right now.
Your guide to the truth. TheNewAmericanMedia.com.
Thank you all so much for being here. Let's see what people are talking about today, shall we? Hit like, hit subscribe. Let's go side by side. Let's pull up our Instagram. Make sure you're following The New American Media on Instagram. Here's one. Do you agree or disagree? I don't care. Deport them all. Question of the day. Type it in the comments. This is meant to get your conversation going. Tell us the yes or no, the agree or disagree, and tell us why in the comments. I don't care. Deport them all. Does that sum up how you feel? Agree or disagree? The efforts are being ramped up, and starting in January, I believe, when the budget comes through, you're going to see Big change. Keep in mind, everybody who's in this country illegally has been notified. It's been made very public to every person involved in immigration that the CBP One app is now the CBP Home app. If you're not in this country legally, that is designed to get you transportation to the place that you came from. And if you want to reapply and start the process from that point, as someone who raised their hand, like that gentleman on that meme, and said, "Look, I'm here. You're saying I shouldn't be. I thought I could. Someone said I could if it was a temporary. I moved. I really want to. Okay, cool. If you want to be a citizen, there's a longer, more thorough process that needs to happen. So we're going to get you back to the place that you came, that you were in prior to being in America. And then we're going to do our vetting. We're going to check out any criminal record. We're going to ask, this is merit-based. Like, what are we doing here? There's compatibility issues with Western society, with American society, with America specifically. And if that's not at the first and foremost, if that's not prioritized right at the top of the things that are happening in our immigration process, then what Obama did with his puppet Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and Mayorkas over the past 4 years, for the last 5 years, to destroy the national sovereignty, making promises that were backed by nothing, invitations where no invitation was given. The amount of money that exchanged hands between cartels and coyotes and non-governmental organizations that were fully funded by the government, which it pre-existing condition. What's a pre-existing? There's no such thing as a pre-existing condition. I'm always going to exist in whatever version I am today, and where I am today is a human being. There's no pre-existing condition. There's the condition of being a human being speaking to you right now. The terminology. Oh no, they're undocumented immigrants. They're illegal alien invaders. You know, the ones who are not illegal alien invaders, the ones that raise their hand, they say, hey, look, I walked into the nightclub. Somebody propped the door open. They said, hey, come on in. Everything's good. I know the promoter. He just wants me to bring people in. You go, all right. You go in. And guess what? People were paying cover at the door. $20 a head, $40 a head, and there's food being served, drinks that are paid for by somebody else. And you notice, you look around, there's a lot of people going up and taking food and taking drinks and at your party that you don't recognize, and they don't have the green wristband. You say, hold on a second here. Hold on. You get the DJ to turn the music off and you pop the house lights on. You go, look, everybody, I don't know what happened before I got here. I don't know what happened an hour ago. I'm not sure how we ended up in this spot, but here's the deal. There are people here that are supposed to be here, and there's people that have walked in other doors. That's not the process. Yeah, well, the other guy told me. Well, when she said it was. I can't speak to anything that anybody else said. Hold your hand up. If you walked through the front door, showed us your identification so we could check, are you on our list of 40 people that are banned from this club and the other clubs up on this street, so that we don't encourage problems coming into our establishment. We have every right to do that. It's up to us who we let in and who we don't. Just like in the dating world. Do you want to keep your legs crossed, or do you want to open them up? That's a you conversation every single day. It's up to us who we open our legs for. But if you're in that nightclub and you didn't show your ID and we couldn't cross-reference and find out if you're one of the people that should not be coming here because you were violent and destructive at the bar across the street, so we have your picture, we have your name, and we go, nope, I'm sorry, Johnny Diaz. says here that you've done some pretty awful stuff to kids. There's not a single universe where we could imagine you making our nightclub better. Get the fuck out of here. We have every right to do that. Doesn't make you a bad person at all. Yeah, but there's all these people in here, and they've been here for so long. They've been eating and drinking and getting free resources for how long? Some of them have been voting. They're saying in Minneapolis that they're giving out driver's license to non-citizens and then saying all you need to vote is a driver's license. Are you fucking, you gotta be kidding me. This cannot be true that that's the real story up there. Have all these people been arrested for sedition, treason? You're subverting our national sovereignty and our ability to function as a constitutional republic. You've sold us out to foreign invaders to take money from us. Nobody voted on this. This is not a policy that anyone's been cool with. Well, there's been one group that's been cool with it because they're taking the money and they're bribing certain people. And the jig is up. So it's a weird spot we find ourselves in. But just boil it back down. You have the microphone, you're on the stage, you go, look, if you don't have your wristband, I'm not saying you're a piece of garbage. Yeah, well, Trump said people from Minnesota are a piece of garbage. No, he said people like you, your friends, the ones, the moochers, the liars, billions of dollars being stolen from taxpayers, funding terrorist organizations and illegal alien invaders who did not come here to say, we would like to become American and adapt to these American ideals. It's that we want to bring the culture from somewhere else. And we want to change the place that we're going. And by the way, I want the things that you have. By the way, we're going to lie and cheat and steal. So if you're in the nightclub and you see some of the people without wristbands, with backpacks, and they're going behind the bar, and they're going off the shelf and they're grabbing bottles of Grey Goose, and they're stuffing their backpacks to steal everything they possibly can, those motherfuckers are banned for life. The other people in here without the wristband, if you weren't aggressively doing what was happening all over Minneapolis, allegedly. Tim Walz, billions of dollars stolen. Oh, we're going to run a fake autism center and we're going to give out fake autism care to the spiking number of autists. Oh, we're going to operate all these fake companies out of these fake places and get all these fake people, fake benefits, and reroute millions of dollars, hundreds of millions, billions of dollars. I don't even know what the number is. How quickly do you get into 100 million, a billion? How what are we even talking about here? These are people that snuck into your nightclub and they are looting the place blind. Thieves, pirates, criminals, invaders. So yeah, look, having worked lived in Los Angeles for 15 years and just been a person on planet Earth, I think there should be some sort of maybe a fast track. And I don't claim to be an exact expert on all the policy, but if there's people that legitimately are here and they're just working and they have a history of not causing problems here, if the CBP Home app allows you to go physically check in at a location, you don't have to physically get deported to a place and just go, Senor, I've been working over here for, why do I sound like Speedy Gonzalez? But yeah, how many people working on whatever cruise you could imagine in Southern California don't have their proper paperwork? Like, not all of these people are bad people by any stretch. So I'm all for making that process better, whatever that looks like. I'm not entirely sure what the best way to do it. I would say when people are having a problem with masked people not identifying themselves, just kidnapping people on the streets, can somebody explain to me why they're not giving out business cards that says, I'm Officer John Doe 1373. Here's the phone number of the lieutenant in charge. This is the phone number and the email address for our liaison. And you flip it over and it says, this person is being booked at our facility. Contact us at this number, at this address. Is that happening? Is there a downside to that happening? I don't know. But you don't just get to sneak into the nightclub, and you certainly don't get to sneak in and steal all the shit that's not bolted down. No. You ever have a house party and you get some really disrespectful people up in your house? I've probably been a disrespectful person at other people's parties. I can't, there's no time that really jumps out at me off the top of my head. But I suppose when I play the highlights and lowlights of my life, maybe I was disrespectful to other people's property. But that being said, yeah, it's okay to walk in a door if someone says, yeah, come on now, I got you. We have a table in the corner. Yeah, well, that's not your table. That's the house account. And you've been ordering way too much on it for too long. And that's not your bill to ring up. You had no authorization for that. And you lied to get authorization in the first place. So no, we're hitting Control-Alt-Delete. We're resetting the whole system. That I'm in favor of. Anyway, let's talk about this story. Turning Point issues a response to nearly 3 months of relentless monetized content from Candace Owens, in which she has repeatedly promoted viral theories, accusing everyone from random Utah Mormons, plumbing companies, and the alleged secret bee societies to Israel, Egypt, France, and Utah police, President Trump, and Turning Point USA itself of being complicit in a supposed plot to assassinate Charlie Kirk. So here we go. Here's the response from Turning Point.
Use this segment at the top of this hour to say something important, something very important. For the past 2.5 months, there is a topic that has flooded our freedom inbox. It has been nonstop on social media, but which we have almost totally avoided on this show. You probably already know what I'm talking about, which shows just how ubiquitous it has been. Ever since Charlie's murder, Candace Owens has leveled a flood of allegations against people at Turning Point USA, people at Turning Point Action, and people who work for this show. She has made them against some of Charlie's closest friends and against some of his most dedicated employees. She has suggested that Michael McCoy, Charlie's chief of staff, knew Charlie would be murdered, was happy that he died, and stayed silent because he was told he would be the next Charlie. She has suggested Michael is not his real name. It is. I have seen his birth certificate myself. She has called it suspicious that Mikey's wife, who works at Turning Point, helped plan the campus tour event where Charlie was murdered, which she didn't, by the way. She doesn't work on campus events. Candace has suggested the Utah Valley University event was unusual and its details suggested a, quote, inside job. She has claimed that foreign aircraft have followed Erica Kirk around the country and that Turning Point has lied about this happening. She has accused us of lying about Charlie wanting Erica to take over for him if he died. She has suggested Charlie's security team intentionally denied him first aid after the shooting to ensure that he died. She has raised suspicions about the head of our technical team because he took an SD card out of a camera. She has spread absurd claims that Tyler Boyer, who we just had on the show, sexually abuses male interns. She has suggested that TPUSA faith-affiliated pastors, like theologian Frank Turek, who we'll have on in a moment, and Pastor Rob McCoy, are part of a military, quote, infiltration of Turning Point, either because they are veterans or because they have family members who are. Even if not everyone has been named specifically, though, Candace has effectively tarred everyone here with complicity in Charlie's death by repeatedly saying he was, quote, betrayed by, quote, everyone. She has said Charlie's murder, quote, had to be approved by Charlie's friends, and then suggested those friends might have her murdered too for, quote, knowing the truth. She has made claims of financial impropriety and fraud at Turning Point, adding up into the millions of dollars, which, again, is not true. Charlie made sure the organization was audited by a third party every year. He personally reviewed and he signed off on every expense report, and literally every single bill paid by the organization down to a single United States dollar. We have never missed a 990 deadline. Candace has made other stranger allegations involving French paratroopers in maroon shirts, Egyptian Air Force planes flying out of Provo, Utah, and potential underground assassins traveling through unseen tunnels. At one point in early November, she started wildly throwing suspicion on members of Utah Valley's soccer team for wearing hoodies. I could go on. There is always something new coming up, and none of it ever pans out because from the start, there has been nothing there. The attacks and allegations from Candace are either lies or they are innuendos thrown around with a total, reckless disregard for the truth so that Candace can manipulate and string along an audience of people who don't realize they are being played. Instead of being able to grieve properly after one of the most heinous murders in American history, a murder many of us had to witness, my friends have had to endure harassment from people who have gotten whipped up by what Candace is saying. In fact, I would say we have suffered more harassment from these people than we have from Antifa supporters who overtly celebrate Charlie's murder. And just like a lot of those Antifa members, many of these people take this delight in how gross and unpleasant they can be. What our friends have had to endure is not funny and it's not insignificant. It is evil. I have seen it. For months, we have received hundreds, thousands, I suspect, emails and calls asking us to respond. People have wanted us to invite Candace on the show, but for a long time, our approach was to say nothing. We did that for several reasons. First, we thought that her prevarications were so absurd that nobody would believe them. We shouldn't have to answer questions about secret tunnels or Egyptian Air Force planes. That sort of thing is just, it's beneath contempt to respond to. The second reason we've said so little, though, is because there's a good rule of thumb, which Charlie followed. Do not feed the trolls. Focus on the mission. Reviving America, uplifting young people, making heaven crowded. Don't give air to people who want to tear you down and sow discord. Lastly, we didn't respond because Charlie always viewed Candace as a friend, and we were holding out hope that she would return that friendship and stop what she was doing. But a week from now, it's going to be 3 months since Charlie's murder. Candace has not changed her behavior. She has continued to spread falsehoods about Charlie's friends, and she continues to concoct new ones about new people. She's using these falsehoods to enrich herself while dividing the conservative movement at an absolutely critical time for this country. And far too often, we here have heard from ordinary people, people who loved Charlie and who Charlie loved so much in return. These people have expressed the worry that we are staying silent out of cowardice or as some sort of tacit admission that some of the attacks are true. Neither is the case. Our silence has never been, and it will never be, equal to complacency or approval. Still, we decided Charlie would not allow this to go on. Charlie was not a coward. Charlie was a fighter. Charlie would not allow someone to spread lies about the people closest to him with impunity. And he would feel ashamed if other people were stepping up to defend his friends while he never did so himself.
Catch your breath there. That was a lot. That was a lot. This is absolutely polarized. The country. There's a lot of people that hate Candace for what she's been doing and saying and implying and asking. And there is a laundry list of questions that need to be clarified, sorted out. When is this meeting taking place? Can I host this? Can I mediate with the Agree to Disagree show? Just give me a setup, give me a panel. We'll talk. Let's get a list. I want a graphics guy, like as we're saying these things, put them up on the screen. What can we confirm? What can we deny? Let's talk this out. Let's figure this out. Ooh, it'd be cool if the audience could vote. How satisfied are they with the proof given? Who wins the point? How confident are they that have they been swayed? Where do they feel? Ask the audience. Oh, I will absolutely moderate this debate. Tell me when, and is it Arizona? Is it tomorrow? I could probably get there tomorrow. There are so many unanswered questions and rumors, things that you've heard. As he listed off that laundry list of stuff, I'm like, did I hear that from Candace? Did I hear that from someone else? We played that one fella going through what he said was his investigation about filings and something. You know, a retweet is not an endorsement. We don't know. How could anybody know? That was Adam Carolla's big point on COVID when these people all came out like, no, we absolutely know that there's no way ivermectin could help. It must be banned. It must be horse paste. And you go, how could you know? That's an unknowable thing. You couldn't possibly know. All we were saying is we want the right to try it. And that should have never been taken away. How could you know? How could you be so confident? Oh, no, it absolutely did not come from the wet market. No. Or no, it didn't come from the Wuhan virology laboratory. No way it came from a bioweapons lab. How are you confident of that? That's an unconfidentable thing. You protesteth too much. But, you know, that was quite the laundry list of stuff he's read off already. But now he issues the offer.
Candace has mentioned several times that the ball is in our court. So here's what is going to happen. In the near future, there will be a live stream here in Phoenix where we address in a clear and comprehensive way the claims and accusations, the false accusations that have been made against Charlie's family, friends, and the people here at Turning Point. We plan to walk through everything carefully and thoroughly. If Candace is available, we would sincerely welcome her participation in that live stream at our studio here in Phoenix. At this point, we believe the ball is back in her court. Our motivation for doing this is not out of any obligation to Candace. It is about honoring Charlie. We feel a deep responsibility.
I'm sorry, did he say a live stream tomorrow, or did he just say a live stream? And now the ball's in Candace's court. Did he give you the date and the time? Did I miss that? I was like listening to hear it, but then he was past it. I go, did he say it, or did I wish he had said it? What was I?
To protect his legacy, his work, and the truth. I feel that. I owe Charlie everything in my life. I feel it immensely. And that is why we feel compelled to speak clearly and openly now. We'll have more on this in the near future. We wanted to use this segment at the top of this hour to say something important, something very important. For the past 2.5 months, there is a topic that has flooded our freedom inbox. It has been nonstop on social media, but which we have almost totally avoided on this show. You probably already know what I'm talking about, which shows...
All right. Well, let's say eager to watch. When and where do we find this conversation? And we'd volunteer to mediate if that could be useful to both sides. Thanks. Okay. Oh, that's the thing about Instagram. Oh, there it is. Let me copy this. I'm going to delete it. I'm going to repost. Okay. I thought this was on the TPUSA page, but it's on Rooted Wings. All right. So where do you stand on Candace? I don't know. I don't know where I stand. Maybe I combed my hair. No, didn't do that. Didn't do that. If you can tell the difference between today's show and yesterday's show, you win a prize. Oh, this was awesome. A New York City subway rider stands up to a man who's harassing passengers on the train. This is the energy we need. This is an American conversation right here. Taking care of business.
He's not worried about you. He's smiling, living his life. You want to bother him. Pick on somebody that's like that, nigga. I'm like that. The fuck? Ask me why I'm smiling at you, nigga. Ha, I'm smiling at you. Ask me that, nigga. The fuck? You want to ask somebody that's not doing shit, minding his business? Ask me. I'm like that. No, you threaten him, nigga. I seen that. I'm like that. Ask me. Ask me why I'm smiling at you like that. Ask me why I'm smiling at you like that. Oh, all right. You pussy. You pick and choose your battles. He was minding his business, not even paying you no fucking mind. He's a bitch.
He's the guy with the camera has called out a predator, a bully, a real piece of work. I love this so much.
Bitch, he's pussy. And I hope you know that. Okay. Exactly. Bro, he's not worried about you. He's smiling, living his life.
I wonder if he's talking about the guy in this scene, both of these. The white guy here, was he getting bullied by this dude in the hat? Actually, that's a question. Who was getting bullied in this video? The white dude by the door? Bless the dude filming. God bless the dude filming. That is the American energy we need right now to push back. To push back on the bullies. There we go. Okay, I'm going to post that. I love this. I'm going to play it again.
You want to bother him. Pick on somebody that's like that, nigga. I'm like that. The fuck? Ask me why I'm smiling at you, nigga. Ha, I'm smiling at you. Ask me that, nigga. The fuck? You want to ask somebody that's not doing shit, minding his business? Ask me. I'm like that. No, you threaten him, nigga. I seen that. I'm like that. Ask me. Ask me why I'm smiling at you like that. Ask me why I'm smiling at you like that. Oh, all right. You pussy. You pick and choose your battles. He was minding his business, not even paying you no fucking mind. He's a bitch. He's a bitch. He's pussy. And I hope you know that. Okay. Exactly. Bro, he's not worried about...
Put him right in his place. Find this guy. I want to invite him on the show. I want him on the show. Jamie, find the guy that filmed this. Oh, by the way, I'm Jamie. I'm also the booking agent. Maybe that's why I haven't been booking a lot of guests lately. It's just there's only so much bandwidth. By the way, got another show coming up at 3 p.m. today. Make sure you check it out. It's called Strictly Football. Myself, Mike Barra, Jim Mitchell, and Ezrael Robinson. That's Strictly Football, 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Season 2, episode, I don't know what we're up to now. But hit subscribe. We do the sports show, The Unhappy Hour. By the way, if anybody wants a set of coasters or one of our The Unhappy Hour pins, pins are $25. A set of 4 wooden etched, laser engraved coasters is $30. Shipping included. 2 for $50. $75 for all 3. If you want it, shoot it on Venmo or Cash App. Venmo's probably the best and include your address. Just tell me what you want. Mugs are $40. Coasters are $30. 2 for $50 or $75 if you include the pin. Just $25 if you want just the pin. That includes shipping too. It's a Christmas special. It's a Christmas miracle, isn't it, Nimbus? Nimbus is like, I don't know. I just woke up because I heard you talking, and now I ate, and I'm a little tired. Oh, you came over? Aww. Yeah. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Nimbus, everybody. Everyone say hi to Mr. Nimbus. Hello, everybody. All right. Well, I want to give this guy a commendation. I'm so impressed. We don't like bullies, do we, Nimbus? Nope. Good for him. I love this video so much. It's my video of the day. From Town Hall, Jake Tapper asks a question. Take a listen to Ilhan Omar.
Can you shed
any
light on why the fraud got so out of control in Minnesota?
I think what happened is that, you know, when you have these kind of new programs that are designed to help people, you're oftentimes relying on third parties to be able to facilitate. And I just think that a lot of the COVID programs that were set up, they were set up so quickly that a lot of the guardrails did not get created.
Can you shed any light?
Ah, how convenient. Yeah. How convenient an excuse. Also, we don't buy a second of it. And it's Ilhan Omar, people. The investigation into Minnesota continues.
For months.
Now here's Candace reacting to what Turning Point USA had to say.
We have received hundreds, thousands, I suspect, emails and calls asking us to respond.
Yeah.
People have wanted us to invite Candace on the show. But for a long time, our approach was to say nothing. We did that for several reasons. First, we thought that her prevarications were so absurd that nobody would believe them. We shouldn't have to answer questions about secret tunnels or Egyptian Air Force planes. That sort of thing is just, it's beneath contempt to respond to. The second reason we've said so little, though, is because there's a good rule of thumb, which Charlie followed. Do not feed the trolls. Focus on the mission. Reviving America, uplifting young people, making heaven crowded. Don't give air to people who want to tear you down and sow discord. Lastly, we didn't respond because Charlie always viewed Candace as a friend, and we were holding out hope that she would return that friendship and stop what she was doing.
Okay, so the first thing he says there is we didn't respond because it's beneath us. That's just not the right attitude. That is an elitist attitude. It is beneath us to respond to the very people who showed up in scores because they were so moved by Charlie's assassination that they all poured into the Staples Center and poured their tears out and made videos and donated. It is beneath us to not to then respond to questions that you have that are meaningful, because we just think it's so stupid that you would suggest that the feds are involved in an assassination. That's never happened in American history. What? That's a ridiculous thing. The second thing he says there is Charlie always said, don't feed the trolls. That flies into the face of what he says thereafter, where he says Candace and Charlie were friends. So I'm not a troll. I'm not trolling. I'm not someone who's hated Turning Point and wanted Turning Point to fail. I'm actually the exact opposite of that.
And by the way, the whole don't feed the trolls, you wouldn't give airplay to somebody with their leftist opinions if you consider a conversation to be feeding the trolls. That is a really shitty argument. I would agree on that. Because Charlie's thing is, I want your shitty arguments. Let's go. Feed the trolls. All right. Well, let's talk about the tunnels and the planes and the whatever it is. Let's talk about it. Go. Show me. What are you talking about? Confront it. You know, it's almost like when you try too hard to over-explain something. You go, why did you need to go in that kind of detail? Why did you phrase it that way? There were a couple times during this, I don't know. Obviously, he's trying to read this. He's trying to deliver it with the energy and the spirit with which it was written. But yeah, some of what he's saying feels a little theatric, feels a little too well rehearsed. A little sus, maybe.
That's why the people believe in me and they trust me, because they feel that I'm the only one that's acting right in the situation. Who wouldn't want to have every stone unturned if they cared about somebody? Who wouldn't want to have every question answered? Who wouldn't be immediately suspicious to see Egyptian military jets? Who wouldn't go, why the hell were these jets around Turning Point way before, years before Charlie's assassination? Who is on these jets? Instead, you're mentioning the Egyptian planes for the fourth time. I would like to recommit everybody that is watching this to figuring out what the hell is going on with these Egyptian planes, because they're nervous about them. They're mentioned so many times. They're trying to give the vibe that this is so crazy.
Ah, okay. All right, good on Candace. I don't watch Candace's show very much. I'm following this drama because I completely agree. Well, I want every stone turned over, then turn it over again. See what ducked and avoided the first and then got too comfortable, and then lift the other side of the stone, flip it back. I felt like there was a little over explanation there too. Now that's not proof of anything, but it's a piece of where I'm compiling my gutometer, my gutometer. What is my gut telling me? And by the way, the change to today's show has really made Mr. Nimbus happy. He is thrilled with the change on today's show. If you can tell the difference, Nimbus loves the change. Yeah, you see him? Where's he at? Oh, he's just a little. Here. Yeah, Nimbus is very happy with the change. I'm giving you hints. I've said too much. Anyway. David, what are you saying? Welcome, David. Hi, everybody in chat. David says she said she saw the camera angle from behind and she found suspicious that she couldn't see blood. Sell a TNAM calendar with Nimbus and highlights of your intro. Highlights of the intro, like should the months of the calendar be 12 months of Nimbus? Should they be montages of people I've interviewed? Maybe January I'd make it all musicians, because that's the year that's the month I would always go to the NAM convention in Anaheim and interview musicians. It's a good idea. I need my TNAM meme team to make that. It's a great idea. Let's set it up. Is there a bigger table for Nimbus to sit on? No. Danette saying the ads on YouTube are hilarious. They think I'm an old man. Well, I've once been called Old Man River. Either my bass player said it or my brother said it. We were in Nashville. I either hit it too hard and I was too tired too early, and I didn't want to go out again that night after being out the entire day or something. I was called Old Man River. Yeah, you're right, David. Why not answer the questions? Agreed. I'm here for it. Yeah, I mean, we have been strange places. We could show footage of J6, footage of Jimmy Dore spitting in Alex Jones' face. Like, there were a lot of people that filmed that, but nobody had the angle we had that close and then confronted Jimmy immediately after. That was wild footage. Yeah, that J6 footage, there were a lot of people filming a lot of things, but nobody got it the way I got it. And it's been licensed out. It's been used by a lot of people. And it's part of the historical record. I'm glad I went. Just talk to people what brought you out and whatnot. Okay, back to Candace's reaction here.
No, they are fearful. The Egyptian planes hold the key, and that is obvious even in Blake Neff's statement. I am not a troll. People followed what felt to them as authenticity. It was not you. They were not getting that from Charlie's closest friends. Why is that? They weren't getting that from Charlie's most loved pastors. Why is that? Don't blame me for the bad energy that you exuded. Don't blame me for the fact that you didn't pass the gut check with the public. That's why you're doing this. That is why you are doing this, because your strategy failed. In fact, this is your old school turning point before they put on the faith pants. This is your old school turning point lesson in what the free markets are. The free market saw what you were offering, or they saw what I was offering. You were offering, we should accept this and move on. I was saying we need to investigate this. And the free markets said no to Turning Point USA. Let him take this away in terms of what he thought, I guess, was the best way to be a friend to Charlie Kirk. What did he think was the best way for them to show that they were friends with Charlie Kirk? Keep going, Blake.
A week from now, it's going to be 3 months since Charlie's murder. Candace has not changed her behavior. She has continued to spread falsehoods about Charlie's friends. She continues to concoct new ones about new people. She's using these falsehoods to enrich herself while dividing the conservative movement at an absolutely critical time for this country.
I have to applaud that audacity. I have to applaud it. You do. You have to applaud it. These, excuse me here, I'm trying not to swear. These men, this company, these amazing lads over here have the audacity to accuse me of enriching myself when they were out there selling t-shirts of what Charlie died in to enrich themselves. Were they giving those t-shirts away for free at the Staples Centers? No, they were selling kit of what Charlie died in to the tune of $80 million plus that they made in the first 3 weeks. They made their entire budget for the year in the first couple of weeks following Charlie's assassination. They are attacking me with zero proof that I've made a single dollar off of Charlie's assassination. I did not sell a cup. I did not sell a mug. All I did was do what I already do for a living. I podcast, I investigate things. I investigate things that I feel passionate about. Sometimes it's Kamala's genealogy. When she's saying she wants to be the president and things aren't making sense, I sense that she is lying. Sometimes it's Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds when they try to destroy a man's life who's not even on my quote unquote political team. Sometimes it's Brigitte, why we are colluding with nations to cover the obvious fact that Brigitte was born a male. This time it's personal. It's you. Do you want to know what all of these investigations have in common? Liars who lie and think that the public is too stupid to see through their lies. That is how we got into this. I did not sell anything. You did that.
For months, we have received hundreds, thousands, I suspect, emails and calls asking.
So it appears to be happening. Hey, let's flash back to 2016. Ilhan Omar.
Election night was just 2 days ago, but it seems Minnesota Representative-elect Ilhan Omar may have already made her first move as an elected official. In a letter signed November 8th, Omar asks a U.S. district judge for compassion when sentencing 9 Minnesota Somali American men convicted of trying to join the terrorist group ISIS. She says the best deterrent to fanaticism is a system of compassion. We must alter our attitude and approach if we truly want to affect change. We should refocus our efforts on inclusion and rehabilitation. But she's not the only one. 13 letters.
You caught that, right? She gets installed into office and immediately sticks up for Somali ISIS members. ISIS sympathizers, is that the better term there?
Including one from the Dean of Students at Minneapolis Public Schools, were also sent to the judge asking for leniency. Osman Sheikh Yusuf says, I truly am honored to call Abdi Rahman my friend, and I hope that good things happen to this wonderful young man who totally deserves a second chance in life. But those letters and defense attorneys' request for a lighter sentence might not be enough to convince a judge. U.S. Attorney Andy Lugar has filed a response arguing against any lightened sentence. As to the defense claims, some of the men were immature and were therefore impulsive. He says there was nothing impulsive about the defendant's decision to continue to try and reach Syria, despite the FBI's numerous attempts to stop them. Election night was just 2 days ago, but it seems Minnesota Representative...
Odd place to cut that off. It's an odd place to find a Somali community up in Minnesota, and it's an odd thing to see so much money being stolen, so much corruption, and sympathizing with ISIS instead of America. Somalia instead of America. Shouldn't you have to be born in the country in order to serve in it? Shouldn't that be for the president, for Congress, for governor, for mayor? Shouldn't that be the bare minimum standard so that you don't get conquered from without? Call me crazy. All right, what is this? President Trump put this out. Bombshell video. Elon Musk might have saved the 2024 election from being stolen. All right, let's break this down. According to Johnny St. Pete, Benny Johnson tells a story of how Musk knew that they would win the election, and it appears it's because they identified the overseas systems and machines that were going to perpetrate what we saw in 2020. Okay. Let's look at the bottom there. December 1st, 2025. So 3 days ago, this came out. Now we know why Trump is raging at Venezuela. Apparently, we weren't crazy. Sorry, let me switch the screen here so you can read this. There we go. Now we know why Trump is raging at Venezuela. Apparently, we weren't crazy. Musk tracked down the IP addresses of the Dominion office in Serbia and rendered their computers useless days before the election. Huh. Remember for a minute there, you heard Democrats say that Elon Musk rigged the election? And then it disappeared. It was a talking point. It was a trial balloon talking point. I remember that floated out there for a minute. A couple of voices were like, yeah, Elon Musk rigged the election. You go, what? You heard it a couple times and then nobody was saying it. It didn't work. It didn't resonate. It didn't make sense. Is that what they were talking about? Did they find out that Elon stopped them from cheating? So a few people tried to float it out there that Elon stopping the cheating was the cheating? That is so right out of the Democrat playbook. Piss on your leg and tell you it's raining. You know, when you point fingers at someone, you have three pointing back at yourself. I've told you that was the name of a song that our band recorded. Three pointing back. That's very interesting. I don't know if people are making that connection or not, but I am thinking about it now. According to Johnny St. Pete, it says years prior in 2020, the chairman of Smartmatics Holding Company, SGO, was Mark Malek Brown. He resigned in 2020. Guess where his next job was? January 2021. The president of the Open Society Foundation. Yes, that's George Soros's foundation. George Soros being the #1 donor to the Democrats. In the DNC, his right-hand man was the head of an electronic voting company called Smartmatic, and those Dominion machines may have been running Smartmatic software. May have been, says Johnny St. Pete, retweeted by President Trump. According to Admiral Robinson, General Flynn flew out to meet with the Venezuela whistleblowers. Anyone else think it's odd that the Democrats are worried so relentlessly about Venezuela? Were they and the globalists running operations out of there? Huh. All right. I'm listening. Not familiar with it. Not familiar with the source. Frank Graves. I don't follow. Okay. Well, that's according to Johnny St. Pete. I'm interested what we learn on that front. President Trump shared this and says, for years, the Biden administration weaponized the justice system against their political opponents and anyone who disagreed with them. One of the clearest examples of this was when Crooked Joe used the FBI and Department of Justice to take out a member of his own party after highly respected Congressman Henry Cuellar bravely spoke out against open borders and the Biden border catastrophe. Sleepy Joe went after the congressman and even the congressman's wonderful wife, Imelda, simply for speaking the truth. It is un-American, and as I previously stated, the radical left Democrats are a complete and total threat to democracy. They will attack, rob, lie, cheat, destroy, and decimate anyone who dares to oppose their far left agenda, an agenda that, if left unchecked, will obliterate our magnificent country. Because of these facts and others, I am hereby announcing my full and unconditional pardon of beloved Texas Congressman Henry Cuellar and Imelda. Henry, I don't know you, but you can sleep well tonight. Your nightmare's finally over. No comments yet. That's interesting. I guess let me just double check. Let's do it this way. Henry Cuellar, pardon. Okay, no, it appears to be a real story. Oh, Representative Cuellar says, I want to thank President Trump for his tremendous leadership and for taking the time to look at the facts. I thank God for standing with my family and I during this difficult time. This decision clears the air and lets us move forward for South Texas. This pardon gives us a clean slate. The noise is gone. The work remains, and I intend to meet it head on. Thank you, Mr. President. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. Okay. Can't say I'm super familiar, but it's a thing, and it happened. All right, let's continue. Please hit like. Please hit subscribe. Remember that we do have mugs and coasters and pins. 40 for a mug, 30 for a coaster, 2 for 50 on the coasters, and 25 for a pin. Shoot me a Venmo and include your address. Tell me what you want, and I will send that out immediately. That includes shipping. Only on Venmo. I think what I'm going to do is open up a Shopify account. I got to check the monthly charges, and I think you can start it for a month or two for free. But I want to put all of our merch on there so people can find it. But if you're interested, you let me know. Okay. Let's go back to the IG. It's about Tim Walz. And I'm not familiar with this girl, but she does a good job summing it up.
Conspiracy theories, like 25-0 at this point. Yesterday, the Minnesota Director of Elections testified that illegal immigrants can absolutely vote in the state of Minnesota as long as they have a driver's license. Before someone says, oh, well, illegal immigrants can't get driver's licenses because they need to be citizens. Wrong again. 2023, Tim Walz signed a bill expanding access to driver's licenses to anyone regardless of immigration status. This includes the 81,000 undocumented immigrants in Minnesota. They confirmed during the House Fraud Committee hearing that illegal immigrants can vote under current laws in Minnesota, which obviously raises massive concerns about election integrity. Not to mention, Minnesota's voter registration does not require proof of citizenship at all. If this is not a concern for you, then you are anti-American. You are anti-America. It should matter to you that only citizens vote in our elections, because elections decide how our country is run. And if someone comes here from a different country, barely speaking English, doesn't really know our laws, doesn't really know our system, doesn't really know our constitution, doesn't know how our politics work, they can still vote in our elections. That is taking away the rights of citizens to know that they have fair and free elections. It doesn't matter if you are on the left or on the right. This should be a problem for everyone. Minnesota admitting this should bother everyone, no matter what side you're on. No matter how hard you want to fight for illegal or legal immigrants, it doesn't matter, because that's not the issue at hand. At this point, we are living in a society of America where pretty much everyone thinks they have the right to be an American and vote in our elections and decide which direction this country goes in. When you give anyone and everyone that right, people from other countries that aren't even citizens of our country, that's when we fall apart. It's like if any other country allowed all of us to vote for their elections. How is that fair to the people of that country? It's not, and this is a problem. Where are we at for conspiracy theories? Like 25-0 at this point? Yesterday, the Minnesota Director of Elections testified that illegal immigrants can absolutely vote in the state of Minnesota as long as they...
Thanks, Nimbus. I cannot believe what's happening in Minnesota. Where are the charges? Like we say all the time, where are the charges? How are people getting away with this? Hey, buddy. Thanks for the grooming. I'll just take a headbutt, though. He's purring over here. All right, let's keep it flying here.
If you guys have not seen this yet, there has been a reported French foreign legionnaire who has come forward. This is somebody who says that he's been doing...
I'm not familiar with this guy. Real Jesse on fire. Not familiar with him, but...
doing jobs, assassinating people for, however long, a long time. And he's coming forward to whistleblow on what is expected to happen to Candace, and that what the hit team is supposed to do that is in country right now, and what he is suggesting for her to protect herself, because this is a crazy story that this guy tells.
Rank Colonel DGSC Action Division. For 21 years I ran black contracts in Africa, Middle East, and yes, sometimes on your soil. Tonight, I break every oath I ever took. 2 days ago, a priority cable landed on my desk. Operation Poignard. Target Candace Owens. Client Unit 8200 liaison embedded inside the Elysee. Payment routed through a shell in Cyprus we have used since the Rainbow Warrior days.
People, we've entered the weird part of the internet, have we not?
The directive is explicit. Quote, eliminate the subject during live broadcast. Maximum visceral impact. The blade must be visible. The audience must feel the cut. They want her open from...
Whoa. With specificity to do it during a live broadcast.
Sternum to pelvis while the red light is on. They want the chat scrolling no, no, no as they're at the desk. That trauma is the secondary payload.
Let's continue.
That trauma is a secondary payload.
Payload is you, the viewers.
Danette, I hope you mean, we're still asking the question, what changed between yesterday's episode and this one? She guesses you guys have matching hair color. I hope you mean me versus me, not me versus Nimbus. I'm not a Russian blue with gray hair just yet.
Break the Americans who still speak again. Make the rest too afraid to open their mouths. The team is already in country. 4 operators, 2 ex-Legion Blade specialists from Corsica, 1 woman involved in the job on that Saudi journalist in Istanbul, and a spotter who was in the crowd in Utah. They have a studio floor plan. They have the shift.
Did they just say a spotter? They said a spotter in Utah. I didn't even catch that the first time. A spotter who was in the crowd in Utah. So that right there would indicate that this is real. At the very least, that would indicate that Candace, that this is who the source is for Candace. Like that right there. I didn't even catch that the first time. But Candace said they were involved in the Charlie shooting, and I don't know who else was. But right there, he said this, one of the spotters that was in the crowd. If you guys have not seen this yet,
This is the new thing that we're all watching together. This is the #1 show on TV. It's got a little bit of everything. I wasn't following that guy.
if you guys have not seen this yet, there has been a...
This guy's named Jesse Merle. Jesse on fire. All right, following. David Harris Jr. Here's this. Here's a Texas trooper finding 23 illegal alien invaders stuffed inside a truck cab during a traffic stop. The driver, John David Amaya, had no CDL and is now facing 23 felony smuggling charges.
You're gonna go pick something up? Yeah. Like a load? Yeah. You're a truck driver, like for what company? It's private company. Private one? What are they called? You have a load? Yeah, okay. You have a CDL? I do, but like I said, I don't have a picture of it on here. Yeah, right now. Okay. Right now you're alone. You're alone right now, right? Yeah, I'm alone. Okay. Could I see what you have in the vehicle? Do you give me permission? Is it required? It's not required. You don't have to then. I mean, you have to. There's no reason you should be searching the vehicle. I mean, I'm asking for consent, but if you're gonna deny it, then that's fine. But I'm gonna stand by here just for some other units to get here, and I'm gonna run a dog around the vehicle. I just think I mean, I'll get to that right now once they get here. I guess I would just wait for the other units. For other units? That's fine. I don't want you to feel like you have to do it. That's why I'm asking you for your consent. But I understand that you're not going to do it. There's no reason to. Okay. I understand that. But if you can, just wait right here. I'm just going to stand by for them, okay? But
there's no reason for you to look in my truck. Turns out there's 23 of them.
In terms of the violations, you don't have a CDL and you're operating a motor vehicle. You're not supposed to be driving a commercial motor vehicle. Okay, and who are you calling right now? I'm just curious. I'm calling my lawyer. Your lawyer? Yeah. All right.
It is dangerous being stationary out there on a freeway. It's not really you, it's just the randomness of others.
Can you just keep an eye on them? We're going to detain you real quick, okay? If we don't find anything in the vehicle, we're going to release you. Right now, we're going to conduct it.
They're going to release him back to drive a vehicle he can't he has no business operating?
Probably, I'll search on the vehicle right now, okay?
Open it. I can't reach. Open it.
Yeah. Hey, no se muevan, no se muevan, no se muevan,
no se muevan.
Nadie.
Están todos rodeados.
Get more out. Ponte tus manos en tus cabezas, ¿ok? Ahorita vamos a sacar.
I'm very thankful that we're stopping people from getting into the country like this. You want in, walk through the front door, show your ID, pay your cover charge. You're up to this. I don't know who the hell you are, what your intentions are. I got no business. I'm under no guilt trip to let 23 illegal aliens sneak inside of the country for God knows what. Nope. Laredo, Texas, smuggling persons times 23. All right. Great job. Thanks for catching them. Here we go. Oh, okay. This answers the question, I guess. Candace Owens says they have been signaling that a 9/11 style attack is coming the second week of December. She said this on November 27. She says, save this tweet. It will age well. Blake Neff says the live stream we announced on the show Wednesday has been set at 4 p.m. Eastern on Monday, December 15th. Oh, okay. Well, that is the second week of December, isn't it? I mean, you know, one day after the second week of December. A collection of Charlie's friends will respond to statements made by real Candace Owens to set the record straight once and for all prior to the opening of America Fest. We'll be live streaming from Charlie's Phoenix studio. Our offer from yesterday holds. If Candace wishes to join us in person in Phoenix, she is welcome to do so. She can let us know by the end of the day. Well, there's a good point. Jay Roberts says, Candace offered to do the live stream the day they offered it, or the next day. Why did they need until December 15th? 12 days later to rehearse and get all their stories straight? Tells you right there who's the liar and who's the truth teller. Not necessarily, but it's a good point. Although, if you want to set the record straight once and for all, I'd like to get my ducks in a row. And what wild questions do we have, and what can we possibly do to prove or debunk any of this? You know, I see both sides. Wait, was I muted? No, I'm not. I wasn't muted. Was I muted? Hope not. Okay, so it's going to be December 15th, allegedly. Monday, December 15th. All right.
You guys, it's happening. It's happening. Everybody stay calm. After yesterday's episode where we went kind of for the jugular with Turning Point USA, because really I think everybody...
You know, I mean, for her to say we went for the jugular, isn't that what Charlie got hit in? The jugular?
in the entire world has had enough with the non-response, trying to move on, trying to gaslight us, on answering basic details. So we just went for it. And guess what? Turning Point has moved to formally respond to all the things that we have said. And after a very long diatribe in which they wildly misrepresent the public and global investigation of Charlie Kirk's assassination, they at long last issued a public invitation or a challenge. I'm not sure what it is, but I accept. Okay? Quite literally, all we have ever asked for were sensible answers to our basic questions about what transpired on September 10th. And it looks like we're going to get those things. So major win. I am excited. Also, later on in the show, what I have for you is The Game, whose rapper is releasing a song that is entitled The Assassination of Candace Owens. And I have more questions. I've got questions. Am I allowed to have questions? What can I say other than we went max? Pause, reflect. I'm proud of everybody. I'm proud of the world. Every single person who was in my inbox giving me tips, the people inside of Turning Point USA who were leaking, the donors that wrote public letters, or donors that didn't write public letters but sent us messages encouraging us to keep going. All right, you guys, it's happening.
Some of your comments. Danette says they are baiting her. Maybe. Or she's baiting them. Kenneth said, I'd go for the jugs. Oh, buddy. You good? Hey. What was that? You okay, bud? What's going on? I must just had a, I don't know what that was. Slip or something? He's in one position and kind of, you know, here, no, we don't need a bookmark. He stepped on a whole bunch of buttons. You messed up the joke where Kenneth said I'd go for the jugs. Marion says that's a bad choice of words for her to say. Very bad. Major Win was my drill sergeant. Did you ever watch How I Met Your Mother? They had an inside joke where it's something, and I'll tell you what, that was a major win. They'd look at each other and go, major win. It was like an ongoing gag throughout the show, which was pretty funny. Danette says, what if they try to take her out too on national TV? It would be what they wanted. I mean, come on. I don't want to even think that into the universe, but all right, I'll take your point. Your turning point. All right, let's keep it flowing. Whoop. All right, here's Tommy Robinson. It's an old one, but it's a current one. It's a conversation that people are having about what type of society they want to live in. A Christian one where you're allowed to be other things, or an Islamic one where you can only be their thing. There's a difference.
If you're saying that the problem is with Islam, are you accepting that you're Islamophobic?
Because there are 100 verses in this.
Yes or no?
Okay.
Are you Islamophobic?
There's no such word as Islamophobia. Phobia is an irrational fear. It's not irrational to fear these things. Now,
I would play this, but there's music.
If I hold this...
And there's no subtitles. Oh, it's a damn shame. Pierce Morgan is playing very sanctimonious here. This clip was a few years old, I believe. Watch it on our Instagram feed.
There are 100 verses in this book that incite violence and murder against us.
He's telling, put that book down.
Show some damn respect for people's religious beliefs, right?
Show some damn respect. Anyway, it's worth watching, but I can't play it for you for music reasons. Okay, here's a woman who claims to have worked with Turning Point.
My name is Amanda. I worked for Turning Point USA and Charlie Kirk for 4 years. One of those years, I was a donor relations officer in Phoenix, Arizona. And that means is I worked with all the donors within a certain region for all of Turning Point's assets. So Turning Point Action, Turning Point Academy, Turning Point USA, Faith, Blexit, podcasting, everything. When I saw Candace Owens' comment this morning, granted, I am not a Candace Owens fan, personally. And that comment, I felt like I had to say something. What I did for Turning Point USA within that department was some of the most, I can't even begin to describe it, because the people that I felt like I was working for were not, they were horrible. I mean, like, it was just some of the worst times ever. And I was working for such an amazing, brilliant idea of an organization, and to see it for what it really was behind the scenes and what makes it Turning Point, which is money. I mean, I'm sorry, but it is. That's how it works in the nonprofit world. It took me so much towards the end not to tell donors to take their money elsewhere. That is the first time I've said that out loud. And I'm so proud of myself for being able to come out of that organization and be who I am today. And I hope that all of my amazing, brilliant friends that I know that are still there are able to find their moment to move on. Gosh, the people that are behind it all are just like the worst of the worst. I don't take things personally. This is not a personal vendetta. I just know there are serious backings to whatever her claim is. I've seen it. I know the disgust and the terrible things that go on. So anyway, my name is Amanda. I worked for Turning Point USA.
It is an all-out blitz. It's an all-out blitz. Let's get that list of questions, get them all answered. Every question answered. That's fair. I think it's very fair. It's absurd to expect people to accept unsatisfactory answers. I was gifted this. I was sitting up on the shelf. I was like, oh, let me bring it down. Just like Kenneth. Kenneth ordered one of these mugs, and he's like, no, I don't drink out of it. It sits on the shelf. I'm just so interested to see how this plays out. I don't know. I'm not really picking a side. I don't really care. I'm just trying to find out what's happening. This guy, Enoch Burke, is they're claiming he was effectively given a life sentence now in Ireland. Sounds like Ireland is fallen.
This is Enoch Burke, the teacher who has refused to deny his Christian belief and bow to transgender ideology. We're here at the forecourts again in Dublin.
Connie says, yeah, he's being given a life sentence for refusing to call a student they. It's not even proper English.
Where Enoch's case was again before Mr. Justice Brian Cregan. And he had a number of matters to deal with today in relation to the case. But at the beginning, he said, if any member of the Burke family so much as speaks, they will be removed by Gardaí. So this is the situation we're in. Lies are being told from the bench. Enoch Burke, his name blackened, the Constitution set at naught, the law disregarded, and if a person so much as speaks a word, they will be removed by a battalion of Gardaí.
Judge Cregan today has given us a new version of the Constitution regarding religious freedom. He said if Enoch Burke practiced his Christian belief outside the gate, this would never have happened. He said it 3 times today. So he is telling us you can have your religious belief outside the gate. But you know, that's not what the Constitution tells us. It tells us that we have a constitutional right to the free practice and profession of our religious belief in our school, in our job, in our shop, wherever we are, not according to this perverted idea and judgment of Judge Cregan.
We also had today that the judge said that he's not going to let Enoch out for Christmas or Easter.
Now this is really a life sentence for my son by this judge. A life sentence for Enoch Burke. And let us remember this, Enoch Burke did not begin with Enoch Burke. This
That's a good question. Where are the churches? Where are the other school teachers? There should be protests. This is why Democrats could never be in power again. Shame on you, Ireland. And I think, according to what I learned from this case a little bit ago, he's not being put in jail for the rest of his life because he wouldn't call a student they. It's that he lost his job, which you can argue that shouldn't have happened. Separate from, you no longer work here and you keep showing up on the grounds. I think they filed restraining orders, and he keeps showing up and he's trespassing. He's causing a disturbance. It's like he's like, no, I haven't been fired. I still work here. He's not recognizing them having the authority to fire him for not calling a singular student by a plural name, because that's absurd. 2 + 2 is not 5. So he keeps showing up. I think that's at least my rudimentary understanding of this. It's not just that he keeps getting arrested for something that happened once, or every day he won't lie about reality and call a single person multiple people. My understanding is that it's because he keeps showing up at the school. But still, why did he lose his job? Why did you take his life from him? Why did you take his livelihood? What line in the sand needs to be drawn for people to see that this is a serious problem? It's compelled speech. It's exactly what Jordan Peterson was complaining about up in Canada. It propelled him to notoriety. Nobody wants to be told you must say this, you must put this inside of you, whether Fauci's saying it or Harvey Weinstein's saying it. That's not how human beings want to live. That's not how free people walk around this earth. We're sovereign over ourselves. If you want to get in our way, you can fuck right off. And you can say, well, he doesn't have a right to work at that school. Why? What did he do that makes him unemployable? Defend your position. Well, it's their right. They can, for whatever reason. No, that's some bullshit. That is some discriminatory bullshit. In fact, that's probably what they would say. They would probably say the reason is because Enoch Burke is being discriminatory toward our students who are suffering from gender dysphoria. And if they think they're more than one people, by golly, you need to acknowledge that person and their invisible friend. That's not helpful to the kid. That's not helpful for reality. That's compelled speech, and it's incorrect. It's false. So he's drawing a line in the sand, trying to get some attention to it, and we're trying to pay attention and share the story.
The principal of the school demanded that he call a child by a new name and use the they pronoun. It did not begin with Enoch Burke. He was commanded to deny his Christian belief, to give up his conscience, and agree with transgenderism. And today he's getting a life sentence because the courts have decided to agree with the school and lock him up in prison.
Enoch Burke there has just been packed back into the prison bed, jailed, after he refused to accept transgenderism. Stay strong, Enoch. Enoch Burke there has just been packed back into the prison bed, jailed, after he refused to accept transgenderism. Stay strong, Enoch.
And then that's the beginning. Well, this comes down to what are we standing for? Ireland, what are you doing? Stop that. Don't do that. The Amuse account here says Trump has lifted the ban on inexpensive vehicles like the $14,000 Toyota Hilux below. $2,000 micro EVs or $4,000 Suzuki Alto. Get ready. Okay. You're saying this Toyota, it's not street worthy, or it's, what is it? But it's a $14,000 Toyota. It's fucking me. That's the food of book at Enoch. Those restrictions have been lifted now on miles per hour. That wasn't much of a story. I was just watching a Toyota move. So inexpensive vehicles are now going to flood the market, allegedly. All right, so here they are talking about the latest attempt to take out Trump. They're trying to do it through the Venezuela Pete Hegseth situation. Here's Batya Sargon and the other panelists.
The question is not the existence of the survivors. It's whether the boat is still a legitimate military target.
Margaret, is that not Margaret? I want Margaret to weigh in on
That's
this.
simply not true. Look,
Why?
Because you cannot shoot survivors of a shipwreck that are clinging on for dear life in the middle of the ocean.
You're using the word shipwreck to hide the distinction that I am
I'll use Secretary
pointing out.
Hegseth's
The word
word,
shipwreck is in the regs. Yes, but I'm saying the whole point here is it still a legitimate target or not? If they can get on that debris and call for the rest of the narco terrorists to show up and save them, it is still a legitimate military target.
Okay, I'm going to defer to the expert here. Go ahead,
Factually,
Margaret.
this just doesn't pass the laugh test. You're talking about two people stranded in the middle of the ocean.
We got to talk to the expert. She's the expert.
And you think
Can
they're
you
going to call
please
for
say, is that
backup?
distinction between
Where's the
whether it
kill
is
strike order?
disabled or whether it is destroyed
Can we
not
back up a little bit? Because I just want to explain sort of how an airstrike is prosecuted, right? Because first you have a target in the first place.
Yes.
And the target could...
And by the way, speaking of how it was prosecuted, the stories that I'm reading, like they all say they're there with the JAG lawyers and officers reading the law, trying to do their work within the confines, within the guidelines, the guardrails, as Ilhan Omar said there were none of in Minnesota. A nice convenient excuse that we're not buying. But the guardrails with a JAG officer there, I mean, how do you parse the line? No, it's okay to terminate this target right now, but not now. That was 2 seconds later. You're not allowed to take care of the same exact thing that you're okay to take care of 2 seconds earlier. I mean, we are splitting hairs here. You're saying it's okay to conduct a mission at 25 seconds past the hour, but not at 35 seconds past the hour? Why was it okay at first and not secondly? Well, it's war crimes. What do you call the initial act then? Is that not a crime? How is that okay? I mean, we are splitting hairs here. I get it, but I also don't understand why it's okay to blow up the boat, but you can't blow up the people from the boat. But if they were blown up in the boat, then that's fine. But if they're blown up on the boat, then they're not. You're going, what type of twisted logic are we in? You can I understand the point of there's supposed to be some sort of general guidelines of conduct. But when you try to talk it out and like, what are we arguing about? And you go, oh man, it's hard to find it's a difference without much of a distinction, it seems.
Could be an individual. The target could be.
And by the way, if they're getting back to the vessel to call in for reinforcements, like they're not out of it. They're still a legitimate target. If they swam away and floated on a piece of debris or a milk jug or something, okay, then that would be different. It's a lot of hair splitting here.
The target could be a boat.
Say something.
And so this is why we need, and we talked about this the other night, we need a full investigation. What was the target? Because I thought the target was the drugs. Those are gone if the boat's on fire. Maybe the target is these so-called terrorists.
The target was the boat, according to all of the reporting.
So I think we should wait for an investigation to see what the target actually was. If the target was a boat, then we're in this place where we are using military force to target boats. What?
Okay, I mean, you don't think that the initial military attack was
Can I make one more point? Because this
we're targeting boats. What? That was her big grand point. After all of that, I think we need to defer to the expert. And the expert's point was, we're targeting boats. Like, what? Wow. Talk about the epitome of. Yeah, Marion, 2 people stranded. Yeah, 2 drug cartel members, she meant to say. I'm sure. It is pretzel logic for sure, Kenneth. And you're right, for that earlier story, they threw the book at Enoch.
This entire hypothetical, entire hypothetical that you're posing hinges on whether or not they could call somebody to be rescued. But if they're in a scenario where they need to call somebody to be rescued, they are shipwrecked. That is the definition of shipwrecked, and they cannot be targeted. That term, as Abby pointed out,
I'm sorry, if the radio is still working on the boat, it is still a legitimate military target.
You cannot just concoct your own explanation for this.
I'm not concocting my own explanation.
I'm just saying, no, I'm saying that literally the law says that attacking shipwrecked individuals in the context of war is not allowed. That is literally what they use.
That shipwreck is no longer a legitimate target because it's no longer a threat.
Is in the document.
We're agreeing.
So
I'm
just saying
you are agreeing with me.
You are suggesting that if there's any scenario in which maybe they could have called somebody on land, they would have come by boat or helicopter or whatever to help them, then that would have justified attacking them again. I am pretty sure, as Margaret is saying, and as virtually everybody is saying.
As virtually everybody. I love how they do that. Well, look, it's settled science, right? I am the science. Oh, are you?
That is not the case. It needs to be asked.
Anyway, they're still yapping about that, but it doesn't seem to really be getting legs. All right, shocking. This is the sermon that literally got deleted in real time while people were trying to expose it. This is Charlie. What is this about? Charlie Kirk Pastor Rob McCoy, TPUSA, darling and God and country pastor, stood in his own pulpit and delivered a 100% unhinged hit piece on Candace Owens. Take a listen.
To my Orthodox friends, the ones who were struggling over Charlie inviting Tucker. And you have to consider there's nowhere safe for them in the world.
Who? Who? What are you talking about?
And they have
Tucker?
They have an inclination to trust no one.
Wait, what's it? Who's they?
And yet,
in
this dialogue, we went back and forth. I commend Charlie on his patience. He's remarkable. He can dialogue with Tucker and Candace and be on a text string with Orthodox rabbis. He's patient. He's gaining understanding. Dialogue. I responded to an Orthodox brother who said, Candace is far right and Ocasio-Cortez is far left, and they both hate Jews. And I responded, I said, Candace and AOC appear to operate their influence by pathos and ethos and apply very little logos. They use pathos and ethos to judge and condemn an entire race of people. This is not far right or far left. It is mob rule by emotion and perceived legitimacy void of the pursuit of truth. This is why America, for now, and I pray more so in the future, is a somewhat safe haven for Jews because we are a republic. I gave them a link to a video. This, to my Orthodox friends, the ones who were struggling over Charlie inviting Tucker.
Wait, hold on. That didn't matter.
And you have to consider there's nowhere safe for them.
Okay. Okay, the person that posted this says that he called Candace Owens a witch, a Jezebel spirit, a daughter of Satan. Literally, that she's possessed and practicing witchcraft for questioning Israeli policy. This clip didn't show that. So I don't know. Let's bounce over to our X feed. Look, sometimes we're rifling through the rubbish, people. Some of these clips are winners, some of them are not. Follow us on X. Here we go. Profile. Follow us on X. That is the link to our Patreon. That is a great way to donate to us. We get a very large percentage of those donations. Some of the other sites take larger cuts of the action, but a nice percentage of that goes directly to us. It's a great way to support the show, as well as the other tip jars at the bottom of the screen. As you can see, Venmo, Cash App, Rumble, Rants, and Super Chats. We're fueled by you. Jeez, and speaking of fuel, what did I put? Was it $80 into the tank today? Gas prices are going down, but man, when you're putting 18 gallons in, trying to get the cleaner fuel because you got an older vehicle and you're trying to keep it at that spot. I'm trying to feed it better ingredients, maybe. Anyway, you fuel us, and thank you. You fuel us. Why is Deshaun Watson trending, by the way? He's been cleared, throwing at Browns practice for the first time this season. He's out on the field in the cold weather. I don't know. I'm actually he's warming up that shoulder, that's for sure. I'll share this. Make sure you check out our Strictly Football show coming up at 3 o'clock. Myself, Mike Barra, Jim Mitchell, Ezrael Robinson, that's Strictly Football, covering last week in the NFL. Going to talk a little bit about college football, and then look forward to the NFL this week. That's Strictly Football, 3 p.m. Eastern. Within the hour, we'll be doing that show. I don't know, I kind of find myself rooting for him now. Representative Henry Cuellar says, I want to thank President Trump for his tremendous leadership and for taking... Oh, I did read this already. Gives him a clean slate. Okay, the FBI arrested a Virginia man tied to the D.C. pipe bomb case involving devices planted at the RNC and DNC the day before January 6th. Let's full screen this for you. Right there in the bench. Yep. If you take a look. There we go. We'll make this big. I can't make it too big or else I can't read it. Sources say the suspect was identified years ago, but a fresh review of documents led to today's arrest. So if the sources are accurate, they've had the information to arrest this person years ago, but nothing was done. A decision was made to not prosecute the person that left pipe bombs at the RNC and DNC the day before January 6th. What was the purpose of that? Who did that? Was this truly a Fedsurrection? Is this going to lead right back to a government agency? Where does this lead? For what reason did this happen? Who was behind this? What was it? A false flag? Was it an act of terrorism? Did the devices fail? Were the devices just a ploy anyway? If they weren't able to get the Trump supporters to go inside of the building to overreact and start getting super violent. Remember, the only shot fired that day was the shot that went through Ashley Babbitt, a veteran mother who was there to protest what she felt was an obviously rigged election. Did she deserve to get shot? The only person to get shot that day? Did she deserve that? I've heard people argue it both ways. I interviewed her mother outside of the DC Gulag this year in January. Well, it's always been weird that this side of the story, this part of the story, the pipe bombs, were never discussed. I mean, it was discussed in our circles, trying to figure out what the heck was going on. But it wasn't discussed in the way that we get some answers, we get some conclusions, and we're able to point out that a lot of this was astroturfed. A lot of this was a false flag. A lot of this was set up by Pelosi and Biden and the whole regime to frame Trump, to take the election, take the country, and then frame him for an insurrection when he says, go there peacefully and patriotically. So we got movement on this, but let me check. Do I have another? Oops, let me try it again. There we go. FBI. Oh, here we go. Okay, we have some information. Alec Lace, I don't know him. Father of four, host of First Class Fatherhood, Alec Lace Show. He's saying that the FBI has arrested a Brian Cole, identified as the... Are you seeing the right thing? Let me full screen this. No, I said full screen. Might be better if I do it that way anyway. I'll do it like that. Brian Cole, arrested by the FBI, according to Alec Lace, identified as the J6 pipe bomber after nearly 5 years. Kamala Harris, who was 20 feet from the DNC bomb, has said nothing. No posts. What about that $17.4 million January 6th committee? Also silent. That's a little odd, isn't it? Publius says, arrested Jan 6 pipe bomber suspect identified as Brian Cole, 30 years old, of Northern Virginia. Mother, Delicia Cole, has a Facebook page that has not yet been scrubbed. What is Okay, relatives Brian Cole, Woodbridge. Whoa, Brian Cole. Brian Cole. That is the son of Delicia Cole from Woodbridge, Virginia. A realtor. Posted in 2016, I can't keep calm. I have a black son. Okay. What a strange, strange world. All right, anyway. Publius, 122,000 followers. I think independent journalist on X. Okay, are we getting... ABC News just says a Virginia man. They didn't give the name. What does Tim Pool say? He says it's an inside job. I'm not going to play it, but you can watch it. We're going to be unpacking this in real time. FBI stormed the home of the J6 pipe suspect, reportedly Brian Cole, described as an anarchist.
Helicopter right here. This is very heavy police presence at the home of the suspect they have identified in the DC pipe bomb probe. So this is a live look.
Is this a CBS affiliate? No, it says live now from Fox, but it shows the eyeball like it's CBS. Anyway.
Look from the Fox.
Well, that's a very fancy home for an anarchist.
5 DC helicopter, as you see in a cul-de-sac. The FBI now at the home of this suspect. And we were learning more earlier as we were hearing from the FBI after they announced that they made an arrest in the nearly 5-year-old investigation into who placed pipe bombs in Washington, D.C. before the January 6, 2021 riot at the U.S. Capitol. This arrest marks the first time investigators have settled on a suspect in an act that has had a long investigation by law enforcement and also led to some conspiracy theories. Those pipe bombs were placed on January 5th, 2021 near the offices of the helicopter right here.
I love how they say conspiracy theories. No, the conspiracy is that it didn't happen. They got him alive. I bet you the Democrats are really nervous. Not seeing enough people reporting that is Department of Justice. 12 minutes ago. Oh, I hate.
Early this morning, Brian Cole Jr. was arrested.
Okay, yeah, this is Pam Bondi. Brian Cole Jr. was arrested.
And charged with placing the pipe bombs at the RNC and the DNC on January 5th, 2021. He has been charged with violating 18 U.S.C. 844, which is use of an explosive device. This investigation is ongoing. As we speak, search warrants are being executed, and there could be more charges to come. Today's arrest happened because the Trump administration has made this case a priority. The total lack of movement on this case in our nation's capital undermined the public trust of our enforcement agencies.
Oh, yeah.
This cold case languished for 4 years until Director Patel and Deputy Director Bongino came to the FBI. The FBI, along with U.S. Attorney Pirro and all of our prosecutors, have worked tirelessly for months, sifting through evidence that had been sitting at the FBI with the Biden administration for 4 long years. Let me be clear, there was no new tip, there was no new witness, just good, diligent police work and prosecutorial work, working as a team along with ATF, Capitol Police, Metropolitan Police Department, and of course, the FBI. We are working every day to restore the public's trust. We hope that today is a significant step towards that progress. We'll share more information when we can and when it unfolds. I cannot stress enough how hard Director Patel and Deputy Director Bongino have worked for months to make our nation's capital safer and to make our country safer.
All right, well, there we go. Let's hear what Bannon has to say about it. Is this Julie Kelly?
A huge development that, of course, your audience and all of us have been waiting for. This was an investigation that was very aggressively pursued early on under Chris Wray's FBI. And then we are told towards February, March of 2021, it just went away. And maybe we will find out exactly why, despite troves of evidence, interviews, pursuit of, what this individual on January 5th was wearing, trying to track down where those items were purchased. Then all of a sudden it just went stone cold. As you know, Cash and Dan made this a priority. They have devoted new resources, new investigative tools to this cold case. And it appears a man from Virginia, NBC News is reporting his name as Brian Cole, could be tied to Antifa. Another media outlet is reporting. I cannot confirm that independently. However, this appears to be the individual who is seen on that surveillance video from the evening of January 5th, 2021, between 7:30 and 8:30 on Capitol Hill, allegedly planting these really what they were dummy devices outside the headquarters of both the Republican National Committee and the Democratic
Julie, hang on, Julie. The whole narrative that we've been fed, the whole reason Peter Navarro and Steve Bannon went to prison was that.
Oh, doggone it! Wait, doggone it!
One between 7:30 and 8 is reporting to this cold case. So
all of this is all narrative that
Republican National and the Democratic.
This is what you guys said about Bannon. I don't watch it enough to know, but Julie, hold on, Julie, hold on, hold on, Julie, hold on. And I will tell you, I get why he does that. With the tape delay, you have to start it and then continue it so that you can let the other person know, like, I'm calling a hard stop at this moment. Just pause for a moment, please. Despite the tape delay of 3 or 4 seconds, which makes it tough to have in real-time conversation, but it is funny. It is an interesting character trait, personality trait, or I don't know what do you call it? Idiosyncrasy.
Julie, hang on, Julie. The whole narrative that we've been fed, the whole reason Peter Navarro and Steve Bannon went to prison was that Antifa and these people had nothing to do with J6. This is all Donald Trump's people. What do you?
So wait, it was Antifa. It was an inside job.
You telling me there may be the guy may be an anarchist and might be, although you haven't confirmed it, might be associated with Antifa, ma'am?
I mean, look, we know that Antifa was there. I have been told for years by J6ers who were on the ground that they saw Antifa. We can see video of people dressed in that black bloc garb who were tied to Antifa. We know that there were confrontations between Antifa and the Proud Boys a few days before, the evening before. Also, we have on film, on recording, undercover, plainclothes D.C. police officers specifically saying that they were there to look for Antifa. So if this individual, and again, I cannot confirm this with my sources independently, that this is an Antifa type or certainly not a MAGA supporter, this blows a huge hole in the early narrative that someone aligned with Donald Trump and the MAGA movement tried to blow up the headquarters of the RNC and DNC, where Kamala Harris was, don't forget, beginning around 11:30 a.m. on January 6th of 2021. So this is, as you can tell, a story in motion.
Julie, Dan Bongino and Cash overturned the team, put a new team in there 6 weeks ago. Voila, we have now a suspect in custody after, 5 years. Do you believe that the FBI people that were working on this were just that incompetent? Or was this an act of commission to basically shut down this investigation, knowing that it wasn't a MAGA supporter and someone that was a Donald Trump true blood, ma'am?
Well, certainly that is going to be the suspicion, is that the Ray FBI quickly found out that this individual seen on the evening of January 5th was not a MAGA supporter, was tied to a leftist movement such as Antifa, and therefore the early stages, right, so the spring of 2021, as they're impeaching Donald Trump over the so-called insurrection, as they are solidifying their narrative and preventing people from expressing any skepticism about what happened that day. Just imagine if they had arrested an Antifa-tied individual in March or April of 2021 for planting these pipe bombs.
Huge.
It would have destroyed the narrative early on. Now, again, I can't confirm that. Hopefully, when we talk later this evening after this press conference, we see the indictment, we'll have more details. However, that would be the political motive of the FBI and Biden DOJ to bury this and prevent the American people from learning the truth and the president from exonerating himself.
Yeah. The president had a lot pointed at him. So that's breaking news. We're going to keep our eyes on that and probably have some more information tomorrow once we're able to sift some of this stuff out. As always, the 72-hour rule is in effect. Maybe initially you'll get a burst of information, and then it's going to take 72 hours. Usually that's for like tragedies or things that you have so much to uncover. But this is 5 years in the making. There's a lot to uncover here and unpack, and we're going to get a chance, hopefully, to go through some of the information. How did we get him? What do we know about him? How rock solid is the case? What motivation did the previous regime have for not releasing this information? Did he have any links to, how do the links go? Inferred that it's Antifa, confirmed Antifa, Soros affiliated, any other NGOs, any Democrat overlap? Why the silence from the J6 committee? Why the silence from Kamala Harris, who was just 10 feet away, 20 feet away from one of these devices? She called them dummy devices. So what is that they didn't work? They were built so they wouldn't work. They were a decoy. They were going to go off. We have a lot of questions. So by tomorrow, I hope maybe I'm going to be able to answer a little bit more. But that's why it's important that you follow us in multiple locations. Just search The New American Media on all the platforms and subscribe to us. By the way, Patreon, if you haven't made an account, consider making an account. It really is like a lifeline, a backup, a bat phone, a signal of distress in the sky. If you go to YouTube one day and we're not there, go find us on Patreon. They've been okay with us so far. No problems with them. Their consistent funding mechanism has helped us. It covers a little bit of stuff, and every subscriber, it builds a little bit more. But there are free memberships. You can sign up to be a free member. So even if you don't have anything to toss in the tip jar today, or in the collection plate, this is us passing around the collection plate, I suppose. Tithe your local podcaster, would you? Oh, I don't know why you went Irish. Tip your, pass the collection plate for your favorite local podcaster, me lad. Me laddie. I don't know why he's Irish. But, consider signing up for our free Patreon account. If the world goes dark and the powers that be silence us on most other what was I saying? Yeah, if the world goes dark, I think Patreon will be one of the few places we're going to be broadcasting. So make sure you're following us there. And as always, Venmo, Cash App, that's just my name, Brian Engelman, or on PayPal, fuzzinstallment@yahoo.com is the email address. Tips are always appreciated. Danette says, can you have a later show next year? You want a later show? It's possible. There's a possibility this would be that's all, folks. That's all, folks. I do the I don't get the talking part of that. Mel Blanc, right? That was his name? Not Mel Brooks. Mel Blanc did all those voices. What was I saying about doing a show late? It was discussed. I don't even know what I was trying to say with abadi. But that is all, folks, for today's show. Yeah, there's a universe where I could be doing an early show or an evening show. Definitely. There would be some really nice advantages to doing that, but we'll see how it shakes out. So for now, thank you all for being here. I appreciate you. I love you. Share the show with a friend. Share the show on X. Text, grab a link and share it. Send it to one of your smart friends. Can't get anything done. It's hard to work and listen. Wait, is that a good thing or is that a not good thing? Was that good or not good, Deb? You are in control of you. Don't you put that on me. Don't you put that on me. I was just watching a Denzel clip about King Kong ain't got nothing on me. Like so much of that was unscripted. It was ad-libbed or rehearsed off the script, and they just kind of rolled with it because it was so good. Don't you put that on me. Anyway, maybe later. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to hit reset. I'm going to launch the Strictly Football program, and I'll be back in 25 minutes. I appreciate you. I love you, and we'll talk to you again soon. Take care, everybody. Peace. Okay, we'll pause it there and get back to our show. That was fantastic. Yeah, it's winter season. Hey, who am I? I'm a J6 pipe bomber. You'll never find me. Who's Sarah Winchester? Keep building. I don't know, but it seems like prescient advice. Prescient. All right. Yeah, the split screen's crazy, especially when you're wearing the same thing and everything looks the same and you're drinking out of the same cup and it's like, it's interesting. The guy that lived here before me was a photographer and he had a dark room in his in his basement. And when I came to the estate sale, I found the dark room and a bunch of cool stuff. I'm like, ooh, and they had like these really big prints. Prints, not the artist formerly known as Prince.
Tell you a funny story.
And he had some photos of the backyard prior to the garage being built. I'm so glad it was. That this house without a garage would be, I don't even want to go there. But that being said, he had a big print of the backyard prior to trees growing, prior to the garage being there. And it was like you're literally going back in time with this thing. Now, I know that photographs always do that. But normally you don't see a 40-year-old photograph of the place that you live blown up in a large size like that. I actually need to hang that up. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how I want to do it. I think it's on cardstock, so I don't know if I'd have to put it in a frame. But yeah, the show with the split screen is like I was looking at the previous version of myself. It was interesting. All right, everybody. I got some more stories I want to get to. This is a bit of a marathon. I am not a weirdo. You're a weirdo. But who's Sarah Winchester? All right, everybody, drop a comment. Let me know that you're still with us. Hit like, hit subscribe. We have Rumble Rants and Super Chats available. So let's get into the rest of what's going on in the world. Let's check our notifications on X. Oh, there's a tweet from John, waiting on a belt sander to arrive so I can finish the handles. Making flutes and knives? Modern day Renaissance man, that John. Check that out. Bravo. I said pics or it didn't happen, and he sent them from earlier in the show. All right, let's bring this up. This is our X feed. Let me put your chats up on the screen as well. Where'd you say my morning jacket? Who typed that? Where was that? I'm scrolling. I saw our troll came in. We didn't acknowledge our troll, so they posted twice. That was interesting. Because I was thinking about the whole don't feed the trolls thing. I think I was watching the Turning Point USA representative say that we've gone by the theory of don't feed the trolls, so we haven't responded to Candace Owens. But now we are, and we're going to invite her on to hash this all out. By the way, we're picking the time and date, and since she's not going to make it now. It's like, no. You don't understand. You figure it out. You negotiate it until you find a time and a date that works for both of you. I cannot be the only one that understands how this works. They know it too. But the fact that they're trying to move on real quick makes it seem super duper shady, don't it? Doesn't Turning Point look super shady right now because of those weird tactics? That's how I'm reading it. And Candace, yeah, bring some receipts or shut your yap. But let's hash it all out. I'm so here for it. So here for it. Where was that quote about my morning jacket? I don't know. I thought I saw that from someone. Probably Kenneth. I really thought I did see it. Oh, yeah, Kenneth, your morning jacket. Or maybe that was from before. Oh, that was from before the show. All right. Bum, bum, bum. Deb out from San Francisco with the super chat off the top rope. Thank you, Deb. Appreciate you. That's a good way to start the weekend. Pass the collection plate and kablamo. There's some $5 for you. Happy holidays, Brian. I love that sticks in your craw. Not in your craw. I guess craw is for like negative stuff. But I love that story sticks in your mind. When I was in the hood and I got yelled at for making the place nicer. This is the ghetto, Brian. Gotta learn that neck thing. Brian. Did the Z snap. Mm-hmm. 3 snaps and a twist. Wasn't that Living Color? Like Jim Carrey and Damon Wayans? Oh, God, that's funny. I got a Living Color DVD set. I don't know. I should go back and rewatch those. Man, that show was edgy. I like that. Deboruni, the Sacramento treat. I almost said it again. Anyway, thank you for being here. I'll snap again because here, let me take this off the screen. Let me take this off the screen. Wait, hold on. It's not going to work for me. I'm trying to point into the corner over there, and I'll snap the graphic here. Ready? The TNAM Daily Show on the New American Media. Oh, it's underneath the text. But I love the fact that Brian has stuck with you. I think that's awesome. You never know what people are going to remember. And it's weird because I have such random, unique random, unique memory moments. I guess a memory is a moment. Like memory snapshots. I'm in one particular place, having one particular mundane conversation, but for some reason, I snap to certain moments. I'm like, what is the significance of this moment? I don't know why. My mind's eye is looking at this right now, why I'm thinking about it right now, why some moments are so vivid and others I'm like, what happened? Did we do that first? Or how did that even start? The human memory, man. It's a weird thing. Thank you, Deboruni. Brian appreciates it. In living color, you can do what you want to do. Copyright infringement. How dare you hum 2 bars of a song? I want money. Deb says, if it makes me laugh, I remember it. There you go. Good. I try to inject a little bit of humor into this shit show. I'm in a text thread with a couple people and talking with Blake Wally, and he's just getting black pilled. He's buying into the negativity, and I try to say no black pills here. Nope. You know, so in a lot of ways, I loved doing all those shows with Blake, and then in other ways, it's like, all right, well, you know, doing solo shows helps me find me. I don't need to take on that black pill energy if I'm not feeling it. And I get where he's coming from. We all have it. Deb, wasn't it you that we were talking about the Epstein thing? And you're like, well, holy crap, Brian, it looks like maybe you were right after all. Maybe Trump did trick them into demanding the release of the info, and now they're busted. I at least put that out there as a potentiality, as a possibility. I didn't know if it was true. I just knew it could have been true. And if it could be true, then let's talk about it. So I know that I'm a naturally pessimistic dude, sort of, kind of, in theory, right? But if both options are equally true, why not root for the positive outcome, right? So, but yeah, Blake was saying he's toying with the idea of a new show. He's like, I don't know, after Charlie Kirk and I just seeing all this stuff, and he listed a bunch of things, and I don't think I'm sharing anything that's like secret. So I'm not trying to talk out of turn or expose his business or anything, but let me spill the tea. No, I think I said shit show, and it's because he said, I have a new idea for a show. He's like, what was it called? The Daily Shit Show, or the Black Pilled Shit Show, I think. It was the name of the show that he wanted to maybe do instead of him doing his regular program once or twice a week or something like that. Black pilled shit show. But I'm not doing it. I'm not going to be black pilled. I'm going for gusto. Going for the gusto. Yes, Deb, I was trying to remember that, and hey, sometimes I can remember things. Sometimes I don't. Okay, check out our X feed. Are all of you following us on X at American_media_? Can you raise your hands? Deb says, Trump's narratives these days have me spinning round like a record, baby. Right round, baby, right now. Like, please follow us. Please share our content. And pinned at the top of our X feed is our interview with Mr. John B. Wells of Caravan to Midnight, formerly of Coast to Coast AM, one of the best shows out there, the Caravan to Midnight, John B. Wells Show. Check it out, all of the things. But that is the link to our Patreon if anybody wants to sign up. Of course, not Deb, because she already has. But everybody else, please sign up. And there are free versions as well. But this is a distribution mechanism should YouTube and Meta turn traitorous again. So there you go. It's right there at the top of our X feed. Okay, Paris cancels New Year's Eve concert over security concerns. We had to fact check that because it was from a source on our Instagram feed, and I wasn't familiar with it, but the Telegraph is reporting that. Oil London says Paris cancels it over security concerns. French capital canceled traditional New Year's Eve concert. How do you say that? Champs-Élysées? Actually, I'm going to ask Grok. Check this out. You got to be using AI. Pronunciation. Champs-Élysées. Champs-Élysées. Champs is Champs. Élysées is Élysée. Champs-Élysées. Okay. Canceling the concert on the the Champs-Élysées. Champs-Élysées. They've canceled the concert at the Champs-Élysées. Man, I don't know if I'm going to remember that tomorrow. 1 million people expected to attend. What a shame. Joey Manorino. Yep, the new Europe. You're not going to cancel Ramadan. This is the price you pay when you're a minority in your own country. Security concerns overtaking their taking their cultural traditions away. Don't allow that stuff. Hey, there's Deb. She's on X. I need French class, dude. You know, it's funny because I do have in my eyesight, well, today I've looked at it several times. I have a course on French and German. I was either going to list it to sell or, well, I was planning on listing it to sell, but now I'm like, well, maybe I need to learn another language. I don't know. All right. Newt Gingrich says, he's got a whole article here about the billion-dollar theft in Minneapolis. The scale of fraud and corruption being exposed in Minneapolis may be the largest theft of taxpayer money in American history. The scale of fraud might be the largest theft in American history. Acting U.S. Attorney Joseph Thompson said on September 18 in reference to Medicaid housing scheme that fraudulent actors in the state and their various systems of fraud form a web that has stolen billions of dollars in taxpayer money. On September 24th, he said in another case involving millions stolen from a government program to help children with autism, the depth of the fraud in Minnesota takes my breath away. Janice Heisel of the Epoch Times outlined 3 different scandals of stolen taxpayer money in Minneapolis. Each scandal is stunning. That all 3 could emerge in one city is dumbfounding. First, the nonprofit Feeding Our Future reportedly stole at least $240 million from taxpayers. This single scandal has led to 78 people being charged with fraud, with 50 of them convicted. They were so bold that they set up more than 250 nutrition sites with dozens of shell companies. Governor Tim Walz's administration refused to take theft seriously. Yeah, or they were a part of it, and they were laundering it to their friends and then getting their kickbacks as payment. That's probably more likely. Don't make the mistake of assuming that these people are incompetent. Assume that they know they're doing wrong, and it's elaborate and complicated and hidden for a reason. It's a scam. They're in on it. Take them all down. It's a vast conspiracy and all across Minneapolis. Kick them all out. Every one of the thieves. Every pirate that's stealing their dollars, get them the hell out of here. Program costs went from $3.4 million in 2019 to more than $200 million just 2 years later. That's a 5,782% growth rate in 2 years. The woman reportedly running the program received $465,000 for meals that were never delivered. Apparently, no one in the Walz administration noticed that anything was wrong. Sure, they didn't. Secondly, the state's Housing Stabilization Services Program, which was set up to help the elderly and the homeless, American elderly and American homeless. It was first planned to cost $2.6 million a year. This cost exploded due in large part to fraud. In 2024 alone, it cost taxpayers $104 million. Wow. Third and finally, fraudsters reportedly stole from a government autism assistance program, which provides parents of children with autism $300 to $1,500 per month per child for early developmental therapies. Stealing from the autistic, you fucking scumbags. A group of thieves, pirates, started a fake therapy company which funneled $14 million from the program by claiming children were autistic when they weren't. The taxpayers of the United States and Minnesota thought they were helping feed the poor, improve the lives of autistic children, and house seniors and the homeless. However, most of the money was being stolen by crooks while the government looked the other way. No. I don't think that's the case. I think they did it in a collaborative effort. A vast left-wing conspiracy. The scale of the theft is so large and pervasive, the Walz administration finally announced it's putting a 90-day pause on 14 different programs to see how many of them have become centers of theft. The most complete outline of the billion-dollar theft is a remarkable article by Ryan Thorpe and Christopher Rufo in the City Journal from November 19, entitled "The Largest Funder of Al-Shabaab that's a terrorist organization, is the Minnesota taxpayer. As they summarize, Minnesota is drowning in fraud. Billions in taxpayer dollars have been stolen during the administration of Governor Tim Walz alone. Democratic state officials overseeing one of the most generous welfare regimes in the country are asleep at the switch. No. I think they're engaged in it. They're actively deceivers. They're active deceivers. They're actively deceiving. And the media, duty-bound by progressive pieties, refuse to connect the dots. Yeah, no coverage. In many cases, the fraud has allegedly been perpetrated by members of Minnesota's sizable Somali community. Federal counterterrorism sources confirm that millions of dollars in stolen funds have been sent back to Somalia, where they ultimately landed in the hands of the terror group Al-Shabaab. As one confidential source put it, the largest funder of Al-Shabaab is the Minnesota taxpayer. This prompted 4 congressional Republicans, Whip Tom Emmer, Peter Stauber, Michelle Fishback, and Brad Finstad, to write to the U.S. Attorney. They asked for a continuing and in-depth investigation of the ties between corruption in Minnesota and terrorism in the pirate state of Somalia. There are 4 big lessons from this billion-dollar fraud in Minnesota. First, big, entrenched, outdated bureaucracies are simply incapable of effectively policing modern crooks. Bureaucrats leave work at 5 p.m. and don't work on weekends. Thieves work all the time. The bureaucrats simply can't keep up. Further, the bureaucrats are paid the same whether the system they operate is well-policed and honest, or sloppy and constantly corrupt. We must totally rethink and rework how government programs are monitored and administrated, and potentially hire outside auditors. Private sector companies would never tolerate this level of theft. Second, the entire American system of honesty has clearly decayed. The need for honesty is something which George Washington, Alexander Hamilton, Ben Franklin, Alexis de Tocqueville, and Frederick Hayek all described as central to free society and a free market system. Theft, fraud, dishonesty have all become acceptable behaviors for millions of people. The long-term danger of an increasingly dishonest system is a major threat to our survival as a nation. Now, let me add a part there. You think about the founding of America. No, our founding documents do not say you must be a Christian to enter. You must be a Christian to stay. No, that's not the case. But the people who founded this country were heavily rooted in the Judeo-Christian ethics of thou shalt not steal, whereas the Islamic texts of taqiyya saying lie, cheat, deceive, get what you want, is pervasive in a place like Somalia. So when you import people that are being taught to deceive and to thieve in a formerly Christian nation, at least founded heavily on the Christian ideals of do not steal, that's incompatible. That's oil and water. They're Lego pieces that do not snap. So why do you want to bring people in who are engaged in taqiyya, of using deception to get what you want, being instructed to deceive, to lie, to steal? So yeah, an increasingly dishonest system is a major threat to our survival as a nation, says Newt Gingrich. Third, the amount of wealth now generated by corruption, fraud, and theft intimidates most people from even trying to fix the system. As Chris Pabst wrote in his extraordinary book, Failure Factory, about the Baltimore school system, a $1.3 billion bureaucracy can crush virtually any reform effort. The failing Baltimore City school top executive alone makes more money than all the education reform groups in Baltimore can muster. Fourth, during the last great cycle of corruption, Lincoln Stevens wrote, "The shame of the cities" in 1904. This launched a generation of urban reformers and gave moral force to a progressive movement. For more than a decade, it dominated American government and politics. The impact of muckraking investigative journalism was deeply powerful. It was the forerunner to President Franklin Delano Roosevelt's 9-decade impact on American big government. He moved America to a progressive experiment which was dramatically different than the first 150 years of limited central government. Newt Gingrich continues, much of today's media is overwhelmed. And by the way, I did embellish and add a couple of my thoughts into this. I think I think you can tell the difference between when I'm reading and when I'm not, but I'll try to be more clear about that. Much of today's media is overwhelmingly pro-government and progressive. It's virtually impossible to get many journalists interested in stories which undermine the liberal establishment, criticize the progressive left, or accuse the left of criminal behavior. Not here. Here at the New American Media, we're here for that shit. In fact, that is exactly why we are here. We're here for it. I'm that guy. You better believe I'm here for it. Let me make a change to this and hit save so that we can remonetize the replayed show. Hit refresh. Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? Work. Excellent. Continuing. Somewhere. This tab here. The turning point for me was Pabst's remarkable 8-year study, and then our own validating studies done by Derek Silva at Gingrich 360. Silva took publicly available information about New York City, Chicago, Los Angeles, Indianapolis, Minneapolis, and St. Paul, and compared it to the amazing insights Pabst had developed to understand Baltimore. In city after city, the teachers' unions and the education bureaucracies worked together to lie about their failures. Oop, hold on. Get that back on the screen. Okay, I'll try that again. In city after city, the teachers' unions and the education bureaucracies work together to lie about their failures and to get money they have not earned. There is a massive amount of fraud undermining education efforts in virtually every big city. Now the Minneapolis billion-dollar scandal has emerged. At $1 billion stolen in just one city, the news media and politicians may finally be forced to confront the dishonesty and corruption crisis. The time has come for Congress and state legislatures to identify and secure every part of government spending, which is being undermined, distorted, and crippled by theft. This widespread fraud threatens the nature of our free society and our free market entrepreneurial system. Minneapolis offers an indisputable billion-dollar example that something is profoundly wrong. Now we must take the fight to the crooks and return to honest government in an honest country. How'd you like that article? That was Newt Gingrich. Newt Gingrich did a good job. Am I still signing off with my Tucker laugh? I don't sign off on it per se, but I was working on my Tucker a little bit because I was just doing like a standalone laugh, but I like when he laughs and talks. So I was messing with that. Maybe I can, maybe there's a Tucker story in the stack as I go through it. And if there is, I'll try to get to it. All right, let me continue on here. Zero Hedge says court eases the sentence for an Afghan who showed restraint after only stabbing his teacher 6 times. Okay, that makes sense. Glenn Beck says the Obamacare fraud story is worse than we thought. As if it wasn't bad enough that all of the 20 fake identities of GAO created in 2024 to test the system were approved for subsidies. That's a General Accounting Office, I believe. And that 18 still got payments this year. All 20 fake identities of the GAO created in 2024 to test the system. They were all approved for subsidies. And 18 still got payments this year. The GAO released nearly the exact same fraud report in 2016. It committed 15 fictitious applications. It submitted 15 fictitious applications in 2015. All were approved, and 12 were auto-enrolled for 2016. It's been nearly 10 years, and nothing was done to fix this. In fact, this year, the GAO also found widespread misuse of Social Security numbers, including one SSN that was used for over 125 insurance policies, totaling 71 years of coverage. 58,000 dead people receiving advanced premium tax credits. 7,000 were dead before their coverage began. I am sick and tired of the investigations where no one is held accountable. Send the perpetrators to jail, especially the ones at the top. I agree completely. Do you agree or disagree with Glenn Beck? And say it with gusto. Do you agree or disagree? What say you? I agree. Ron DeSantis says they give drivers licenses because it makes it easier to register the illegals to vote. Purely political operation. This is a Newsweek poll or study or analysis saying these states are trying to legitimize an invasion of the United States of America. In the red, you have states granting undocumented immigrants, illegal alien invaders, driving privileges. Illinois, Minneapolis, New York, California. What are you doing? Colorado, Oregon, Washington State. What are you doing? What are you doing? Enough. J.D. Vance says rumors swirling that the EU Commission will fine X hundreds of millions of dollars for not engaging in censorship. The EU should be supporting free speech, not attacking American companies over garbage. That from our Vice President, J.D. Vance. Wayne Dunlap says, thank you, Elon. Shows him with angel wings and it says, buying Twitter was expensive. Free speech is priceless. Not sure if Elon actually said that, but the quote is attributed to him. Of course, check out our program here. The new show has dropped, Strictly Football. Have you watched an episode of Strictly Football? Tell me in the comments. Question of the day. Have you watched myself, Mike Barrett, Jim Mitchell, and Ezrael Robinson discuss football? Once a week or twice a week, we're kind of working on it. Strictly Football. Our episode was yesterday. Izzy had something he needed to do, so it was myself and Mike and Jim. Strictly Football. Check out the show. And RX feed for that is at TNAM Football. At TNAM Football. Please follow us there. So Greg Price is talking about Senator Mark Kelly, saying he leaked the details of a classified Inspector General report to the Wall Street Journal. Last time I checked, leaking classified info is a crime punishable by 18 U.S. Code 798. Keep your eyes peeled on Mark Kelly and repercussions of his criminality. Potential criminality, obvious criminality, alleged criminality. DC Drano says, this guy can't stop digging the hole deeper and deeper. It's time to use uniform military, what is it, UCMJ? United Code of Military Justice. Uniform Code of Military Justice. There we go. Uniform Code of Military Justice. That's a crime that carries 10 years in prison. Mark Kelly, you chose poorly. Sean Parnell says the Inspector General review is a total exoneration of Secretary Hegseth and proves what we knew all along. No classified information was shared. This matter is resolved and the case is closed. Pete Hegseth says no classified information, total exoneration, case closed. Houthis bombed into submission. Thank you for your attention to this IG report. Thank you for your attention to this IG report. Hey, stop it. Football does not suck. Football is the greatest game on earth. Check this out. I played this earlier, but you got to watch it again. It might be the best thing you'll ever see. Or the best thing you'll see today. The Skiff shared this. This is why nobody watches or trusts the mainstream media. Jake Tapper lies. You just can't make this stuff up unless you're the MSM. Watch this. This is hilarious. Volume up.
Ryan Cole Jr., a 30-year-old white man from the D.C. suburbs, is charged with transporting an explosive device in interstate commerce and with malicious destruction. Ryan Cole Jr., a 30-year-old white man.
30-year-old white man. You know, it's so weird. You feel like MSNBC and CNN go out of their way to not say black man, Latino man, Asian man. They don't like doing that. They love making white people look bad. It's like they get off on it. It's like a predilection to them. It's something that it's really weird. It's really weird. And by the way, they're completely incorrect. And by the way, mislabeling a lot of criminal activity as committed by white people fucks up all of the crime statistics and data and numbers across city after city after city in our nation. For whatever that's worth, I know Matt Van Swole's been sharing like all time after time after time after time, like they're intentionally, oh, Mohammed listed as a white guy. Huh? No, it ain't. And it's not a mistake either. It's being done intentionally to skew reality, but it's not skewing reality. It's just making you lose credibility. The skiff says Candace Owens asked TPUSA to send a live link to do the debate on any day at any time up to the 15th of December. How much easier can she make it, especially with an almost 2-week window at any time live on the internet for the world to see? There is no reason she has to show up in person in Phoenix on one specific day and that day only. After Charlie was assassinated in broad daylight, I recommend her not going in person and stay away from them. Online, though, is a different story. So let's make it happen. There's no reason for TPUSA to decline. I agree. Do you agree? All right. The dark money network of leftist billionaires and NGOs secretly transforming America. This is who's funding your No Kings color revolution. They also own our elections and engineer bioweapons, allegedly, says the skiff. By the way, go to CISA.gov/rumor control, WHO.int, and what the hell is it? Here, I'll put it at the bottom of the screen. Go to cdc.gov, WHO.int, and CISA.gov/rumor control for countervailing views on anything regarding health and elections. Countervailing views, go get them now. The skiff claims U.S. aid was funding both the Wuhan lab gain-of-function research and Smartmatic election systems. Coincidentally, the same left-wing billionaires, NGOs, and U.S. aid all funded the No Kings protest, a.k.a. the color revolutions across America. This means that U.S. aid was simultaneously funding both the election rigging technology that would steal the 2020 election. Let me just keep it on the screen. Countervailing views, go get them. I'm reading what the skiff is reporting. Here, let me take this off so we can read this a little better. There we go. Now we can read it. The skiff account here says, this means U.S. aid was simultaneously funding both the election rigging technology that would steal the 2020 election while manufacturing and releasing a weaponized virus that would distract the world from the theft of said election while depopulating the planet at the same time. It's all connected. These are not claims that I can verify. So get your countervailing views, CISA.gov/rumor control, WHO.int, and CDC.gov. We, the people, are literally paying for most of it as they steal our taxpayer dollars, funnel the money through these NGOs to the foot soldiers on the ground, and to the media to literally destroy ourselves. We need to cut and gut these fake NGOs, stealing our money to destroy and take down America, and indict these left-wing billionaires, period. All right. Do you agree or disagree with that? So here's the chart. This is a blueprint for regime
Elements
change.
of a coup, a palace coup, a slow coup, a soft coup, a coup d'etat, except nobody bothered to hide it. They recorded themselves. They bragged about it. Before January the 20th, before President Trump could even take office, U.S. aid officials secretly migrated internal government communications off official systems onto encrypted signal chats. Federal workers taking federal salaries to conceal federal work.
Hiding in plain sight.
That is not democracy. That is a mutiny via Wi-Fi. Now, they didn't wait for policy. They didn't wait for the results of an election. They didn't like. No. They pre-organized, pre-arranged resistance. They linked with foreign NGOs. They coordinated with outside actors. They moved in secret with purpose. They did not fear voters. They feared supervision.
They feared supervision.
So the question I started with tonight is, are we currently in a domestic homegrown color revolution? Well, I want to go back to this first chalkboard because it frames,
this, of course, Glenn Beck,
out how our own government facilitated regime change all over the world. There's a government, ultimately at the top.
I mean, look, I understand why they would want to do that across the globe, why CIA, FBI, NSA, pick your favorite three-letter agency. I get why they'd want to do that in other countries. Of course, geopolitics is important, super important. Don't you dare do it here. They fucked up. They did way too much here. There's repercussions. That's literal treason. To overthrow a regime in our own country, that's treason. That's sedition. That's insurrection. It's all the things you accuse President Trump of doing because you were doing it.
Support
allegedly
is given through organizations like USAID, the State Department, or somewhere else within the administration. Then you have a degree of separation. It's privatized. NGOs, the National Endowment for Democracy, National Democratic Institute, International Republican, all of these things. Then there's the money, the people with the real money, and that's people like George Soros through his Open Society, and Tides. We should do a show again on Tides, or just look it up on YouTube. You'll find an old show of mine on Tides. And even government-funded NGOs like Ned, again, over here. The money this time is coming from you. Excuse me. Finally, the demonstrators, the youth movements, the people who hit the streets, and a sympathetic media that will help deliver their message. I'm going to add labor unions in here because they are contributing to the organizing of these protests. It's grassroots. Okay, so this is how revolutions are set up. But what are the conditions for one to be successfully conducted? When can regime change actually be attempted? Well, State Department learned this by doing it over and over and over again. And we know it because Obama's ambassador to Russia, Michael McFaul, literally wrote the book on it. This is what was required, as per Obama's administration, to topple a country. Are you ready? You need a semi-automatic regime, not fully autocratic. It has to be semi. You have to have an unpopular incumbent. You have to have a united and organized opposition. Do we have these things yet? Then you have to have the ability to quickly drive home the point that the voting results were falsified. You need the media to inform people about the falsified vote. You need an opposition capable of mobilizing thousands of demonstrators. And then you need divisions among the regimes, coercive forces like the military or the police.
Sounds
like we have all of those, doesn't it?
Pay attention very carefully. Listen to what I'm saying, because what we are looking at and what I'm looking at and what we should be staring at is not politics. It is the blueprint for a slow motion overthrow of a constitutional republic. And if you think this is theater, if you think this is just exaggeration, listen to the dialogue, because the script is in English. The actors are America's bureaucracy, and the production is funded by American taxpayers who never agreed to bankroll a domestic revolution waged against their own vote. Do you hear what I'm saying? The Office of Transition Initiatives, OTI, was designed to destabilize foreign governments suspected of autocracy. Now that machinery is being aimed at America, at us, at you. And they were proud of it. These are professional regime specialists boasting that once Trump won, they suddenly found time, networks, and moral justification to topple him from inside his own government.
From every
that isn't oversight. That's sedition. Sedition with business cards. And when the roadmap is clear, they don't march in uniform. They appear as 10,000 separate little nonprofits, climate cells here and gender cells there, and faith-based dialogue groups, union workshops, racial justice subcommittees, mental health hubs, every aspect you can imagine, even juror training projects teaching nullification, how to acquit political allies, even when the defendant is clearly guilty. 10,000 names, one network, they wait. And when the order arrives, they call it coordination. But professionals know the word, activation. This is not organic. The thing about this is grassroots. It doesn't grow from the soil. It grows from the treasury, from grants, from university chairs, from foundations obsessed with global governance and allergic to American sovereignty. Johns Hopkins alone has received $25 billion, it is reported, in a decade. You think it's all for medical research? Hell no. They admit the goal is bridging domestic and international democracy transition. What the hell does that mean? I'll tell you what it means. Translation, foreign regime change tactics now practiced at home, here. At what point does that become a crime? At what point does that transition into criminality? They even wrote their playbook. First, move communications off government servers. Second, smear whistleblowers as disinformationists. Yeah. Third, activate protest networks. Fourth, weaponize.
By the way, remember when they did that with the Hunter Biden laptop? 51 current, former intelligence officials. I don't think there is such a thing as former intelligence officials. Yeah, 51 former intelligence officials say that, the Hunter Biden laptop has all of the classic earmarks of Russian propaganda, Russian disinformation. Sure it does, you liars.
Is DEI to link every conceivable fringe into one massive blob that looks organic but moves like a trained battalion. And then comes even better. And then comes the closer, lawfare. Quietly surround the legal system, bury investigations, train jurors to nullify verdicts. They don't need to win elections when they can win indictments. Oh, it's beautiful. And they warn us. They warn us constantly about domestic authoritarianism. Sounds good, right? They don't mean Putin. They don't mean Iran. They mean the 45th president of the United States. See, the man elected by voters that they don't trust. The man the founders prepared for, with checks and balances. The man they treat like a virus while presenting themselves as the immune system. And the media, the media nod right along. They don't know. They don't really care. They're proxies, they're sock puppets. And not because it's true, but because the bureaucracy happens to serve the narrative. It gets even better. They call this saving democracy, but they're dismantling the right to choose leadership at all. First they say you voted wrong. Then they say you can't vote on this at all. And then they whisper the line used in every authoritarian takeover in history. We had to save the system from the voters. We had to save the system from the voters themselves. They're the ones that are the problem. And the next phase, they told us themselves. They want to build new socio-political economic governance systems. What the hell does that mean? I'll tell you what it means. It means a phrase that should chill every American alive. That's not reform, that's replacement. A shadow government built under ours using compassionate language to justify censorship, surveillance, intimidation, and controlled dissent. And when they decide there is constitutional danger, the election becomes irrelevant. The administrative state takes the wheel. The three-letter agencies become horsemen, and the definition of democracy becomes whatever scares them the least. But they fear one thing, exposure. Not rage, not slogans, precision, subpoena, retrieval of every signal chat, and encrypted directive. Full audit of every USAID partner organization. Track the contracts, track the university grants, track the training manuals. Because once this leaks off X and lands in a courtroom, their language collapses. A judge can't be gaslit. If President Trump returns with a pen and a spine to that which we know, this network can be dismantled. Records can be seized, funding cut, oversight restored. If not, a precedent will be cemented. Because the moment arresting presidents becomes normal, it becomes permanent.
It does become permanent.
And then elections are simply the mask worn by the ruling class to mimic consent. That's what's happening. See, they think they think you'll do nothing. They think you'll argue over slogans while they quietly write the new rule book in encrypted chats. They hope for Republican politeness. They pray for conservative fatigue. And they expect Americans to shrug their shoulders while they harden the machinery of a managed state behind the glass of philanthropy and justice. And they hope that you're going to be too busy worrying about things like, oh, I don't know, death threats to famous conservative commentators or conservatives who are stepping down or internecine battles between conservative commentators. They want you to keep busy with that. That's a distraction. This is what I've been telling you. But we do not belong to them. This republic is older than their playbook. It's stronger than their network. And it's built on the idea that still exists, by the way, that power answers to the citizen, not the donor. Voters don't need approval to defend their own voice. They only need courage. And history has never cared about the timid. Tyranny does not frighten me. Shouldn't frighten you. Cowardice does. The next 100 days may decide the next 100 years. And the choice is not subtle.
The next 100 days might define the next 100 years.
We will either surrender to a network of nonprofits or defend our constitutional republic. Because votes mean nothing when the people counting them believe they work for someone higher than the voter. This isn't democracy. This is rule without consent. And that, my friend, is exactly what our founders warned us about. So now it is staring us in the face. What are we going to do about it, my friends? What are we going to do? We're going to arm ourselves with the truth. We're going to pay attention and focus, and we're not going to let them do it to us. You understand this? We are not going to be taken over by these people, period.
All right. Well, that's a report shared on the skiff. Countervailing views on anything regarding health and elections, go to cdc.gov, who.int, and cisa.gov/rumor control. Go get your countervailing views there. It's going to be an interesting next 100 days, that's for damn sure. Mike Ben's talking about a 64 CIA-backed covert regime change operations. This stuff is not hypothetical or theoretical. It's been happening since time immemorial. I guess it was probably just a matter of time before it was going to happen here inwardly. But take a listen to what Mike Benz has to say about what happens when a regime change occurs. When is it successful and when is it not?
Operations that succeed in toppling a foreign regime are still besieged by a principal agent problem. The reason why is that for an interstate dispute to have escalated to the point of regime change in the first place, the target government must have had a compelling reason not to acquiesce in the intervener's demands when the dispute first arose. For instance, the intervener's demands may have clashed with the target government's enduring geostrategic interests or brought them into conflict with powerful domestic opposition forces. Unfortunately for the intervener, this means that even if it succeeds in replacing a foreign government, the same political pressures that compelled the first government to act against their interests often continue to hold true for its successor as well. Consequently, I find that the only installed leaders who were willing to act as long-term agents for the United States were those who remained highly dependent on U.S. aid.
All right. So Emerald Robinson is reporting Hugo Carvajal. Have you heard of Hugo Carvajal? Emerald Robinson says that the letter from him is one of the largest scandals in the history of American espionage. Do it this way. Hugo Carvajal confirms Smartmatic is a tool of the cartels. Hugo Carvajal confirms Russia asked Chavez to allow the tapping of submarine internet cables to penetrate U.S. government communications. It's a wild story. Are you following it? Get your countervailing views at the bottom of the screen. I have to tell you under duress. Powers that be want to keep telling you that 2020 was probably the only free and fair election in the history of elections. You know, the one that had the least amount of guardrails. Makes sense, right? No, it doesn't. Amuse reports, open border. Former Venezuelan intel chief says Maduro exported gangs into the United States during Biden's border collapse. So they intentionally put their gangs into the United States and has run 2 decades of espionage against America. In a stunning letter obtained by the Dallas Express, Hugo Carvajal, once Maduro's top intelligence chief, this is not just a schlub, it's Maduro's top intelligence chief and a key figure in the cartel de los Sols, tells President Trump that Venezuela has weaponized cocaine, exported criminal gangs like Tren de Aragua into the U.S., and allowed FARC, ELN, Hezbollah, and Cuban intelligence to operate freely. He alleges decades of espionage inside U.S. installations, Russian tapping proposals, and Smartmatic election manipulation tools exported abroad. Carvajal says the Biden-Harris border collapse allowed Venezuelan operatives to enter the U.S., and asserts that Trump's hardline policies were not only correct, but necessary for American national security. Bombshell letter shared here, the Dallas Express News. X22 report shared. This is a letter from Hugo Armando Chavez Barrios. I have said beware of people with 4 names, though. Former member of Venezuela's regime warning the American people of a plot to destabilize the U.S. Patrick Byrne, here with Emerald Robinson. Take a listen.
The next shoe to drop should be a GBU on the head of Nicolas Maduro. That's the next shoe. It's a big bomb. We have to, there's no point in having a military. If a foreign government can do this to us and we let it slide, as we were starting to talk about the other day, yesterday, that there's all these people around Trump who even as recently as like a week ago are still trying to convince him, or at least as recently as a few weeks ago, still trying to convince him, look, let's bury the hatchet with Venezuela. They've offered us, mineral rights and then this and that. They'll give us all of them. Let's just let this slide. That's insane to me. I can't. Anyone who would say something like that, given what we've learned, is you have to assume that's enemy action. That is so absurd to me. If we can let a country get away with doing this to the United States and getting this close to overthrowing us, This is 10,000 times worse than Pearl Harbor in 1941. Of course, the U.S. has to respond to this and take care of business. And we got to do it right away. There's no reason to stall. They're stalling. All of this stalling that's going on is hurting the president because the bad guys are having time. They've got forces all within the government, within the CIA, within the FBI, within lobbyists. They lobby through. So they are having weeks go by where they're getting all of their, their paid protesters, everything. They're getting all of it to get back pressure against the president. Time is not his friend. Time is not his friend. And all these people stalling him are to be suspect.
Yeah, anyone stalling President Trump right now is suspect. Go, 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 go. Move faster. From inside U.S. custody, Hugo Carvajal, the former head of Venezuela's intelligence, just said all this stuff. Maduro weaponized drugs as part of a deliberate plan to destabilize the U.S. This is according to Hugo Carvajal. Cuban operatives FARC, ELN, Hezbollah given weapons, passports, and immunity to operate from Venezuela. They infiltrated America under Biden's open border policies, armed, obedient, and ready. Yeah, sleeper cells. Illegal alien invaders. Every kidnapping, extortion, and killing, acts ordered by the regime. And it doesn't stop there. Carvajal confirms what many suspected. Smartmatic was born as an electoral tool of the Venezuelan regime and exported abroad, including to the United States. He says he oversaw Venezuela's election IT chief and that U.S. elections can be rigged with Smartmatic software. These are the thoughts of Hugo Carvajal, the former head of Venezuela's intelligence. Not my thoughts. I don't have any information where I could say with certainty that these accusations are accurate, but this is the report of what Hugo is saying, as shared by Lindell TV. Hugo says he oversaw Venezuela's election IT chief and that U.S. elections can be rigged with Smartmatic software. He says President Trump's actions were justified and may have underestimated how far the regime will go to stay in power. Carvajal now sits in Rikers Island after extradition, but has become a federal witness in the case against Maduro's narco-terror regime. Wow. Checking in here, the Supreme Court made a ruling. Let's take a listen. Maggie somebody or other.
A big win for Republicans.
Maggie Ruley.
The Supreme Court, which could lead to a big advantage in next year's midterm elections. Devin Dwyer has the details.
Maggie, the Supreme Court ruled 6-3 to allow Texas to move forward with that controversial, newly redrawn congressional map for the 2026 midterm elections. It was created over the summer after President Trump called on states to retool their maps to give Republicans maximum advantage to keeping control of the House of Representatives. A lower court led by a Trump-appointed judge had said Texas's new map was an illegal racial gerrymander discriminating against minority voters. But the Supreme Court's conservative majority yesterday said that decision failed to assume good faith on the part of map drawers and improperly inserted the courts into the political process close to an election. Justice Elena Kagan wrote in dissent that the ruling disrespects the lower court and disserves millions of Texans.
So we'll see if that goofy music behind is going to get me in trouble. But that was an ABC News report. Hopefully that's not using copywritten material. It should just be sound design music. 2026 midterm elections. Texas is moving forward with the new congressional map. My understanding is that all of the Democrat states have gerrymandered to their furthest extremity. And so my recommendation is that Republican states do the exact same thing to match. Here's President Trump delivering remarks in that state up north.
But this is what you've been waiting for.
This is about a Detroit Economic Club. He's talking about changes to make the automobile industry better in the United States.
Because today I am also announcing that as part of our tax cuts, We will make interest on car loans fully deductible. So a man who's, a lot of you people are in the car industry, actually, I met a lot of them backstage. What do you do? I'm in the car industry. But a lot of them, and I told him about it, he's a very knowledgeable person. He said, here's a guy, he's done it all his life. He's sitting right over there, I don't want to embarrass him. But he said, where did you come up with that idea? That's the coolest thing. It's like the paperclip again, right? It's like the paperclip. Somebody comes up with a paperclip and everybody says, why the hell didn't I think of that, right? Somebody came up with a paperclip, I guess made a lot of money, and other people said, gee. But he said, you know, I've been in the car industry all my life. I've never thought about that. So we're going to make it fully deductible, the interest payments. That's going to revolutionize your industry.
I would just say, why don't you cap these loans? Stop the usury. You know, we need vehicles and we need housing. Cap it at 2%. Let 1% for administrative overhead, 1% for profit. Call it a day. We're being robbed of our wealth with interest payments. Stop the banksters from sucking all the blood out of our bodies before we even get a chance to thrive. That would be even better than tax deductions.
This will stimulate massive,
especially since you're out there telling people you're going to get rid of the income tax, that you'd like to get rid of the income tax, that tariffs are going to replace it potentially. Well, what good is this? Why don't you cap the interest rates 3% on an auto loan instead of 7, 8, 9 or more? Cap mortgage rates at 2%, 3% instead of 6, 7, 8, 9% or more. Watch the boom to the American economy if you do that.
Domestic auto production and make car ownership dramatically more affordable for millions and millions of working American families. This is a phenomenal thing, if I do say so myself.
You do say so yourself. Is President Trump again?
And if you build a car in the United States, and one thing that I just spoke with John Thune about, I just spoke to Mike Johnson about, Speaker, we're going to do something that has never been done in this country before. I'm very proud to say it was my idea. And so sometimes a simple idea, they say, how'd you think of that one? It's so simple, it was never done. If you buy a car in the United States that's made in the United States, if it's manufactured here, when you borrow money, if you borrow money, you have interest payments, we're going to let you deduct the interest payment for income tax reasons. And I think that's going to more than pay for itself. I think people are going to be, they've never had a deduction. You know, deductions are supposed to be for like rich people, and it's unfair to have that. But rich people are, I think I know more about deductions than any human being on earth. But, you know, the truth is that people that are middle income people that buy a car and actually have to borrow money, they're going to now get an interest deduction on their car if it's made in the United States. If it's made someplace else, that won't take place. But
oh, okay. So there's another there's probably going to be a lot of caveats to it. Wait, you have multiple, Deb? You have multiple YouTube accounts? I'm impressed. LeBron, I can't play this clip, but LeBron James had a chance to score 10 points for, I don't know, the 1500th time in a row. He had an Iron Man streak that goes back so many years. And instead of taking the game-winning attempt, he kicked it out for the game-winning three-pointer. I think it was a three-pointer. And the Lakers won that game. He's a good basketball player, the best of all time, actually. Alabama residents overwhelmingly vote to reject the construction of a new Muslim school in their town. Take a watch.
Alabama town rejected the construction of a Muslim school in their area.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to deny the application based on staff comments and what we've heard this evening.
Residents of Hoover in suburban Birmingham united when officials held a vote to transform a local office building into the Islamic Academy's school and community center.
I like kids, but I don't want to hear kids yelling and class bells ringing and calls to prayer and all the other sounds that would be generated by opening a school in this office park.
We're going to have real problems with
this community. I'm just telling you now.
With over 150 people in the room, many spoke out strongly against this plan, expressing fears Hoover would become a Muslim community.
It's not even fears, it's just line in the sand saying, no, we're not going to change our community. This whole phobia, Islamophobia, fears, you don't need to, the way that's being framed is just, it's, I'm not doing it that way. It's line in the sand. They've decided that they're not going to allow it. It's not going to happen. It's their community. They're going to keep their community how their community is. Nobody has a right to come in and change your community.
Unity likely played a role as the commission unanimously rejected the controversial plan.
I want you to understand that we are a recommending body. The council is the final say so.
Would you support Hoover residents?
All right. So there you go.
I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion.
Yeah, the residents fear becoming the next Dearborn, says Eric Daughtry. Once again, they don't fear it. They're saying no to it. They're saying we like our community as it is, and no, we're not going to fundamentally transform our community. No, we're not going to fundamentally transform it. There you go. They rejected the plan to build a large Muslim school. Hoover residents showed up en masse, told the residents to vote it down. There you go. Minnesota Teacher of the Year. We showed you this earlier.
The former Minnesota Teacher of the Year, Abdul Wright, was sentenced to more than 14 years in prison after he was found guilty of abusing a child when she was his student.
There you go. She was only in 8th grade, and it happened multiple times, even in the classroom. What? There you go. More problems in Minnesota. Hey, let's check in on the Islamification of, I'm sorry, where now? South Portland, Maine?
Policies, how can the politics in Somalia can be, resonate what we have here in the United States, the democracy that we have. How can you help us, be a better country and build back what we used to have back in long time ago? So hopefully we will be able to help our country, our former country, Somalia, policy.
Democrat Rep. Dequa Dahalak says her goal in U.S. government is to get American taxpayers to fund Somalia and its development. Derek Evans says Democrat Maine representative says she wants America to give money to Somalia to pay for the people of Somalia and pay for the development of their country. I'm sorry, what did you just say that out loud? Wall Street Apes, Democrat representative Dequa Dahalak says her goal in American government is to get the taxpayers to give money to Somalia. We must pay for the people of Somalia and pay for the development of their country. People like this shouldn't be allowed in government. Fox and Friends talking about President Trump set to launch a two-year economic agenda ahead of the midterms, kicking battleground Pennsylvania.
For the Democrats to only make this an issue 9 months after they were in power for 4 years, it is kind of comical.
Yeah, they have a long time to deal with this if they want to. In fact, because they didn't deal with it during Biden is the reason so many Americans feel stretched right now. So it feels like Democrats found a word, but they haven't found an idea. What's their plan to make life more affordable? I don't know what it is beyond more government control, more regulation. The president's got a really great opportunity here. He's going to hit the road early 2026. That's when all these tax refunds from the big, beautiful bill are going to hit. And I'm telling you, that's like $1,000 per tax-paying American, in addition to what they've gotten in years past on the refund. That's going to be huge. It's a good time to be selling his plan right now.
All right. Yeah, affordability is the #1 buzzword. I might never get tired of this clip from CNN.
Capitol attack. Brian Cole Jr., a 30-year-old white man from the D.C. suburbs, is charged with transporting an explosive device. Brian Cole Jr., a 30-year-old white man from the D.C.
That's so good. Bad Kitty Unleashed said, hysterical catch, Mark Kelly. A Democrat senator and possible Kamala Harris VP pick going sham wow for China. Catch him masterfully sell Ace Shackley vitamins to the Chinese while he rides a blaze to glory on a motorcycle with both Chinese and U.S. flags on it. On a more serious note, recall Mark Kelly was also just exposed for owning a high-altitude surveillance balloon company he helped fund with Chinese venture capital. The video was 100% found by my good friend Ben Talmadge, although the humor is unequivocally mine. Watch this.
他穿越浩瀚的宇宙，审视狭隘
It's got music, but this is so good.
奔驰而过。他美国奋进号宇宙飞船指挥官。
Get to Mark Kelly. Oh, geez, I gotta go full screen here. Don't you want vitamins from Mark Kelly, commander of Space Shuttle Endeavour? There he is. He's bald. He's hungry. He's virulent. You get his vitamins. You go to space.
Aboard the space shuttle. They worked very well for me in a very demanding environment. I took Shackley vitamins and the Shackley rehydration drink while in orbit aboard the space shuttle. They worked very well for me in a very demanding environment. Now it is up to you. It is up to all of you to take those tools that Shackley and Roger has given you and turn it into something big. Each and every one of you can create your own successful Shackley business. And it is the rewards from that business that will help you achieve your own dream.
All right, shilling for Shackley. That was awesome. All right, what else? Rapid fire. President Trump now posting we only have two options: deport every single third world migrant, illegal alien, and America-hating visa holder, or surrender your nation the way the UK have and watch your society collapse in the coming years. I bet Stephen Miller loves reading this. It's time to save America. Representative Nancy Mace signed Representative Luna's discharge petition to force a vote to ban insider trading in Congress. This is Capitol Hill, not Wall Street. If you're using public office to pad your stock portfolio, you have no business serving the American people. Enoch Burke, Irish schoolteacher, jailed following his stance against transgender ideology. I think that's because he keeps going to work and they keep giving him like trespass orders, like you can't keep coming back here. And he's like, I should have never been fired from here. So they're throwing him in jail effectively for a life sentence. Mike Engelman, no relation, says Democrats can't identify a woman, a criminal, a peaceful protest, dementia, or which bathroom to use. But they sure can identify a fishing boat when they see one. Is this an actual picture or not? I can't tell if this is AI or real. Did they release this picture? Halle Berry explodes at Gavin Newsom for devaluing women. Dr. Drew and his wife agree. Doing something against menopause treatment for women. Zero Hedge says Goldman Sachs panic index collapsed after hitting a near record high just 3 weeks ago. That's good. C3 says the J6 pipe bomber Brian Cole and his family are anti-Trump leftists. I don't know if that's true or not. Once again, that blows up the whole January 6th was a Trump insurrection scam. No wonder Chris Wray's FBI never found him. And just a reminder that in 1990, a $100,000 salary would be worth more than $250,000 in today's dollars. A $100,000 salary today would be less than $40,000 in 1990. And that's what I wanted to share with you today. You were actually expecting Trump to give out money at Christmas time so he can look like Santa. That's hilarious. No, I think it's going to come next year before the midterms. All right, everybody. Thank you for being here. I got to run. It's been a blast. Have a great weekend. I don't know if I'm going to do a show tomorrow morning. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? Keep your eyes peeled. And I do anticipate doing a show on Sunday for the Cleveland Browns live stream. And so if Tucker Carlson were reading that, I'm scared to do it now. Now everybody's watching. Yeah, the menopause thing. It's Gavin Newsom's against it, so everybody else should be for it, it seems. That's a pretty good strategy. What would Tucker say? I was actually expecting Trump to give out, was it Trump to give out money at Christmas? That's the way you look like Santa. I was actually expecting Trump to give out money at Christmas time so we can look at Santa. Something like that. I think I need to find a good paragraph where I can insert a couple maniacal laughs in there. I'll work on it for you. I did do the Tucker laugh. I felt like all the eyes are on me and I didn't know how to do it because I don't practice it. I'll try to practice it more. That's my promise to you. All right. So I'm going to sign out for now. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Patreon subscription, Rumble, and YouTube. You can sign up to be a monthly member there. Thank you to everyone who has, including Deb. Rumble Rant Super Chats. If you enjoyed today's show, toss something in our open guitar case since we've been sitting here playing along and singing some songs with you. And until the next program, I appreciate you. I love you. And we'll talk to you again soon. Take care, everybody. Peace. All right, let's pause there. Let's pause it right there and essentially wrap the show. We're going to do a quick, now I got to use the word wrap twice. We're going to do a wraparound. No, thank you for being here. We were live earlier in the day, then we did our replay. Thank you for being here. If you like the content of independent media, if you appreciate that we've been knocking things out for the past 15 years, your support means the world. So all of our donation links are at the bottom of the screen. Rumble Rants, Super Chats, Patreon, etc., Venmo, Cash App. We have merch. If you want a mug, it's $40. Shoot a Venmo over to Brian Engelman. Put your address in. That'll cover shipping to the continental United States. How about that? If you want any of our Ohio-made wooden coasters, we have sets of 4 that are the Unhappy Hour Sports Show. One 4-pack is circular in shape. The other 4-pack is Ohio-shaped because I do the Unhappy Hour Sports Show focused on the Indians, Cavs, Browns, and Buckeyes. They're now called the Guardians, unfortunately. But anything in the world of sports, those are $30 a piece. Same on Venmo. Just shoot $30 over and say, I want a set of coasters, Ohio-shaped, and put your address in. I'll do 2 for $50 on those, one of each. If you'd like to get 8 quality wooden Ohio-made coasters. And then we have the Unhappy Hour pins. Those are $25. So that is our merch available. Just shoot it over on Venmo with your address. Tell me what you want, and I'll send it out as soon as possible. And I think we're going to do a store, maybe a stand store, but also maybe Shopify. I got to kind of see what it's all about, but if it would make the process a little more streamlined, I don't know. Maybe we'll open up a store. Who knows? But it is the season of giving, and you regulars have been fantastic with your donations, your monthly sponsorship, your continued support. It's pretty great. So thank you, everybody. And we're going to close this show, but then we're going to launch a watch party for the Ohio State Buckeyes battling Indiana tonight for the Big Ten Championship. Ohio State is looking like a team on a mission. Can Mendoza get in the way? Mendoza! Type in the comments question of the day if you know what I just quoted there. Well, I'll tell you now, it was a Simpsons quote. From one of their fictional movies. McGarnacle Mendoza. All right, everyone. Thanks for watching. I'll be back in just a moment with the Unhappy Hour Sports Show, Buckeyes, Hoosiers Watch Party.
guide to the truth, the new American